It is no coincidence that in church language, bishops are called shepherds, while the faithful are called rational or logical sheep, logικά πρόβατα. Obviously, this paper cannot and should not attempt to cover the full range of uses of this metaphor. Therefore, as previously mentioned, it will focus on the Gospel of John, the only text which contains an extensive and detailed parable, a paroimia, according to Johannine terminology, about the relationship between shepherd and sheep. Indeed, this parable is inextricably linked to Johannine Christology and is therefore at the heart of the overall Johannine theology. Excuse me. It is also clearly linked to the end of the Gospel, and in particular to the scene of Peter's restoration and being entrusted by Jesus the task of tending his sheep. Finally, it may also be indirectly connected with the saying of John the Baptist about Jesus as the Lamb of God, who carries the sin of the world. It should be noted that as a parable, this particular metaphor has rich symbolism, is open to a variety of interpretations, creates intertextual and intratextual connections and associations, and of course has paradoxical elements. All the above characteristics, combined with its widespread dissemination and use, show that this early Christian parable can provide an extremely important theological basis for dealing with a question that concerns our conference. Given that it is not possible for the present paper to include a detailed interpretation of the aforementioned Johannine texts, on which numerous studies have been written, for this reason, in the main part of this paper, I will focus on those elements of the parable that relate to the dialectic between community and individual. To be clear, the dialectic between individual and community is not only about the members of the community per se, the horizontal dimension, but also about the relationships of individuals and their community with their leader or leaders, vertical dimension. Furthermore, I will frame my interpretation with insights and conclusions from the disciplines of neuroscience and narrative criticism. Neuroscience will contribute, hopefully, to an understanding, however rudimentary, of the cognitive functions and social behaviors of sheep that are not explicitly mentioned in our parable. On the other hand, based on narrative criticism as one of the most appropriate exegetical tools for approaching narrative texts with an emphasis on their conceptual and aesthetic unity, I will try to connect the parable with other crucial points of the Johannine narrative. In the conclusions, I will briefly present the findings of the study and seek to link these findings to the contemporary reality in Orthodox Church and theology, and raise some relevant questions for further consideration. Now, before proceeding to the analysis, let me retell the parable of the Good Shepherd and the sheep in John 10. According to the parable, there is a sheepfold enclosed by a gate. He who does not enter through the gate but climbs up and enters from elsewhere is a thief and a robber. The purpose of the thief is to steal, slaughter the sheep. All who have come before Jesus are thieves. In contrast, the one who enters through the gate is the shepherd of the sheep. The gatekeeper knows him and opens the gate for him. The shepherd calls his own sheep, each by name. They hear and know his voice, and he takes them out of the fold, and they follow him as he goes ahead. Instead, they will not follow one whose voice they do not know. Jesus says that he himself is the gate of the sheep. Whoever enters through the gate Jesus will be saved, come and go, and find pasture. However, Jesus is not only the gate, but also the good shepherd who sacrifices his life for the sake of the sheep. In contrast, the paid worker, who is not a shepherd, and therefore the owner of the sheep, will abandon the sheep when he sees the wolf coming, resulting in the wolf snatching the sheep and scattering them. In reality, the wage earner is not interested in the sheep, but only in his wages. But Jesus is the good shepherd, and therefore he knows his sheep that belong to him, while they in turn know him. Indeed, Jesus' relationship as shepherd with the sheep corresponds to his relationship with God the Father. Just as the Father knows the Son and the Son knows the Father, so too the shepherd knows the sheep and they know the shepherd. After Jesus repeats that he is sacrificing his life for the sake of the sheep, he reveals that there are other sheep too that do not come from this particular sheepfold, but those too must be led. They will hear and recognize his voice, and all the sheep will become one flock with one shepherd. Before picking out the most important points from the above parable and proceeding to its interpretation, I will make some necessary remarks from the fields of neuroscience and narrative criticism, as already announced in the introduction. And first, the neuroscientific perspective. Lori Marino and Deborah Merskin, in their study, quote, Intelligence, Complexity, and Individuality in Sheep, end quote, 2019, summarize the comprehensive research on behavior, emotions, cognition, and personality in sheep. The reason for this study is the erroneous way in which sheep are considered in our culture, and especially in Christian theology. The authors expressly mention Christian theology in their article. I have to note that, as belonging to the lower animals of the scale of nature, in that they are considered by humans to be utilitarian and are, in this sense, exploited for their wool, milk, and meat. The fact that sheep are generally regarded as docile, passive, and homogeneous members of a group without any individual characteristics, as the authors say, also plays an important role in their devaluation. However, the above-mentioned researchers have shown that such conclusions could not be farther from the truth. Sheep are highly social animals, able to distinguish the faces of other sheep and human beings, for that matter, who come into contact with them, to express a wide range of emotions and interact emotionally with each other, to form individual relationships and social bonds beyond the necessity of finding and sharing food. Indeed, it turns out that sheep have distinct personalities, which are shaped by their personal experiences and demonstrated by their different reactions and behaviors to corresponding stimuli or stimuli. The unfavorable conditions of sheep farming in modern civilization, including the radical restriction of their movements, do not allow the full development of the above special traits and personality. However, the ancient shepherds were well aware of the above characteristics from their experience and their daily interaction with their sheep, which we should not ignore when reading ancient texts that refer to sheep, and especially, in this case, the relevant references in John's Gospel. In addition, neuroscience has shown that in the absence of the security that comes from having a trustworthy shepherd, sheep tend, as other animals as well, tend to make personal decisions based on past experiences by weighing to what extent they should cling to the flock for greater security, or whether they should move away from the herd in order to find better food on their own. The Johannine text summarized above agrees with this conclusion by saying that the sheep will not follow the voice of a stranger and will not obey him, but will follow solely the voice of their shepherd, whom they know and trust. Sheep, therefore, do not follow the shepherd simply because they are docile and passive animals, but because they consider it more advantageous to follow than to differ. According to the above, it is incorrect to conclude that the Gospel of John uses the metaphor of the sheep simply because they are characterized by obedience, follow the shepherd unquestioningly, and exhibit a generally homogeneous behavior, a conclusion that could lead to the notion that, according to the Johannine witness, believers ought to demonstrate a similar attitude and behavior. Instead, it becomes clear that the sheep follow the shepherd on condition, while at the same time not lacking personality, which could, under certain circumstances, lead them to different decisions and actions. Now I'm coming to the insights from the field of narrative criticism. The second tool that I would like to employ at this point is that of narrative criticism. This method examines narrative texts in their entirety as conceptual and aesthetic units, analyzing their characters and plot. For the purposes of this paper, I will draw on Cornelis Benema's study, a comprehensive, quote, a comprehensive approach to understanding character in the Gospel of John, end quote, 2013. Benema observes that the ancient conception of individuality is not identical with the modern one. Logically and predictably, the ancient conception places greater emphasis on collectivity. However, as Benema notes in his analysis, despite this, there is evidence that John's account presents characters with individual qualities, particular reactions, inner lives, development, and complexity. These characters belong to multiple groups and subgroups, which they express and represent, but also from which they are occasionally differentiated. Among the characters of the Gospel, alliances, agreements, differentiations, conflicts, and regressions are observed. On the other hand, emotions of the characters are recorded or implied, which prompt the above specific behaviors, such as love, hatred, curiosity, fear, envy, anger, trust, loyalty, respect, etc. The aforementioned research on the cognitive functions and social behavior of sheep shows that the image of believers as sheep includes and must include all of the above emotions and behaviors of the individual characters in John's Gospel. As we have already seen, sheep have a rich emotional world, ambivalences, conflicts, strong social bonds, and distinct personalities. This is why they know the shepherd, follow him, and respond to his call, each hearing its own name. On the other hand, it is the presence of the shepherd that maintains the unity of the sheep and prevents their individual traits from playing a divisive role within the group. I'm coming now to a next part of my paper entitled The Sheep as Community. It is striking that despite what we noted earlier about the personality and individuality of the sheep, the parable sees them as constituting an inseparable unity. The sheepfold belongs to all of them. The sheep follow the shepherd when he calls them by name and takes them out of the fold. They know his voice. They do not follow the voice of strangers, but only of their own shepherd. Instead, they will run away from any stranger. Salvation, life, and pasture are given to all the sheep of the flock without exception. Even the sheep that do not currently belong to the flock and are in other folds will eventually join the sheep of the original sheepfold, and all sheep together will form a single flock with one shepherd. If only this information were present in the parable, then we could conclude that the fourth evangelist does indeed regard believers, for it is obviously about them, as passive and submissive members of a single community under the absolute authority of their shepherd. Yet, there are other elements in this parable and by extension in the gospel narrative as a whole that shed a different light to it. I'm coming now to the next part entitled Sheep as Individuals. So the previous part was sheep as community, now sheep as individuals. First of all, it appears that there is more than one flock in the sheepfold. This follows from the fact that there is a doorkeeper to open the door for the shepherd. It is also clear from the fact that after entering the sheepfold, the shepherd calls, quote, his own sheep, end quote, by name and takes them out. Therefore, the flock of the good shepherd has unity by itself, but not with the other flocks or with the other sheep that belong to them and are in the same fold. There is a dividing line between the sheep of the good shepherd's flock and the other sheep. This fact is underscored by the fact that the good shepherd calls exclusively his sheep by name, meaning that each sheep has been given its own name. Moreover, each sheep responds to the sound of its call from the shepherd. This means that the sheep do not act as unwilling parts of a group, but have a personal relationship with the shepherd, just as he has a personal relationship with each one of them. This conclusion is also supported by the fact that the good shepherd is shown to lead the sheep and lead them only after the last sheep has left the fold. It is also substantiated by Jesus' claim that he knows his own sheep, as he distinguishes them from a crowd of sheep in the fold, and that his own sheep know him as well. According to the previously mentioned study of Marino and Merskin, the ability of a living being to remember and distinguish specific individuals of its own or another species indicates the existence of self-awareness, individuality, and personality. Sheep from other folds have a similar personality as they hear the shepherd's voice, recognize it as familiar, and follow him. Even with this evidence, one might still question whether indeed the fourth evangelist possesses ample knowledge about the sheep's behavior and therefore question their individuality in the Johannine narrative. At this point, it is important to emphasize that in this particular parable, while all sheep in the fold hear the shepherd's voice, some of them do not join his flock. Furthermore, from a narrative critical perspective, there are characters who, while following Jesus, eventually differentiate themselves from him. The most striking example is the case of Judas Iscariot, whom, along with all other disciples, Jesus calls as a sheep, and he follows Jesus only to eventually betray him, preferring to belong, obviously, to another flock and listen to another shepherd, in this case, the devil. A similar example is the one of Jesus' disciples, except from the 12, who are scandalized by Jesus' words about the bread of life in chapter 6 and no longer wish to walk with him, namely, do not follow him anymore. Finally, there are many rulers who believe in Jesus, chapter 12, but for fear of losing their privileges, they do not confess their faith in him, so they also fail to follow Jesus, even though they recognize his voice as their shepherd. These cases show that different behaviors can be observed among sheep belonging to the good shepherd. The parable itself does not refer to such cases. Like any imagery, it cannot wholly capture the complexity of reality, in our case, the Johannine narrative. On the other hand, the parable warns the sheep about what will happen if they follow a hired worker instead of the shepherd. If the wolf comes, then the hired worker will put his life first and abandon the sheep because they are not his. The responsibility does not only lie with the particular worker, but also with the sheep who followed him in the first place, despite not knowing his voice, instead of following the shepherd. By following the voice of a stranger, the sheep eventually find themselves in the mouth of the wolf and lose their unity as the wolf grabs and scatters them, as the text says. But all this negative development starts from the sheep's choice to follow the hired worker and not the shepherd. Finally, except from the sheep from other folds, which hear the voice of the good shepherd and follow him, there are obviously other sheep in those folds as well, which also hear the voice of the good shepherd, but do not recognize him as their own and fail to follow him. Here again, the individuality of sheep is implied, as well as their ability to choose to follow or not to follow the good shepherd. Next part of the paper, the importance of the shepherd. Having established that the parable under consideration emphasizes not only the sheep's community, but also their individuality, the importance of the shepherd within the parable should also be addressed. The shepherd occupies the position of the guide, protector, and leader of the sheep. He is responsible for their grazing and their safety. He also has the responsibility of keeping them together. No dog is mentioned in the parable, so the shepherd is the only one to hold his flock together only by his voice. The shepherd knows that his flock is not just a mass, but is made up of individuals with whom he has a personal relationship. But the shepherd also does something that is not expected of any shepherd whatsoever. Not only does he risk his life to protect the sheep, but he ultimately does sacrifice his life for their salvation. In real life, no shepherd would do such a thing. We saw earlier what would happen to the sheep if the shepherd would not be there. If the sheep are left alone, they are in danger from thieves, robbers, and wolves. Both their life and their unity are endangered. In other words, they are in danger on an individual and a collective level. Correspondingly, the shepherd saves the sheep both individually and collectively. At the beginning of the Gospel, John the Baptist calls Jesus the Lamb of God, who carries away the sin of the world. 1:29. If in the light of narrative criticism we seek to connect the Gospel's various metaphors in a unified metaphor network, regardless of whether the evangelist himself had such connections in mind or not, we cannot be certain about that, it follows that in sacrificing his life for the sheep, Jesus identifies himself with them by becoming a lamb, so that in dying, he might deliver the sheep from the mortal danger of their sin. Apart from any atoning images, at this point, one cannot exclude the possibility of the Logos' incarnation being implied here as well. After all, the Good Shepherd is not different from the sheep, for he loves them so much that he becomes one of them in order to be able to save them, while at the same time being a shepherd as well. Perhaps this is one of the reasons why in 1:29, the evangelist does not use the word sheep, provaton, but instead the hapax legomenon in the Gospel of John, lamb, which can better characterize Jesus' uniqueness. The parable of the Good Shepherd and the sheep is complemented by the reference in chapter 21 to Peter's restoration and Jesus' command to him to shepherd his sheep. In this scene, Jesus asks Peter 3 times if he loves him. Peter answers all 3 times, confirming that he indeed loves Jesus. On this basis, Jesus gives him 3 times the command to feed and tend his sheep and lambs, a command that is valid for the other disciples as well. But here, of course, the Greek word for lambs, I have to note that, is not amnos, as in 1:29, but arnion. It's a different word, but I'm not sure whether there are so many differentiations in the English language. However, up to this point, the disciples have actually belonged to the sheep. They are sheep themselves. Now Jesus makes them into shepherds in his place. Therefore, what he says about himself in the parable also applies now to the disciples. They will also be good shepherds. They will have to maintain the unity of the sheep. They will call the sheep by name so that the latter will trust and follow them. They will finally be called upon to sacrifice even their own lives for the sheep, something that Jesus foresees for Peter in his dialogue with him. On the one hand, then, the Good Shepherd Jesus becomes a lamb for the salvation of the sheep. On the other hand, Jesus' disciples, while being sheep, become shepherds of all the other sheep in his place. However, while they are now shepherds, they still remain sheep as well, since they must continue to follow Jesus. As Jesus tells Peter at the end of their dialogue in chapter 21, follow me, see, ακολούθημι in Greek. The above images of the unity of the sheep, without them ceasing to be separate and distinct individuals, of their trust in their shepherd, of the shepherd's care for his sheep, so that they are properly fed, protected, and united, but also of the shepherd's readiness to sacrifice his life for their salvation, refer to a further significant characteristic of Johannine theology, namely love. Jesus exhorts his disciples to love one another and to have unity with one another, such as the love and unity between the Father and the Son. In John, the disciples have individuality and are very different from one another. What unites them is not their uniformity, but their selfless love for one another, which goes so far as to offering their lives for the sake of others, just as Jesus offered his life for their sake. This kind of love that originates from God the Father and extends to the believers through the Son is the main expression of leadership in John's Gospel, as is evident from the parable of the Good Shepherd and the sheep, and brings together individuals within the community without abolishing their individuality. And I'm now reaching my concluding remarks. Based on the foregoing analysis, the Gospel of John presents on the one hand the unity of Jesus' followers, while on the other hand their individuality. That they as individuals converge and become a community is not self-evident and only happens under the leadership and guidance of Jesus, the Good Shepherd, and under the condition of his selfless and self-sacrificing love for his sheep. In the absence of the Good Shepherd, however, the sheep will scatter and thus break up their unity. The emphasis that Orthodox theology places on communion and the Eucharist as the visible realization of community and the quintessence of Orthodox faith and life has not only positive, in my opinion, but also problematic elements. Indeed, humans are social beings, persons, according to contemporary Orthodox theological terminology, and obviously cannot be understood without interpersonal relationships. In a sense, without others around us, we cannot exist. However, the theology of the person tends perhaps to weaken individuality in favor of collectivity. Indeed, as already mentioned, we cannot exist without others, but on the other hand, we must also be able to be alone with ourselves. And it is not enough to participate in worship and the Eucharist for this. At the same time, isolation and self-examination are needed. So there seems to be a delicate balance at this point, which modern Orthodox theology has perhaps not given due emphasis to. Instead, it emphasizes either individual spirituality over community and Eucharistic participation on the one hand, or alternatively, community, which is realized through devotional and Eucharistic participation, although at the expense of individual consciousness and spiritual awareness. The discussion of the relationship between individuality and collectivity in contemporary Orthodox theology becomes even more problematic if it is assumed that these issues were resolved in some golden era of the past. This era is usually placed in Byzantium, without necessarily specifying in which period and circles of it, and it is also located in patristic theology, again without specifying usually exactly which patristic texts address and solve such problems. According to Rhoda Howard's study, quote, "Cultural absolutism and the nostalgia for community," end quote, the persistent invocation of an ideal past, which in fact never existed, as well as the overemphasis on the importance of collectivity and community over the individual and his or her freedoms, point to the rhetoric of absolutist ideologies and regimes. The most prominent example is, of course, Nazism, but it is not the only one. Unfortunately, the contemporary ideology of the Russian world is also a similar example of the prioritization of communitarianism and its resulting culture over individuality, as well as the idealized past over the rejected present. On the other hand, the emphasis on individuality over collectivity in contemporary Western culture, as expressed predominantly in North America, is also an extreme. Unfortunately, such emphasis leads societies to imbalance, as both individual rights and opportunities are skewed in favor of the few socially and financially privileged. In other words, the strong individuals take advantage of their social and economic power to further strengthen their position, while at the same time, and partly because of this, the rights, freedoms, and opportunities of the weaker individuals are curtailed. The community can indeed oppress the individual, but the individual can also oppress the community. Such tendencies are not absent from the Orthodox Church context as well. What needs to be found is a balance between these two trends. Certainly, John's Gospel does not offer ready-made solutions to this question. But through its narrative and symbolism, it does convey to us the need to find the right balance between individuality and community, as well as the possibility of achieving it through the personal communion of individual believers with Christ, their sisters and brothers, and themselves. Thank you very much.
Thank you, thank you. This was a wonderful opportunity to reflect on power relations, among other things, but I'm not a biblical scholar, I'm only an anthropologist, so I just wanted to say my bit. Padeli helped me here. Shall we have quick thoughts and questions right now, or shall we leave it for afterwards?
Since Professor Tsalavoud is here, I think we can pass to the second paper and then have a discussion together.
So afterwards, everything afterwards.
The final decision depends on those.
I could take, I mean, I think it would be nice to take some quick thoughts, observations, questions. If we have some now, it's fine for me, and I think it's also a good idea.
Okay, but please be careful for the time.
I will. So let's see. Please.
Is it not an implication of this very nice analysis which you gave us of this relation on John 10, I think, that also you have to give, say, some spiritual, theological consequence to all the sheeps, to the believers, so that actually all those who know the voice of the shepherd, who can identify it in all the many voices in the world, they have also have to be given some ecclesiological significance or meaning. So they are, in the same sense, not only Peter is becoming from sheep to shepherd, but actually everybody who can identify the voice of the Lord. So has there not, in the consequence, to be more, say, given to each believer more value, more significance within the ecclesial community, in consequence of your argument?
Thank you for this question, which I think, if I may say so, also reflects a little bit Protestant ecclesiology. Well, I think that there are two levels here. One level is the textual level, the other level is the metatextual level. And on the metatextual level, of course, we can do many things with this text. And of course, any sheep which drives other sheep as well to the fold, it's also a shepherd. And you're right. But I think that this is on a meta level. And I think that on the exegetical level of the Johannine text, it's the apostles who are entrusted by Jesus with this mission. I don't know if I have answered, but as short as possible. Yeah. But thank you very much for this thought.
Thank you, Christos, for this wonderful presentation. I would like to comment on the issue of conflicts. I'm not a specialist in zoology. I think that the sheep also have conflicts with each other and, moreover, the human beings. And a great challenge for every kind of shepherd is to deal with the conflicts of the sheep among each other. And a great challenge in our narratives, considering community and so on, is that they are very harmonizing. The problem with Nazism is that conflict is forbidden in Nazism, for example. And the point is, how can you develop a kind of ecclesiology and pastoral that can give space to conflicts and provide presuppositions in order to be able to endure conflicts so that it doesn't come to a split? If you can share some thoughts about this.
Again, based, of course, on the Johannine narrative, which does not, as I already mentioned in my epilogue, does not provide ready-made solutions to such problems. I mean, and as an exegete, I will have to stick to what the text says, which is very often inadequate. So it's not enough. We should think further, and this is what we're doing here. But I think there are two sides to the conflicts. There are conflicts between or among the disciples. One such case is Judas, and he separates himself from the other disciples. He stops belonging to the flock. He goes to a different flock, obviously, according to the imagery. The other case is Peter and the beloved disciple. They also have a conflict, some kind of a conflict, but they remain in the flock. So there are ways to resolve conflicts. The methodology to solve conflicts within the flock among sheep is love, according to John's Gospel. Maybe we might think that this is not enough. Sometimes we want to love, but love is not there. And it's not easy to love the one you have a conflict with. But this is what the Gospel says. And whenever the disciples all by themselves are not able to resolve the conflict, then Jesus intervenes, of course. And he gives the solution. Now, I should add to that the witness of the general epistles of John, in which we have a practical ecclesiological crisis. And there we have a very severe conflict with Diotrephes and his people, or between him and the presbyter. These texts belong to the same tradition, probably not written by the same author, but they belong to the same tradition or to the same circle. And there we have a church that is on the verge of a conflict. And there is not yet a schism, not yet, but it could have happened afterwards. We don't know. We don't know how this evolved, because these are just moments from a very long process, and we don't know, actually, we don't have an overview of the process itself. So I know that I'm not answering your question, and I cannot answer your question, actually. The only thing I can do is that people, like the fourth evangelist, had to struggle between theory and between practice. And sometimes practice was much more difficult than theory. The gospel provides the theory, and the theory is wonderful, but what about the practice? Although also in the gospel we find some points that are really difficult, like, for instance, the case of Judas Iscariot.
I will only take one more question for now, and then for more elaborate answers, we can leave them for the end. So please.
Yeah, thank you, Christos, once more for your fascinating paper, and especially for sensitizing us to the striking interconnection between John 10 and John 21. You have rightly emphasized the collective character of our sacramental tradition, especially the Eucharist. But don't you think that there are also in this very tradition individual-centered elements that may, I would say, confirm, even substantiate your approach to the Johannine narrative?
Yes, there are. Yes, there are, and thank you for this observation. And I have to say right from the start that I'm no specialist on Eucharist or on these developments. I'm a New Testament scholar, so these were only my 2 cents on the matter. Yes, I think that there are such elements, but I'm afraid, and please correct me if I'm wrong, I'm afraid that in the Eucharistic discourse of the 20th century, starting with the diaspora Russians, and then continuing with all other Orthodox countries and ethnicities and theologians, I'm afraid that there was an overemphasis on the collective traits of the Eucharist and an undermining, not on purpose, but in practice, an undermining of individualistic dimensions of Eucharist, which are there. I fully agree with you. So this was my point, that it's not the problem of the Eucharist per se, it's the problem of how we interpret Eucharist, how we understand Eucharist. And I can mention, for instance, Afanasiev, I can mention Zisioulas as examples of people who I think overemphasized or Petros Vasiliadis, a colleague of mine, a New Testament scholar, who overemphasized the importance of the collective character of Eucharist, but tended to ignore the individualistic importance of participating in the Eucharist as individuals, not only as a community. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you.
And the second speaker is Dr. Ekaterini Tsalambouni, who is finally with us. She made it. She is professor of New Testament at the University of Thessaloniki and also a member of the board of directors of the Volos Academy. Her presentation is on the marginal impact of biblical studies in contemporary Greek Orthodox theology and why it matters for the discussion on individual and community.
Thank you very much. I apologize for my delayed arrival, which was due to the change of the bus routes during this time of the year. First of all, I would like to thank the members of the organizing committee and Pantelis, in particular, for inviting me to this fascinating conference that addresses a very important issue of Orthodox theology and spirituality. And I think most of us understood how really important this issue is in the aftermath of this COVID, these prolonged COVID lockdowns and all that, the discussion about individual and communal responsibility and so on. The discussion of the relationship on or tension between individuals and the community is certainly not new in the Orthodox world. And as far as I could follow my dear friend's Christos paper, it seems that it existed already at a very early starting point of Christianity. However, the crisis at the end of the 20th century and the first decades of the 21st century, and most prominently the recent pandemic, have led, I think, to a self-critical assessment of the previous models of balance or imbalance between individuality and community in Orthodox theology and church life. In these discussions, biblical scholars are usually absent, although biblical texts are often quoted as proof. of the one or the other solution. The role of the text is rather apodictic, just to create, let's say, a safe ground for what we have already decided that it is so. In my paper today, I will attempt to demonstrate why the involvement of contemporary biblical scholarship might be helpful in the process of critical reassessment of this relationship, and most importantly, in proposing new models of it that could contribute to promoting a distinct Christian ethos in contemporary contexts. And involving biblical scholarship in Orthodox theological discourse is not as self-evident as one might have thought. But this is a long story, and perhaps I will be able to show you why in the following pages. In the first part of my paper, I will therefore briefly describe the marginal place that biblical studies usually occupy in contemporary theological discourse, and the historical and ideological reasons that have led to this marginalization. In the second part, I will try to explain why it is important to include the insights of biblical exegesis and theological analysis in current theological discussions on the relationship between individuals and the community. In this part, I will also discuss the parts of the model presupposed in the Pauline letters of a balanced relationship between individuals and the community. And this will be discussed in order to demonstrate that the diversity of biblical metaphors and models may provide useful material and could fruitfully contribute to current discussions in Orthodox theology. More significantly, the questions raised by biblical scholars regarding a possible synthesis or dichotomy between the individual and the community in Paul's thought might also be relevant in the discussion of the tension between them in contemporary contexts. Admittedly, Orthodox theology maintains that the Bible is a fundamental part of the tradition of the church. I'm sure that everybody has heard that, and we Orthodox believe that deeply. Although it is not a self-sufficient authority, its foundational role in the formation of this tradition, both as the beginning and as a constant point of reference, cannot be underplayed. At the same time, the relationship of the Bible to the church is multifaceted and complex. On the one hand, the church cannot be creatura evangelii, according to the Orthodox theology. On the other, the Bible is the church's point of reference, and as such, it occupies a central place in worship and theological discourse. Similarly, biblical exegesis and theological interpretation are an important part of the curriculum of the faculties of theology in Greece. But this also perhaps due to the fact that our faculties were organized following the European university model, and we are thankful for that. Despite this acknowledgement of the prominent place of the biblical word, in practice, the Bible has been gradually marginalized, and its relation to the church and its members is rather ambiguous. Despite the efforts of the previous generation of Greek Orthodox biblical scholars, the impact of biblical scholarship in the theological debates or in the theological discourse of the church or the pastoral discourse of the church is rather minimal. This process of alienation started in the years after the fall of Constantinople, but reached a very critical turn in the 50s of the previous century with the so-called patristic turn, a movement that called for a return to the patristic tradition of Eastern Orthodoxy and the departure from Western scholasticism. The initial intent of the pioneers of this movement, like, for example, Father George Florovsky, was not the uncritical rejection of Western Christianity, but rather a constructive reflection on those elements of the tradition that were seen as essential to Orthodox self-awareness. However, this neo-patristic movement very quickly developed an anti-Western stance and a growing distrust for the Bibelwissenschaft that was regarded as suspicious of Protestant influences. Despite this, biblical scholars, especially in the School of Theology, the Faculty of Theology in Thessaloniki, try to engage themselves in a dialogue with other theological fields, mainly in this period patristics and systematic theology. The largest part of the discussion focused on the possible compatibility of contemporary exegetical methods like historical criticism with the patristic readings of the Bible. Interestingly, though, some of them, of these biblical scholars, managed to go beyond this and engage themselves in a dialogue with political theology, thus developing a form of political biblical theology influenced by similar movements in other Christian traditions. And I would like to mention here two very important names. First, Savas Agouridis, and then his student, Petros Vassiliadis. In this phase that lasted till the 80s of the 20th century, Greek Orthodox biblical scholarship managed to retain its visibility in academic theology and a positive role in church life and discourse. For those of us who were studying in the Faculty of Theology of Thessaloniki in the 1980s, and now you can immediately understand how old I am, the impact of this biblical tradition was still evident, although declining. This declining process coincided with a new ideological wave in Greek Orthodoxy, the so-called New Orthodoxy, a movement that developed strong anti-Western sentiments and promoted the construct of a superior Greek Christian otherness rooted in its Byzantine past and its hesychastic tradition, and promoted the spiritual model of Athonite monasticism. This development also affected the role of Orthodox biblical scholarship as a partner in the theological dialogue. The aftermath of this is evident in our times as well. The secondary role of preaching on the basis of the biblical readings in the liturgy. Most priests do not dare to preach based on these readings. The prominent role of the charismatic elders, the famous Gerondes, as the ultimate spiritual authority in popular piety, and the indifference of both the average Orthodox lay Christians as well clergy towards academic biblical studies. Theologians of this period also promoted two different and in some cases opposite to each other models of personal transformation and salvation. Christos already has mentioned some of these. On the one hand, it was the socially oriented model that promoted a more activist theology and defended the worldly character of salvation. On the other, there was the mystical proposal of personal salvation that, despite its various alternatives, for example, philosophical extension in the case of Giannaras, Eucharistic in the case of Isisioulas, or ascetic in the case of Hierotheos Vlachos, proclaimed the lived experience, the famous vioma, as the road to salvation and the genuine expression of Greek Orthodox identity. Both currents dealt somehow with the individual and communal. The social model focused on the communal aspect of salvation and regarded the individual as an important agent of transformation that cannot be seen apart from the community or history. In this perspective, the agent of history is not the individual, however, but the group community. The mystical existential current laid emphasis on the relational nature of personhood, prosopon, and maintained that the interpersonal relationship with God is of fundamental importance in the process of spiritual transformation. Although salvation as personal transformation, theosis, is achieved through communion and not individualism, the emphasis is on the individuum that is understood as a person and not on the community as such. Theosis and not social transformation is therefore the objective of Christian life. In Hierotheos Vlachos' words, and I quote, "The human being may keep his or her freedom, although she or he lives in difficult external conditions. Christ abided by all the laws of his epoch, but he was free from them. Accordingly, the Christian can live in a specific social environment, accepting specific laws, but it is possible to remain free from all worldly affairs and from the illusion of the senses and perceptible reality. Then, even if we live in the most tragic social conditions, we shall feel free besieged. Interestingly, Savas Agouridis, one, as I have mentioned, of the most influential Greek Orthodox biblical scholars of the 20th century, entered into a critical discussion of this mystical model of salvation. Having as a point of departure the biblical notion of the kingdom of God, Agouridis insisted on social engagement and on the Christian responsibility towards the world. So Agouridis, like a good biblical scholar, understood the kingdom of God not as a mystical reality, but as a reality that has started and is yet to be fulfilled. But it had social, let's say, reference and inwardly, let's say, presence. His understanding of transformation and fulfillment was rather communal. And I quote something that he wrote at some point, criticizing this mystical, let's say, approach. The new creation, kainiktisis, does not comprise a few saints as individuals, a Christian spiritual aristocracy, but the church as the new humanity. Agouridis was very critical, as I have said, towards a mystical understanding of salvation and regarded this hesychastic ascetic retreat as, and I quote, an unrealistic, suprahistorical and individualistic position. I think that the prevalence of eldernism, these spiritual elders, as the current form of spirituality in the Orthodox Christianity of the 21st century, and the decline of the parish as the manifestation of the Eucharistic community justifies Agouridis' remark. Petros Vassiliadis, a student of Agouridis, was more positive towards the Eucharistic model and tried to combine it with a social and missionary engagement, and I agree with Christos, sometimes just ignoring the individual and its role in this Eucharistic community. However, apart from them, biblical scholars of this generation were not involved in the theological discussion of the possible dichotomy or synthesis of the individual and community. In my opinion, there are four main reasons for this. First, the aforementioned gradual distancing of Orthodox neo-patristic and neo-Orthodox theology from the biblical roots of Christian tradition, which made any biblical contribution to the discussion rather redundant. Secondly, a general lack of interest by biblical scholars, not only in Greece, but in Europe as well, to discuss the issue of individuality versus communality. Thirdly, the focus of Greek Orthodox scholarship on defending the compatibility of its methodology with the traditional principles of patristic interpretation. Most of the discussion up to the end of the 20th century was actually devoted to this topic, whether we could do historical criticism and at the same time remain Orthodox biblical scholars, and how could the church fathers be compatible to that. And finally, fourthly, the decision of biblical scholars of this generation to pursue different research interests and not involve themselves in a dialogue with political theology. Hence, Agouridis' example of a biblical political theology was not continued. Despite this initial, let's say, failure, it is necessary, I think, that the insights of biblical scholarship are taken into consideration in a discussion of personhood, individuality, and then communality. There are several reasons that make this possible. In the last decades, biblical scholarship has made great progress and has managed to move beyond the dichotomy between individualism and communality in early Christianity, excuse me, especially in the case of Paul and his communities. The debate between those defending an existential individualism in Paul's thought, most prominently Rudolf Bultmann, and those promoting a more community-oriented model, Ernst Käsemann, is now over. New approaches are definitely more nuanced and take into consideration the insights of other disciplines. For example, the application of methods or lenses borrowed by ancient social history or cultural anthropology have led to the conclusion that ancient individual identity was dyadic. It was namely determined by a web of social interactions. Modern readings, for example, of the Pauline letters that emphasize an individualistic determination of the Christian members of the community is anachronistic. It seems that human identities were far more complex, or even closer in some aspects to ours. When reading Paul's letters, one quite often comes across the honor-shame dynamics, honor and shame, that inform the role of Paul and his readers and determine their relationships. Paul, for example, maintains that the Corinthians are his honorary crown. He's proud of that. And he uses the example of the Thessalonians and their zeal to contribute to the collection of the poor in Jerusalem in order to make the Corinthians feel shame for their reluctance, thus creating a network whose nodes retain their individuality and at the same time are defined in many respects by communal self-awareness. And these network theories are very helpful now to understand how things probably worked in Pauline communities. At the same time, a closer investigation of the cultural context of Paul and his communities has led to the conclusion that Hellenistic individualism can also be traced in his work. Each member retains its distinct identity and role, but at the same time is connected to other members of the community. A useful example for this balance between individual and communal dynamics is the metaphor of the body. Scholars have already commented on the social aspect of Paul's idea of participating in the body of Christ, as it is attested in the Pauline letters. The body metaphor for the church, as it is found in the letter to the Ephesians, was also used by Florovsky in order to highlight the Christological quality of the church. The way the metaphor is constructed in this Deuteropauline letter is in order to establish the subordination of all members to the head and is not interested in the value or function of each member. So the emphasis is not there in the Ephesian, let's say, version of the body metaphor. Interestingly, though, those Orthodox theologians who followed Florovsky did not refer to the alternative version of this image as it is attested in 1 Corinthians, where the emphasis is not so much on the head of this body, but on the harmony, the interaction and responsibility of each member. The body metaphor in 1 Corinthians is indeed an excellent example of a balanced combination of individual uniqueness and responsibility as members of the same communal symbiosis. And one can see how Paul applies the same metaphor through his letter when he talks about doing wrong as an individual, but actually at the very end doing wrong to the whole community and so on. The question of sin and salvation and whether they are individually or communally understood by Paul is also of relevance, especially in this debate between social activists and ascetic mystics. Although the historically oriented model still remains the prevalent lens for understanding Paul's soteriology, this history of salvation, there are certain places in his writings that point to a more nuanced understanding that without fully abandoning the history of salvation concept, they also point to human responsibility and guilt. An interesting example can be found in Romans 9, where Paul uses the rhetoric strategy of prosopopoeia. He speaks in first person about sin and about being sinful and how he needs the salvation of God, the actual justification. So Paul uses this rhetoric strategy in order to describe the tragic entrapment of humanity in sin. Besides the dramatic effect of this strategy, the use of the emphatically individualistic I could hint to some more, let's say, individualistic concerns in Paul's discussion of justification. Although God's justice, dikaiosune, is a gift offered to all people, this should not diminish the importance of faith as the human response to God's trustworthiness and faithfulness. Similarly, in Paul's apocalyptic vision of a new creation in 1 Corinthians, kainiktisis, the interchange of the individualistic tis, it is en Χριστώ και νικτήσεις, with the communal κτήσεις, again creates a useful link between these two. Faith and election are also two important notions in Pauline studies that are usually understood on a communal level. Indeed, Israel and the Gentiles are elected to become a community. The people of God, and the mutual bond between them and God is pistos. Pisti. As it has already mentioned, though, it is not necessary that this communal aspect should diminish the role of the individual response to God's faithfulness. This is an interesting field of research that certainly needs further investigation. This is really a very interesting place to start in biblical studies. It is quite clear that individualism and communality are intertwined in many subtle ways in Paul's thought. This nuanced interaction of the two ends of the spectrum of human existence could be adopted as a useful model of our communities and parishes. More importantly, it could provide an ideological basis for an ethos that ensures both the individual's freedom and responsibility towards the communal body. In this respect, the Pauline notion of participation in the body of Christ, where each member retains his idiosyncrasy and value, but at the same time becomes part of a larger whole, does not fully support the position of Hierotheos Vlachos that I quoted earlier, according to which individual freedom and transformation can be separate and exist independently from that of the society. This charismatic anarchism, as it's called, would certainly be perplexing to Paul, who, when discussing the variety of spiritual gifts, insisted in both their individual diversity, but also in their communal orientation and unifying purpose. Despite its claim to tradition, this individualistic worldview of neo-Orthodoxy is rather contemporary and not so traditional. There are certainly, and I conclude, some important questions that biblical scholarship needs to address, like, for example, the nature of individual in ancient societies, its affinities and differences from our contemporary understanding of individualism, the content, the function, and the dynamics of the ancient notion of communion. Is it the same as now? Is something different? As well as the existence of various types of communal existence in the Greco-Roman context of the early Christian communities. The results of this discussion, as well as the development of certain methodological tools, could also be of importance in the current discussion of individualism and community. It could also help to trace the trajectory from individual autonomy and awareness to communal responsibility and belonging. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for showcasing this marginality, which of course has to do with perspectives of East and West, among others. So we can now let us now receive questions, comments, thoughts on the second presentation, and then we can also receive questions on the first one. But let's have some on Dr. Tsalambouni's presentations now.
Thank you. Thank you very much for this. Is it working? I would like to have a question more rather to the end of your very interesting presentation, where you are have been relating, say, the community of Christians, say, with after the body participation in body of Christ and so on, also to the, say, communal bindings of people in society. I wonder, my question would be, how do you think about the observation that in respect to, say, the practices in ancient times, the Jesus group was rather, say, breaking many traditions. So traditionally, people were, especially men, but also women, were obliged to be part of their family. So original community is family, but Jesus is saying, forget your family. We are now the new family. So in a sense, in my perspective, it's a kind of revolutionary break with, say, traditional arrangements of communities and obligations of individuals to be procreative, to keep up the, say, social system of the families and the surroundings on local level, but they left all. So how do you judge this in respect to what you said?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for this very interesting question. It's really something that we deal all the time in biblical studies about the nature and the stance, the ideology of early Christian communities. You're right. In Jesus' sayings, we find this radicalism. You have to leave your family, especially in Mark's gospel, and forget all the previous ties. At the same time, however, if we see what Paul does, Paul, first of all, adopts this family terminology. He's the father, they are the brothers and the sisters. And so I think that he recreates a kind of family. And I think that this is, of course, revolutionary on one side, but if we see that in a macroscopic, let's say, view, actually, at the very end, we land to the deuterocanonical pastoral epistles where all this family, let's say, structure is adopted. Of course, there's particular reasons for that, like the delay of parousia and so on. And I think that, okay, they are revolutionary, but at the same time, I have the feeling, especially when it comes to Paul, that he balances sometimes between this that is radical and eschatological and what he has to do now. Yes, he says that there is no, for example, male and female, but in 1 Corinthians, he deals in a not so radical way when he has to deal with women. So I think that there are many things that we need to somehow to find the balance. And just a last word, we have to think that even when the church decides to be the house church, we have a very interesting momentum. We have something that is public, ecclesia, that becomes something very private, and vice versa. Then, so I think that we have to see how radical really they were, or how far this radicalism reaches. But it's a very important research question that I think we all deal. And I'm afraid I cannot give a very definite answer now. Thank you.
Pandelis?
Thought someone called me to go out.
Okay. Actually, thank you very much for both presentations. Both of you can imagine that I subscribe to what you presented. So, Vasiliki, what is now the order?
We can receive any questions now.
Okay. So, I will start from Katerini Tsalabouni. There is a kind of paradox, I think you raise in a way this. I mean, people like Savas Agouridis, who was the most prominent biblical scholar in Greece and who created a kind of school, very much engaged in this kind of biblical political theology. He was clearly against any kind of individualistic interpretation of the Bible, of Orthodox spirituality, etc., etc. So he was against the individualistic understanding, but at the same time, he was the most friendly or the most open to Western values and to the West. For example, he was very open to human rights. He wrote a book on human rights. He was very much engaged, not only in what we call political theology, but in many movements like for the defense of the minorities, of human rights, etc., etc. On the other side, let's say the Orthodox or the Neo-Orthodox movement with Gianaras and the others who are criticized for a kind of collectivistic understanding of orthodoxy of the church. They are the ones who initiated, who put emphasis on a kind of individualistic understanding of orthodoxy, without social interest, without social concern. Gianaras actually was very critical towards what we call political theology. And all these people were very critical and very negative towards Western values. So how to deal with this paradox?
Yeah.
And if I can say something about Christos Karakoulis, especially the conclusion, so these critical remarks about Orthodox theology, I totally agree with your remarks. But how do you how to interpret this weak or this problematic status of biblical studies and this problematic status of the individual in Orthodox tradition? Is it because Orthodox theologians, or the majority of Orthodox theologians, or the dominant trend in Orthodox theology has not really put emphasis on biblical studies, or there are other reasons for this? I mean, do you think that, for example, biblical scholars, do they have different position, different attitude toward the problem of community and individual? So that's my questions and my remarks. Thank you.
Microphone.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, something to complement that. The opposite side of that, we have the modern Greek theological, say, landscape. At the far opposite of the Neo-Orthodoxy, we have the old emphasis on the from that, so para-ecclesiastical organizations and all this story, the old story, a very distinct emphasis on personal ethical improvement, which was important on other respects, but it came to support a very conservative, a very reactionary political political thinking that actually was based on collectivism, such as nationalism and all these things that we lived in the 60s and 70s, or even after the Civil War. So how can we can you see this opposite? Can we interpret this reversed image, which is the reverse phenomenon, what Pantelis said?
Thank you very much. That's my question as well, how to explain this kind of paradox. I think that, first of all, I think that what we have to learn is not to think black and white in all things. I think that things are gray, or shades of gray. And I think now that we are a little bit distanced from many events and many things, we could deal with them a little bit more, let's say, in a more, let's say, balanced way. Because, and of course, what we have now as an advantage is the fact that we have the aftermath of all these things, the mutations, transformations of all these movements. I agree with you. Let's start with these brotherhoods and sisterhoods that in my when I was a student at the faculty, it was like crazy. You were not allowed to mention that you belonged to something like that. It was this new Orthodox phase. Everybody was against everybody. And for some of us who came out of this, I can tell you, for example, that you can see exactly this kind of tension. It's keep this kind of individual piety, but at the same time, a kind of collectivism. And the same goes the other way around as well. I think that what for me is interesting is that New Orthodoxy, at least in the forms that we have now discussed, heralded a kind of collectivism that deeply actually was also could develop into an individualism, and it happened after that. And I think that was not the very beginning. The very beginning. So I think that here we have to take into consideration many different factors, political ones and social and cultural in Greece, but also the fact that everything has a double side. It's not just one thing or the other. I think that to be fair towards all these attempts, all these tried somehow to find a way to deal with these two let's say points of the spectrum, ends of the spectrum, individual and community. And of course, in Greece, after dictatorship, and in Greece with all these movements and social movement and so on, I think that was very easy, all this to get mixed. Agouridis perhaps was more honest when it came to that, because he was very clear from the very beginning that he belonged to a certain, let's say, movement. But if I may say, Pantelis, and I will finish because I don't want to keep talking about these things. I think that Agouridis, yes, promoted a kind of collectivism, but he also understood individual responsibility within this, let's say, collectivity. I mean, the way he wrote, the way he understood the kingdom of God, it was not just that we all together. Let's go all together. It was also the individual responsibility. So I think that could make him also feel responsible and eager to adopt things. And of course, one last thing, we have to think of personalities here and psychology. I think the psychological aspect is also important. What was Agouridis, what his background, what was his... Agouridis came from this, if I'm not mistaken, brotherhood, let's say, from Zoe, which was a very socially oriented and very urban oriented, let's say, communal, let's say, movement. So I think there are many things that we need to discuss, and perhaps at some point we should discuss them in a more, let's say, unbiased and neutral way. Thank you.
Yes, a very short answer to Pantelis. Pantelis, I mean, no idea. I don't think that there is somehow a unified tendency on the part of biblical theologians as to the question of individuality and community. I mean, it depends on exactly how Katerina put it. I fully agree. This has also psychological dimensions. This has to do with the personal history of every one of us, previous experiences, and I would add, based on also on what I presented, the biological side. I mean, we shouldn't forget that. If I may give again my 2 cents on this discussion and the biological side, we sometimes we tend to forget that we are just very complicated animals, actually, and the social animals, and so I don't think that there is anyone in the world that would go to the one or to the other side. I mean, to individualism, or that would support individualism or communitarianism or community, without also somehow incorporating and having and supporting the other side as well. I mean, both sides are always present, always in some way or the other. Where is the problem, in my opinion? And this applies to all living beings, not only to humans. But where is the problem? The problem is the extremes. When you have an extreme that really drives us to an imbalance, because in the balance, these two parts will never be equal. Each one of us will, according to the circumstances, or according to the personal history, or according to our psychological situations and conditions, will stress the one or the other side. Maybe both, according to the time period of our lives. But the problem is always the extremes. We should try to keep the balance as much as possible, I think, in church life, in theology, and of course also in our way of thinking.
Yes, it's rather a kind of a comment, so to say. I think that the discussion about individual and community in the Orthodox theology took place at a level which, according to my opinion, is the level of a kind of literature, so to say. Very romantic, very kind. Of course, you can develop wonderful theories about individualism or about communitarian or collectivist understandings of life. But I think it was a discussion, at least in Greece, that did overlook the dimension of system, the systemic dimensions of all these things. It did not discuss about structures. The point is in such discussions to say, yes, who takes decisions? How do I guarantee transparency? How can I express my opinion, even if I have a very individualist approach to church and whatever? I think that we did not sufficiently discuss about these things. And I would like to mention the discussion taking place now in the Roman Catholic Church because of the global, unfortunately global scandal of child abuse. Catholics and Orthodox share a wonderful theology considering Bishop and his ministry, and everything seems wonderful. The bishop who sums up the charisms of a community and whatever. But what does happen when a bishop violates the canon law, knows that we have such a situation of child abuse, and he doesn't forward it to Rome, for example? Who controls him? Who does even realize that something like that happened? And so a discussion has started some years ago on the systemic dimension of this problem. We can argue if the ways this discussion is taking place now are productive or counterproductive. But I think there is a point here, and there is a point that we did not comment in the Orthodox world. Thank you.
The question goes to both speakers, right? I guess. So would you like to?
I would like to say something.
Of course.
I agree with you, and I think it's very interesting to see how even some of these, let's say, representatives of this neo-patristic and neo-Orthodox movement actually became part of the system. Or see, for example, Zizula's idea of the bishop. I mean, it's a wonderful idea, but at the same time, it was a very useful tool for somehow strengthening the idea of a hierarchy, actually strengthening the power mechanisms in this body of the church. Or, for example, Hierotheos Vlachos and his charismatic anarchy. I mean, being told by a bishop, I don't know how it works. Could he accept charismatic anarchists in his diocese or in his parish? I'm not so sure. Not at all. So I think that I agree with you. There's some kind of idealism in these kind of things. It's not bad, but at least we need to know the limitations of these idealistic, let's say, visions of. Probably, yes. You're right.
We're doing very well as far as time, but we could receive one more question, possibly. So leave it up to you. Coffee break. Thank you very much for this discussion.
Just a minute, a practical detail. If anybody has PowerPoints for his speech, please give it to Panagiotis or to Valila. Okay, when you are ready, just give it. Thanks.
21. Since many years, Hans-Peter Großhans is a member of the Commission of the Evangelical Church of Germany for the dialogue with the Ecumenical Patriarch of Constantinople. His presentation is on the individual person and the church and the individual person. We are looking forward to it, Hans-Peter.
Thank you very much for introducing me. Before I start my presentation, I'd like to address all those who are speakers here and traveled to Volos. I will give you in the next hours or today such a letter. There is a formula inside in which you fill in your address and your bank account and put in the envelope your receipts of the travel tickets and so on, and send it to your address which is printed on top. And then you will hopefully receive the refunding. If I overlook somebody, if I lose oversight, then please address me. I think except those who came by car, they will be refunded directly from Volos Academy, if I'm not wrong. So in my paper, I'm reflecting on the relation of the individual person and the church, seen from both poles of this relation. Surely all relations are reciprocal. So, but with the title, which could be also only half of the length, I want to express that nevertheless, this relation can be conceived rather from the perspective of the individual person, or rather from the perspective of the church as the communion of believers. And I also, beforehand, I want to say that I understand my paper as part of a discourse between Orthodox and Protestant theology. So I shall try to bring some aspects from my background in discourse with recent Orthodox contributions to the understanding of the relation of the individual person and the church. I'm having 5 parts. First, kind of introductory remarks, then I will refer to the encyclical of the Synod of Crete, then on the paper for the life of the world. Then I will jump into a Reformation discourse on definition of the church. And then I will make a short remark on individualization in sociology of religion. So classical definitions of the church in biblical tradition conceive the church as body of Christ or as the people of God. These are communal or corporal definitions in which the individuals are understood from their belonging or being part of. Their identities are mainly given by the body and people they belong to. A rich diversity of human individuals seems to become a homogeneous uniformity. On the other hand, the Jesus group and the Jesus movement were full of strong individuals. They were strong enough against appearances and so-called realities and traditions to align their lives with the nearness of the reign of God now proclaimed by Jesus, and to continue to spread this message of the reign of God now near themselves. The followers of Jesus left their families, ignoring the natural obligations they had to their families, in order to join a new religious community, which was not any longer oriented to ethnic or cultural belongings, but directed to universal humanity or humankind. From the beginning of Christianity, it was about both the formation of a strong community and about strong individuals. That is, people who became strong, responsible persons through faith in the message of Jesus and later in Jesus Christ himself. If we look into the encyclical of the Holy Synod in Crete in 2016, we see the fear expressed that in the modern world, the sense of for the Christian community, the church gets lost because only individualism is emphasized. Emphasis on the individual. There, the church in this encyclical is defined as the body of Christ, among other definitions, which gathers the world to him. The church is not seen as an assembly of a plurality of individuals, but as an assembly of the world, that is, of a collective. The individual person comes in this document inside in paragraph 9, which deals with education. The major challenge in educating young persons in the direction of an orthodox understanding of a human person is seen in quotation, the prevailing, I have translated from the German translation into English. Sorry, perhaps it's not perfect. So the prevailing secularized individualistic system of education that young people suffer from today, which hinders to educate young people, again, quote, to a conscious and active participation in the life of the church and to awake in them perfect aspiration to a life in Christ. The key words here in respect to education of secularization and individualization are then running through the following parts of the encyclical. The church today sees itself confronted, also quote, confronted with extreme or even provocative expressions of the ideology of secularization, of which is an important component, again, quote, the full autonomy of man from Christ and the spiritual influence of the church. The deeper reasons for this challenge to the church is seen in that in contemporary secularized societies, man cut off from God identifies his freedom and meaning in life with absolute autonomy. Especially Christ's sacrificial love is understood as incompatible with individualism, while the ascetic character of the Christian ethos is seen as an intolerable challenge to the individual pursuit of happiness. So in this constellation, the encyclical understands the church as a kind of counter-reality to the aberrations of the modern world. The God-human character, quote, of the church, which sustains and guides her presence and witness in the world, is incompatible with any kind of assimilation of the church to the world. Interesting is how these general considerations are then applied to the fields of science and technology and to human rights. Although it is stated that science and technology also bring benefits, attention is drawn mainly to the potential negative consequences of scientific progress, like the manipulation of human freedom, the instrumentalization of human beings, the loss of valuable traditions, the threat and destruction of the natural environment, for example. Above all, it is claimed that science does not have the means to prevent or solve many of the problems it directly or indirectly creates. Moreover, scientific knowledge does not mobilize, according to the Council, the moral will of human beings. In this line, also the medical human science, a fundamental objection is formulated against any scientific practice in which the human being is turned into an object and a measurable quantity. In a similar way, the encyclical sets against individualism and the focus on having in modern global society two ideas for a Christian individual life, with an emphasis on work and an ascetic way of life, which could also be, according Weber and so on, very Protestant.
It's very Protestant.
Yeah, but not perhaps in the sense in this document. The emphasis on work is, of course, directed, but not spoken out, but directed against the modern financial and capital economy and against all forms of alienated labor. And the emphasis on asceticism is the religious form of criticism of a global waste of resources. When it comes to human rights, the encyclical also sees much more problems than opportunities. It formulates the approach to human rights on the part of the Orthodox Church, exposes the danger that individual rights can turn into individualism and legal claims. Such misdirection takes place at the expense of the social content of freedom and leads to the arbitrary transformation of rights into claims to prosperity, as well as to the questionable identification of freedom with individual arbitrariness as a universal value, which endangers the foundations of social values, the family, religion, and the nation, and threatens fundamental moral values. It's now interesting that the document for the life of the world towards the social ethic of the church, which in my opinion is a very excellent text, in which that this text corrects, seems to correct much of the positions of the encyclical. The document so it's most gratifying that the fundamental contradictions in which the church is conceived to this development, say in the modern world, is changed in this, in my opinion, document for the life of the world, adopted by the Holy Synod of the Church of Constantinople in 2020. This document emphasizes, among other things, the importance of the individual person in the context of the church and human communities as a whole, in a way that corresponds to the reality of modern life, which, by the way, is also the life of Christians in various aspects of their life, and is valued by them in many ways, say in politics, society, and culture. On the relationship between the individual person and the human and ecclesial community, the main statement is found in the first two sentences of this document. I quote, "The Orthodox Church understands the human person as created in the image and likeness of God. To be created in God's image means to be created for free and conscious communion and union with God in Jesus Christ. And since every person is created in the image and likeness of God, he or she is unique and infinitely precious, and to each person is addressed the special love of God. This love calls us to ever greater communion with one another, with all those with whose lives we are in contact, with the totality of creation, and so with the one who created all things." So those who believe in this love of God and live accordingly, then they form already now, with Karl, one could say in an anticipating way, that community in which cohesion comes solely from the relationship of the individual persons involved to Jesus Christ and among others, and not from other affiliations such as culture, family, class, or ethnicity. This is how the church forms itself, which in its history has always had to determine and defend its identity of this kind in the challenges of its respective time and context, and in doing so also its relationships to its members, the individual believers. The document for the life of the work marks then the present time of the church as a secular age. In Protestant theology, Dietrich Bonhoeffer was one of the first to see this very sharp in this way. For the present characterized in this way, with its problematic situations, an attempt is then made to formulate a social ethos of the Orthodox Church for various subject areas. Particularly impressive in this is the attention to the individual concrete problem-ridden person and the church accompaniment of the concrete individual person in the course of his or her life. For this, human rights are considered to be fundamentally very important, and they are viewed positively. They are understood as fruits of Christianity that are deeply rooted in the gospel and its proclamation, and correspond to the proclamation of the infinite value of every soul and the full personal dignity of every individual. It is pointed out that true human freedom, with the individual realization of one's own nature, goes further than human rights, which in contrast formulate a quasi-negative freedom. In this respect, human rights conventions cannot bring about and achieve such true freedom of the individual. But beyond, say, these limits, it is then stated that they can, however, help to secure freedom for individuals and communities from an immense variety of destructive and pernicious forces that too often conspire towards the pursuit of true freedom. The language of human rights is indispensable for negotiating the principles of civil justice and peace, but it also serves the highest aspirations of human nature by proclaiming and defending the inviolable dignity of every soul. It is then shown in this paper in great detail, and not only generally, where and how human rights are of indispensable relevance to the protection of the dignity of every soul. This is then illustrated, among other things, by the example of modern forms of slavery, many details, and by the example of the diverse forms of migrations. With regard to modern sciences and technologies, the paper For the Life of the World sees not only the problems, but first of all, the opportunities associated with them, such as in the field of medicine. Importance is attached to the fact that the use of new knowledge and techniques can always be multifaceted, especially from a moral point of view. Therefore, it is important, according to this paper, to look at each individual case from the point of view of whether the concrete person can be helped. For the Life of the World makes so a strong plea to overcome the apparent antagonism between the world of faith and the world of science. Quote, Christians should rejoice in the advances of all the sciences, learn willingly from them, and encourage scientific education and public and private funding of legitimate and necessary scientific research. Especially in our age of ecological crisis, we must use all the resources of scientific research and theory building to find ever deeper knowledge of our world and ever more effective solutions to our common dangers. I have really here to say I can add nothing to this clear focus of the Church on the comprehensive support of all elements of the modern world that support the lives of concrete individual human beings in all aspects of life in politics, society, and culture. And because I only can agree with what I quoted, I like now to turn to say now a different perspective on this issue of individual and community, now to a quasi-internal theological understanding of these reciprocal relations of the Church and the believers. It's a bit easier to think about the relation community believers in respect of the individuals outside, or they're not outside, they're also inside, but say from the point of view of social ethics, than say from the ecclesiological point of view. And I would like now to look on the ecclesiological point of view, and I do this now with some Protestant materials. You may transfer it in your imagination to Orthodox constellations. I have not the time to do this. I'll show you now something which may be perhaps not so familiar to you, perhaps. So according to Friedrich Schleiermacher, Protestantism makes the relationship of the individual to the Church dependent on the relationship to Christ. So me and Christ, and then after that to the others. The individual relationship to Christ seems to precede membership in the Church, and in this respect, integration into community seems to be secondary to becoming and being a Christian as an individual person. So the normal understanding of Protestantism goes. However, Schleiermacher, who transformed Protestant theology from a pre-modern to modern times, also attributed an important role to the Church in Protestantism for mediating the relationship of the individual human being to Jesus Christ. He also thinks that the development of an individual's relationship to Christ cannot be understood independently of the Church as the community of the believers. The relationship of an individual human being to Christ and the relationship to Christ are equally original. The connection to Christ only exists in connection with adherence to the community. Neither a priority of the community of believers over the believing individual, nor a priority of the individual over the community corresponds to the Christian faith and the understanding of the church as the body of Christ or as the people of God. If the church is defined from Jesus Christ as the body of Christ, then the relationship to Christ also places a person in her ongoing individuality in the context of the church, and the relationship to the church is at the same time a relationship to Jesus Christ. Being in Christ means being in the church, and vice versa, enriching this community with one's individuality. In order to define common ground in ecclesiology for Orthodox and Protestant theology, I take now up an image with which I want to illustrate this connection. And this is the image of the church as the mother of all believers, which was also used for this purpose by the reformers, Martin Luther and John Calvin. But is, I have to say, in nowadays Protestant theology, not so often used or almost not used. So it's also a message to my own tradition, perhaps. If the church, which is evangelically defined in the Augsburg Confession as the congregation, we could also translate assembly or community of believers, but essentially it's the coming together of individuals. If so, that's the church. If this church is presented in the image of the mother, then it can only be understood, it cannot only be understood as an instrument or instrumental aid for the faith of believing individuals. It is then not just one of the external means and helps by which God invites us to and sustains us in communion with Christ and the church. John Calvin calls the church the mother of all believers, quote, "For there is no other way for us to enter into life than that she conceives us in her womb, gives birth to us, nourishes us at her breast, and finally takes us under her protection and guidance." If we imagine the church in this way as a mother, then it cannot be understood merely as a kind of external aid to faith that mediates salvation to the individual Christian. Like a mother, the church is then to be understood as the living space and living context to which a believing individual necessarily belongs. However, this idea also has consequences for our view of the church. Thus, the church, like every mother, needs her children in order to be mother. Karl Barth pointed out that the church, imagined as a mother, exists, however, only in the, quote, common being, living and doing in the faith, love and hope of its members, and thus of the individual Christians. Here, the image of the mother in the use application to the church reaches a limit. For in our worldly life, a mother is also an independent individual, perhaps also a wife, perhaps also a professor, an athlete, and so on. In the application of this image to the church, all this is faded out, and the church is understood entirely from the special role of as mother. It would be go wrong if we were to apply the image of a woman also who is also, among other things, a mother to the church, and then infer the possibility of a life of the church independent of the common existence of individual believers. So this would be the critique to certain forms of churches. However, this idea is also to be avoided. The Christian community and the individual believers stand in an unsolvable close relationship. They are each other means and ends. There is no church without the individual believers and no believer without the church. An individual believer cannot separate himself from the church, just as the church cannot distance itself from the individual believers. And this also is in the Lord's prayers when we pray, "Forgive us our sins." This also the mother has to pray, so also the church. So it cannot be separated from the sins of the believers, the church. However, corresponding misunderstandings are not excluded in Calvin's use of the image of the mother for the church. His concept of the mother is not without problems. For in his view, the church as mother and I quote, guards and guides us until we have put mortal flesh from us and will be like the angels. In Calvin's image of the mother, believing individuals are cared for by the church beyond their lives. The horror of every earthly mother having to bury a child apparently does not bother him. His image of the mother does not include the individual believers being led by the church to independent, self-responsible existence as believers. Now, in Martin Luther's use of the image of the church as the mother of all believers, we find precisely this idea, that it is the concern of every mother that the children become independent persons, and thus a mother rejoices when the children leave the house and entirely in the spirit that was shaped by herself, now lead their Christian lives on their own. In his interpretation of the third article of the Apostolic Creed in his large catechism, Luther refers to the church as, quote, the mother who begets and bears a Christian through the word of God. What is striking about this formulation is that it is not the church as such that begets and bears the Christian, but the word of God made audible by the church. In the interpretation of Galatians 4:26, where it is said, but the Jerusalem that is above, that is the free, that is our mother, Luther deepened this thought. Therefore, he writes, Sarah or Jerusalem, our free mother is the church. Christ's bride, of whom we are all born. But she bears children by exercising the ministry of the word, that is, by teaching and spreading the gospel, for that is to give birth. But she teaches the gospel in this way, that we may be set free from the curse of the law, from sin and death and all evil, not by laws and works, but by Christ. So Jerusalem, which is above, that is the church, is not subject to law and works, but is the free and the mother without law, sin and death. As the mother herself is, so are the children she bears. Luther's image of the mother was different from Calvin's. In his mother concept, one could call this, a mother looks after and cares for the children until they are grown up. After that, her task of care ceases and she rejoices when her children live a free life independently on their own responsibility. Of course, still accompanied by her good wishes and prayers, and also by the word of God and the divine spirit, and thus supported in their freedom. We see here how in the origin of the Reformation, two different church concepts are established due to different mother concepts in John Calvin and Martin Luther. A church of lifelong care contrasts with a church of freedom. Both form two different types of community with different arrangements of its relation to the individual Christian person. If we continue in the footsteps of Martin Luther, which I simply do because of his concept of the mother, then this has ecclesiological consequences for the relationship between the community of believers and the believing individuals. All believing individuals are equally responsible for the church as a community of believers, and the transmission of the freedom-giving word of God are they also responsible, as those are responsible who represent the church in office and bodies, be it in synods, bishops, or other church-leading offices. Since the freedom of a Christian always leads to love, which connects a Christian with all other Christians and all people in general, it is also not appropriate within the church for those who represent the church in offices and institutions to behave in an authoritarian manner towards believing individuals. I think that this is also how actually it is seen in Orthodox ecclesiology, if I understand this right, where the principle of reception of encyclicals, pronouncements, laws, and ordinances by the entire ecclesial community is of great importance. And in this way, some nonsense can always be silenced. In Protestant ecclesiology, moreover, the constructive contradiction of the believing individual vis-à-vis the community is also seen positively. Even if it can be exhausting in individual cases in the concrete life, individual believers can and should also take a critical oppositional stance to the church community if they, in their responsibility for the church think it is necessary. From this critical opposition of individuals to the church community, it follows that the Protestant church is a becoming, changing church, as a colleague with name Hans Grass put it with regard to Schleiermacher. I like now to, if I'm not too much over time, to make a final remark on individualization, where I took up some insights of my Münster colleague in sociology of religion, Detlef Pollack, risking the severe opposition of Jose Casanova. So the main question is, Detlef Pollack is a strong adherence of secularization theory, and there is a development, say, of secularization in Western, at least Western societies, and he's proving this with polls and asking the people. And so the question is this the end of religion? Some secularization theories say secularization is leading to either end of religion or to transformation into something else. But actually, he is not saying this. He is coming to the result that we have to adapt to a new form of leading a religious life. And then there are some characteristics of secularization. And in each characteristic, you can show that the form of religion changes, but not religion generally is abolished. So if a church would consider this, then it would adapt to these changes of the understanding of religions among the people. And I'm only now looking on the characteristic of individualization and what follows from that. And individualization means now, in this understanding in sociology of religion, it means, or generally in sociology, it means, now a quote from Pollack, that less than in pre-modern societies, with the individual, what the individual thinks, feels, and believes is determined by origin and milieu. More and more, the individual is able to produce his or her own lifestyle, social status, and beliefs, and to emancipate himself or herself from contextual conditions. The churches naturally feel challenged by this individualization and individualism, especially if it is linked to the fact that this would cause people ties to religious communities to dissolve. Religious communities would lose social acceptance, and on the other hand, a general religiosity would take the place of faith and faith communities. So that's a serious challenge. Then religion would, in this, say, imagination to individualization, religion would also shift its places and forms of expressions to other areas of society. For example, to psychoanalysis and body care, to entertainment culture, to tourism or sport. So it would go away from the churches. We can observe now that at the same time, individualization in society also leads, at least partly, to an intensification of faith and religion. Some recent religious movements are to be understood as precisely individualization boosts, say Pentecostal churches, for example. It can be observed in these that their members often break away from the traditions in which they grew up. But these people often turn to other religious communities and other forms of religious life. In other words, they are breaking away from the religious and cultural homogeneity of their society, their ethnic group or their family, but they are at the same time taking their religious life, their life of faith, into their own hands, one could say. The break with religious tradition and the disruption of religious homogeneity goes hand in hand with a reshaping of one's own religious practice and also the reshaping of the religious network of relationship. Individualization here does not mean religion is a private matter, only going back to my individual privacy, and does not mean generally withdrawal from religious communities, because religion is a personal matter and not at all a private one. Commitment of shared beliefs and actions with others is absolutely part of faith and religion. So individualization means taking means mainly then in the core, a stand on faith and religion oneself, but is not directed against living in communities with others. And individualization also means to relate religion to oneself, and that's not so to my ethnic group, all Germans or Greek, not to humanity in general, and so on. If churches want to really address people today conceived in this development of individualization, then they have to make it clear that the service of God which they offer, so in the spiritual or religious service churches are offering, is pro me in a Lutheran formulation, for me and for you. The individual person has to be placed at the center of spiritual religious practice of the churches. In a sense, this is nothing new, neither for Orthodox nor for Protestant churches, but nevertheless a challenge. It's perhaps only a matter of awareness. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Hans-Peter. I think there are also a lot of questions. I think it's very interesting to have that you have shown that individual personality has room inside the church, but nevertheless, the church is not only a functional conception. And I think this we have to keep in mind. And you showed it that it's not only functional with the image of the mother of all believers, the church as mother of all believers in the different aspects of Calvin and Luther, and following the way of Luther, which is pointing out the individuality and the emancipation of the person. I think we keep it like in the last section, that we have room for one or two questions now directly to Hans-Peter's talk. Yes.
Right. Not only because of Detlef Pollack's provocation. I mean, I'm concerned about this notion of pre-modern, we're like that, and we moderns are like that. I think this is absolutely nonsense. Precisely because we've seen from the discussion of biblical how individualism is part of this process. In this context, I'm going to refer to another classic of German sociology and theology, Ernst Troeltsch, The Three Tribes of Christian. I mean, the social thesis of the Christian churches points to three types of religious communities, all three equally legitimate historical institutionalizations of the Christian message, namely churches, sects, and individual mysticism, where appear not as one superseding the others, but as three forms that repeat themselves and in different periods may have a higher position than others. So I want you to address this issue of the three types of religious community, the three types, if you wish, even of ecclesia.
Thank you very much for this question. This would have been a point which I should have mentioned, but with time limit, not. Because if one follows this, say, suggestions on individualization, which I made at the end, it comes to the point that we have to accept various forms of, say, communal organizations of Christian faith. And this can have, according to these types, but also within the types, we can have to accept the plurality. So we have to see plurality of churches as something positive. Because it's according, say, what fits to individuals. And we should not think about, say, churches as having only, say, the one form for this part of the world and for somewhere else, but rather coming from individuals, then see that there's a plurality of churches, but also among sects. And that the sect in this category also has its legitimate form of Christians forming, say, communities. I mean, sects then are very noble churches, as Flantis knows them, the Mennonites, for example, very serious Christian, or perhaps the Adventist church, they are a bit more difficult to consider, but nevertheless. And also individual forms, I would say, of different types, they have to be accepted. So there's three forms, and within them also plurality. We have to get this positive side. in this discussion on the unity mark of the church, unity, I always say, and it's always said it has been cut. So it was a break. There always comes the image of something violent, destroying unity. I always say, look on my plants in my garden with the nice fruits, and they are dividing by themselves. They are dividing, and then I have more fruits next year. That's very interesting. So why not looking on such images? But thank you for this question. I'm fully going along with that.
Yeah. Since there is no other question in the room, I still have one question, which I think is very important also for the Protestant thinking. I appreciate very much that you pointed out that the church is not a functional position only, which is also often seen in Protestants, and that church only has a functional position. But if you then go to Detlef Pollack and his question of the Protestant church to react to the wishes and desire of special modern people, is this not then a functional view of the church if you just only react to the wishes of people? And because if the church does not only have a functional position, then the church also has to guide has to guide the wishes of people, and this has to be communicated. But this is very difficult in modern times.
So in my own family, in gender types, I'm the mother. Perhaps not in sexual types, but in gender typology, because I have a full storage of things. I'm always looking that food is there and drinks are there and so on. And so for all the drinks my children like, they're always there. So it's not only functional to start from individuals' perspectives, what they like and what they are looking for. It's a much more intensive relation. So the children do not come to me and to my wife only because they come for drinks, but if they come, they are getting their drinks and not only red tea or something like this. So therefore, because it's the communion, how it is lived out between, say, the unity family and then the parts between. And in a similar way, I would transfer this into the wider context. I mean, this comparisons are always difficult with the images. They have their limits. But I would not say that if the church people who are doing the work, the pastors and so on, if they are more sensitive to the needs of their members and also seeing what they are looking for, it's not only making to them only a functional relation. So it's rather part of the sensitivity is rather part of a non-functional point of view, because this is the church, what it is for and what the church has to offer. And it's now not saying you all are this, but you are personally. So it's more like, but I understand that this kind of, we had discussions, so the services and so on, and it's becoming like a shop or something, a cafeteria, and so everybody's choosing what he likes. So maybe it's a small difference, but therefore the mother cannot be functional. Also, she had a function. She brought me into life, but she is not, I have no functional relation to her, I have to say.
Yeah, thank you. Now we come back to this talk. Now we are going forward. I'm very glad to introduce to you Georgios Lantis, who surely also is well known since he is here in Greece and in Volos since 2012, research associate of the Volos Academy. but also since 2016, a director of the Council of Christian Churches in Bavaria, Germany. Therefore, we know him also very well. And he said I should not talk a lot about him, but I think it's worth to mention that he has published and was worked as a translator for and many books and articles to the issues of philosophy of religion, history of theology, and ecumenism in Greek, German, English, and Italian. And he is active in various ecumenical forums in Germany and beyond. Today, he has problems with his voice, and therefore, we are glad to have the help of Dr. Kouremenos, and he will read his talk. But for question, Georgios will answer. Yeah. So.
Thank you. Synod versus community. Reconciliation processes and receptive ecumenism in contemporary Orthodoxy. Christ's love moves the world to reconciliation and unity. This was the theme of the 11th Assembly of the World Council of Churches held in Karlsruhe, Germany, from August 31st to September 8th, 2022. The most recognizable platform for multilateral ecumenism on the global level emphasized hereby the theological importance of reconciliation and unity in very challenging times, both for the Orthodox world and the ecumenical movement. The Eastern Church insists upon the responsibility of church leadership and the synods of bishops for the healing of divisions and schisms. Nevertheless, the political, cultural, or furthermore ecclesial and sacramental implications of serious ruptures in church life refer to the ecclesial community in its wholeness. But does the whole people of God indeed get involved in reconciliation processes in the Orthodox Church? Does any reception of ecumenical achievements take place on the level of parish life? What are the capacities of a church synod in the fields of reconciliation and ecumenical reception, and what problems emerge from the vertical exercise of its authority? Do also systematic deficits contribute to the strengthening of fundamentalist groups questioning reconciliation processes and ecumenism? I will briefly deal with these important questions, which are related to the general theme of our conference, focusing on current challenges Orthodoxy is facing. My perspective and experience are one of a theologian dealing with ecclesiology and ecumenism. Important issues raised by canon law will be left aside. Every approach on reconciliation nowadays leads to associations with the tragedy of Ukraine, but I will only comment on it in passing, since the complexity of this situation requires a special approach beyond the intention of this paper. The relevance of the problematic. The connection between the Synod of Bishops and the whole community of Orthodox believers is of obvious ecclesiological importance, but it is also directly linked to the whole question of the Orthodox Church's encounter with modernity. Various approaches to the role of the individual and its rights in modern times question authoritarian pre-modern models and their decision-making processes. The emphasis upon the value of individuality also leads to new understandings of representativeness. In modern democratic systems, the individual usually does not entrust the administration of any kind unconditionally. Processes of control, where the individual plays an active role, are parts of the very concept of modern democracy. The access to information and the possibilities of expressing the own opinion nowadays are unimaginable compared to the times and context in which basic decision-making processes were institutionalized in Orthodoxy. It is interesting how much this has been already realized in the allegedly traditionalist Orthodox world. Many times, I think that too many bishops do not consider and are not afraid of theologians, but of journalists and social media influencers. Having no center of unity with capacities comparable with, for example, the Roman Catholic Church, the Orthodox churches have never coexisted as harmoniously as they often claim. But even by Orthodox standards, the tensions of recent years show how urgent the need for reconciliation in the Orthodox world is. In Ukraine, in the midst of war, two major churches are at odds, each claiming to be the only authentic expression of Orthodoxy in the country. At the pan-Orthodox level, the escalation of the conflict between the Ecumenical Patriarchate and the Church of Russia found its most sorrowful expression in the series of decisions of the Church of Russia to break communion with both Constantinople, Alexandria, Greece, and Cyprus, because they recognize the newly established autocephalous Church of Ukraine. By exercising a policy of both blackmail and bribes, the Church, led by Kirill of Moscow, contributes to further polarization in the Orthodox world. Orthodoxy in Africa is being torn apart by the actions of the Russians, but other conflicts should not be forgotten, such as the long-standing break in communion with the old patriarchates of Antioch and Jerusalem. Serbia and Romania dispute over jurisdictional issues. The ecclesial situation in Montenegro justifies serious concerns. Nor has the Church in the Czech Republic and Slovakia really made place after the sharp conflict over the election of its primate some years ago. Unfortunately, I could mention many other similar cases. Also, at the ecumenical level, it is necessary to work towards reconciliation. Not only doctrine, but also interpretations of history contribute to the deepening of divisions among Orthodox and members of other churches. The relationship between Serbs and Croats, it is a typical example, considering the role of both churches during the Second World War. Another one has to do with uniatism in various countries, one of the greatest taboos in the Orthodox world. In its dialogue with Roman Catholicism and Protestantism, Orthodoxy keeps reminding of the wounds caused by the activities of missionaries in previous centuries. Projects for healing of memories carried out by a variety of actors are of great importance for establishing and deepening Christian unity. The seek for reconciliation is not only for the Orthodox of importance. At the broader inter-Christian level, tensions and new divisions are arising. Debates within Roman Catholicism regarding the role of bishops and clergy in general, the responsibility of church leadership for the child abuse scandals, the ordination of women, and issues of sexuality take place in many contexts in an atmosphere of great polarization. Similar issues lead to great concern in the Protestant world. The issue of homosexuality and the rights of the LGBTQ community cause serious turbulences within large families of churches, such as the Anglican Communion. To these tensions, one may add culturally or historically determined conflicts, such as between the rich North and the poor South, or European and post-colonial societies. Considering the importance of these conflicts, pessimists ask if the vision of Christian unity is anything more than pure and fruitless utopia. On the other side, many achievements of inter-Orthodox or ecumenical dialogues are being underestimated or ignored. Does the existing relationship between synod and community of faithful contribute to the explanation of this phenomenon? A year ago, the schism with the Church of Northern Macedonia was healed. The joy for the re-establishment of Eucharistic communion among millions of people seemed to vanish in front of the rivalries between churches upon the autocephalous or not ecclesial status of this church, and also because of the still existing nationalistic controversies between Serbia, Northern Macedonia, and Greece. Since some years, a significant part of Orthodoxy has Eucharistic communion with millions of Ukrainians who for decades lived in schismatic structures. This did not seem to interest various commentators on church politics, not even ecumenists, Orthodox and hetero-Orthodox, involved in the discussion about the Ukrainian issue. In spite of numerous political, cultural, and other challenges, the Orthodox Church has been one of the most important initiators of the modern ecumenical movement. It has not only followed, but also actively co-shaped decisive developments, participating in numerous multi- and bilateral dialogues in local, national, and global level. Even if Orthodoxy has not yet restored Eucharistic communion with its dialogue partners, certain developments bear witness to vital ecumenical achievements, showing that to a certain extent, at least at the level of church leadership and hierarchy, Orthodoxy has in many contexts overcome the era of mere confessionalism. The fraternal relations of many Orthodox churches to the Roman Catholic Church, the not self-evident continuation of the dialogue with the Protestant world, the achievements in the dialogue with the Oriental Orthodoxy are signs of hope. But are the Orthodox faithful really aware of these developments? During the last decades, reception has been gradually established as terminus technicus in ecumenical theology, signifying processes of appropriation and integration of results of the bi- or multilateral ecumenical dialogue in the various levels of the Church's life: doctrinal, liturgical, juridical, pastoral, etc. I believe that this is also a crucial nuance of the theme of the last WCC assembly. The notion of movement, Christ's love moves the world, points to the character of reception and reconciliation, not as an event, but as a process taking place in various levels, as a process which presupposes and contributes to the gradual growing of the unity of the Spirit among churches in the bond of peace. This dynamic character is crucial when considering the role of the people of God in such procedures. There is no automatism in reconciliation or in reception processes, and therefore no one should be too happy if achievements take place only on the level of hierarchy. The subject of reconciliation and reception. Who acts as the subject of reconciliation and reception processes? Only some months after the passing away of Metropolitans Callistos of Dioclea and John of Pergamon of blessed memory, I do not need to repeat the evident importance of synodal structures for every reconciling or receptive procedure. The Eastern Church regards the bishops as the guarantors of orthodoxy, the right faith, of their local churches, and as the ones who summarize the charism of their faithful. Their synodal gathering mirrors the communion of their local churches in the one faith. As governing body, the synod of an Orthodox church plays a decisive role in its inter-Orthodox and ecumenical activities. It is the authority which determines the attitude of a church in both levels. It names official delegates, evaluates the results of inter-Orthodox and ecumenical meetings, decides for or against their reception, and takes consequential pastoral initiatives. The importance of a bishopric synod in the decision-making processes presupposes a specific sacramental ecclesiology that goes beyond merely functionalistic understandings of church ministries. But in spite of the importance of a synod, its word is neither theologically nor pragmatically seen as the last one. The synod ought to express the conscience of the church, but it does not substitute it. Numerous historical examples testify that typical criteria are not enough for the acceptance of an ecclesial decision, document, or even a council as a whole by the conscience of the church. The Robert Council of Ephesus in 449, the Iconoclastic Council of Ieria in 754, and the Council of Ferrara, Florence, have been rejected by the people of God, who exercised its prophetic critical function in the body of the church. With their involvement in the reception processes, clergymen and laity together mirror the permanent conciliarity of the church, reveal the church as a conciliar being, and remind of the fluid character of reconciliation and reception processes. Every generation receives anew what has been given and elaborates it in a new way. Every generation rereads and rewrites history, even if various churches seem to overemphasize hermeneutics of continuity or even linearity. Dysfunctionalities. Theory is important for establishing an ideal, but theology should also examine if there is indeed a symphonia, an accordance between it and the church reality. The excessive emphasis on the importance of the Synod of Bishops has led in several Orthodox churches to the disassociation from the life of the whole community of the faithful. At the level of the diocese or at the one of the parish, synodality is often practically absent. The role of the presbyters is far from the ideal expressed by Saint Ignatius, even if the most important representatives of modern Orthodox ecclesiology systematically quote him. Neither the presbyters nor the lay people have real institutional possibilities to participate in decision-making processes at the diocesan level. How can one consider the bishop as the one who sums up the gifts of the local church around him when the institutional possibilities of expressing these gifts do not exist? What is the actual connection between each parish and diocese in the synod and the Synod of Bishops? As Father Vasilios Thermos writes, and I quote, "The typical Orthodox bishop never convince his priests or possibly even some of the laity of the diocese to discuss with them the issues of the Synod of Bishops that is to be convened. Therefore, he gives the impression that he will participate in the synod as an individual and not as the head of the diocese. Moreover, the bishop never discusses with the clergy and people of his diocese the decision of the synod to determine ultimately whether they reflect the faith, experience, and conviction of the clergy and people of the diocese. In fact, bishops speak, vote, and make decisions in the absence of the clergy and people, who are then called upon in the name of obedience to carry them out." End of quotation. The decisions taken by a synod of bishops do not only concern purely bureaucratic matters, they often directly affect the life of the whole Christian community, which is called to accept things about which it has never consulted. The series of decisions of the Russian Orthodox Church to break communion with her churches of Constantinople, Alexandria, Greece, and Cyprus was not even taken by the synod of all bishops of this church, a form of permanent synod consisting of not much more than 10 bishops, took decisions that affect the sacramental life of millions of people, decisions which in no way contribute to Orthodox reconciliation, but to the deepening of the conflict. The Synod of the Ecumenical Patriarchate decided to abolish the exarchate of the Russian tradition in a completely vertical manner without prior consultation, resulting, of course, in a reaction that led to the return of most of the exarchate's faithful to the Moscow Patriarchate. I already evaluated very positively the fact of the restoration of ecclesiastical communion with the Church of North Macedonia. However, the structures involved seemed not to show even the slightest interest for the engagement of the wholeness of the faithful in this reconciliation process. The whole affair was basically dealt with at the level of church hierarchies. Were there any efforts to inform the faithful about the dimension of the challenge, the developments that made the restoration of communion possible? Did anyone ask the faithful if they wanted this reconciliation? For decades, millions of people suffered the consequences of the schism at the sacramental level, but none of them were considered to contribute to its restorations, only their hierarchs. But how effective can a process of reconciliation be when no interest is expressed for the involvement of the faithful in it? The fragility of reconciliation processes in the Orthodox world becomes evident every time tensions occur. Each church has its own interpretations of, for example, the events that led to its autocephaly. The difference in historical interpretations, which in times of peace is silenced, is aggressively expressed whenever the church clash. The narrative of the Serbs, Bulgarians, or Romanians about their autocephaly differs from that of, for example, the Ecumenical Patriarchate. It goes without saying that behind the differences in history lie much more substantial differences in matters theological, canonical, jurisdictional, and pastoral. How deep and substantial is the reconciliation that has been achieved? The alienation as to the role of the Bishop's Council in reconciliation processes is also observed at the level of the ecumenism and the reception of the fruits of the inter-Christian dialogue by the Orthodox Church. This issue is a really big one, and one could refer to many examples, but I will focus on Karlsruhe. The synods of the Orthodox churches appointed delegates for the Assembly of the Assembly of the World Council of Churches. Were the procedures always transparent? On the basis of what criteria were these representatives chosen? See the case of the Russian Church that twice changed the list of delegates. To what extent did the people of God play a role in the selection of these persons? I am not addressing these questions because I was excluded. I was not. I was delegate of my church, but the question has to be asked not concerning one Orthodox church, but the whole of Orthodoxy. How many Orthodox publications on Karlsruhe do we have? How many conferences were held before Karlsruhe to inform God's people of this crucial event of the ecumenical movement? Furthermore, what was written after Karlsruhe? How many conferences, how many events were held to evaluate it in the Orthodox world? I note here that the Volos Academy held an online event before the event, but it was the exception. Also, a few months ago in Volos, at the IOTA conference, among the plethora of theological events, only one session was dedicated to the WCC, again organized by Volos Academy. Can we even speak of a reception of Karlsruhe in the Orthodox world? Reports on all ecumenical events are prepared by the Church's committees, which are submitted to the Synod for evaluation. Usually, at this point, the preoccupation with the event ends and no concern for informing God's people is expressed. It is striking that in many cases there is not the slightest interest expressed in translating and publishing in easily accessibly printed all electronic media official texts of the dialogues. My experience in trying to collect Greek translations of the dialogue between Orthodox and Roman Catholics has been a very sad one. The 2016 Holy and Great Synod states in the text on relations with the rest of the Christian world, I quote, "The Orthodox Church considers all efforts to break the unity of the Church undertaken by individuals or groups under the pretext of maintaining or allegedly defending true Orthodoxy as being worthy of condemnation. As evidenced throughout the life of the Orthodox Church, the preservation of the true Orthodox faith is ensured only through the conciliar system, which has always represented the highest authority in the Church on matters of faith and canonical decrees." Canon 6 of the Second Ecumenical Council. End of quotation. This declaration is of importance. It points out at an interesting paradoxon. In many cases, the church hierarchy is more open to dialogue than their faithful. Some months ago, a new archbishop has been elected for Cyprus. The candidate that gathered the greatest number of votes at the first round, when all the faithful participate in the election processes, is one of the most anti-ecumenical bishops of the island. The hierarchy that had to finally decide among the candidates that gathered the most votes at the first round elected a significantly more open bishop. The fact that in Orthodoxy the community of the faithful is not involved, or that if it gets involved, it is many times negative to reconciliation and reception processes and ecumenism, should lead us to ask many unpleasant questions. Is this negativity also a signal that sometimes that something is going wrong in the Orthodox engagement in the ecumenical movement? What is the relation between the sensus fidelium and the sensus ecclesiae in Orthodoxy? The paragraph of the document of the Council of Crete mentioned above fails to mention that conciliarity and synodality have to refer to all levels of the church life. The fact that this does not happen is a problem of systematic, theological, and also pastoral importance. The vacuum is being filled by nationalist and fundamentalist circles. Both of them are strong and loud. And ignorance concerning the other Orthodox and heterodox churches, defensive rhetorics of identity, the hypertrophic presence of monasticism in the center of the society, networks of power and financial interests challenge voices that wish a church more open to dialogue, a church seeking for reconciliation with other churches. Based on the radically exclusive ecclesiology of strongly dualistic nuances, mythologized orthodoxy against demonized heresy, etc., anti-ecumenists are broadly active in many Orthodox churches with a fervent preaching activity, numerous publications, books, journals, newspapers, leaflets, etc., websites and blogs, even YouTube channels. They polemically question the orthodoxy of the ecumenically open church leadership, clergymen and laity, daunting the parishes against the ecumenical dialogue and its achievements. If not identifying itself with such ideas, church hierarchy does not often react against them. Bishops want to guarantee the unity of their diocese, or they just want their peace. This is understandable, but it also reveals ecclesiological systemic problems in the Orthodox Church, which nowadays seems to offer only few possibilities for the development of the gifts of the people of God. By integrating the congregation in decision processes, one deconstructs anxiety and builds trust. Vertically of decisions is not the best way to promote reconciliation and ecumenical dialogue. The need for reconciliation and ecumenism sounds suspicious also because it is something foreign to the life of Eastern Orthodox congregations, even in the so-called diaspora. Talking about engagement and trust, I want to mention for the life of the world. Church hierarchy showed trust to the Greek Orthodox academia. Indeed, a closer connection between church hierarchy and theological scholarship is, at any case, necessary for the further steps in reconciliation processes and ecumenism. We need an institutionalization of Orthodox ecumenism. We need the establishments of centers that overcome the dilettantism we usually experience in the inter-Orthodox and ecumenical involvement. How can we promote reconciliation between Orthodox if our churches do not even know each other? How can we promote understanding of other traditions of Christianity if we do not have at least one pro-Occidente foundation? At this point, one has to mention educational deficits. If we take the example of Greece, how well do we know the other Orthodox churches? Wherever ecumenism is taught, the focus mostly lies upon its history, but not on the theology of ecumenism. In Greece, theologians at the secondary school still struggle for a religious lesson beyond confessionalism. Classical works of the Orthodox traditions and Western theological thought, in Greece, it is only the Greek Bible Society that provides an institutional platform for dialogue of theological of different confessions. A council of Christian churches does not exist. Ecumenical initiatives on the level of parishes are also normally missing. One last word about monasticism, which is supposed to express the charismatic element in the church. I am not sure that it does to the extent it claims to do. The hypertrophy of monasticism in contemporary Orthodoxy is directly connected to the inefficiency of the church structures, and I mean also the parishes that seem distant and bureaucratic. Monasticism is filling a vacuum. We should ask if monasticism in contemporary Orthodoxy does encourage the people of God to develop their charism for the sake of the communion, or if it promotes a strongly conservative agenda in terms of blind obedience that has nothing to do with a healthy and functional congregation. Concluding remarks. Synods of bishops are fundamental for the life of the church. They work at the level of autocephalous churches. On a pan-Orthodox level, Orthodoxy has not achieved to establish structures with competencies and working rules accepted by all, and this is one of the reasons why reconciliation on the inter-Orthodox level is so difficult. On the other side, the synods of bishops have no institutional connection with the life of the diocese of these bishops. Too many things depend from the personality of a bishop, his openness, his sensitivity. Reconciliation and reception processes with the involvement of the whole people of God are necessary if we believe that inter-Orthodox dialogue and ecumenism are something more than a kind of bureaucracy of a self-referential church diplomacy. Acceptance of synodal decisions in blind, uncritical obedience does not always work, does not really work, and cannot be the Orthodox proposal. We can do it better. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for your reading and for your paper. This issue is really a big one, I want to say, to this very provocative and sharp paper you gave. And I think there are many questions to Georgios.
Thank you both. I would like to add something to Dr. Blandy's presentation. Thank you for mentioning my remark. What I have noticed in my 37 years of priesthood is that usually in the Greek-speaking world, Greece and Cyprus, bishops seem to are quite irrelevant to their own flocks in terms of being conservative or liberal. Either way, it doesn't mean anything about their own particular flock. So they come to the synod as just mere personalities. The same we can notice in some ecclesiastical conferences which are composed in Greece, which are composed by representatives of all dioceses. One priest is being sent as a representative. And when they come back, their bishops never ask them to inform the rest of the clergy. What about the conference? What were the conclusions, the specific ideas, whatever? So we have this habit of and process of representation to be quite secular, being derived from the political example. For example, the mayor has to be represented to an event by someone, by a dignitary. So he goes there instead of the mayor, and that's all. So this is a quite secular way of representation, of understanding it. I am posing myself the question, what if tomorrow morning all our bishops decided to represent their own flock in the synod? What could we see then? What would the result be? And I am afraid that the vast majority of them would function as if they are hostages of the conservative and fundamentalist members of their own church. This is the portion of the church they are afraid of. This is the portion of the church that counts for them. They don't want to be attacked by conservative and fundamentalists. But in every diocese, there are some liberal Christians. Also, there are some Christians baptized, but being indifferent now, being in inertia, sleeping Sunday morning, chatting around in the cafes. And sometimes from those, you can see excellent ideas. You can hear excellent ideas about what church is and how it should function. But nobody listens to them because of the fear of the conservative part. So to finish, the problem is that our bishops, and the same for priests as well, is that they prefer to function as psychological personalities, not as ecclesial persons. This is quite different, of course. We are psychological subjects. Nobody asks them not to be, to exalt themselves above psychological laws. But at the same time, what we need and would like to ask them to remember is that we, all of us, but it's most valid for leaders, that we have to become, every day, to become ecclesial persons, not mere psychological subjects, so that fear prevails instead of responsibility. So we have to rediscover again what representation means, how these collective bodies have to function. Thank you.
Well, it seems I now have to find my voice again. Thank you very much, Father Vasilios, for these remarks. Of course, I agree with you. Considering the relation between bishops and their flock in the dioceses, I think we have to differentiate. There are some places where even the synod has to take care who is being sent there In Florida, you cannot send a liberal, for example. But it's very different from place to place. And actually, now, because also of the social media, the internet, and so on, the alliances being created go, of course, beyond the level of dioceses. The one or the other conservative bishop has many fans all over Greece, and not only all over Greece, but also in many other places. And then the geographical criterion has no relevance. I think what you said about bishops feeling as hostages or claiming to be hostages is completely true. I work as director of an ecumenical council in Germany. Once I visited an Orthodox parish in Germany, and a bishop was celebrating, and a very ecumenically open one. And at the end of the service, he welcomed me and said to the faithful, it's very nice that we have here today Mr. Georgios Lantis. He is the director of a foundation devoted to promoting peace. He didn't mention the word ecumenism, the word dialogue. In Germany, in a flock that would not be afraid to listen to something like that, because all these people, all of this nation, I don't want to say who this person was, have always contacts with other people. It's almost self-evident. So it's a kind of self-fulfilling prophecy. And I see no excuse in such an attitude. No excuse. They create their own prison, and they have to stop doing this. And also considering the notion of representation, I think it's very important for church leadership not only to summarize what is existent, but also to be able to give a kind of direction. And there is the responsibility of every leadership. And this is a great challenge. And if we want to take it seriously, then we have to develop also structures. When I am talking about structures, everybody says you have been over-Germanized. But I think the structures should not always be like the Germans one, but we need them. But we need them because you cannot be a kind of ecclesial person if there is no kind of process, a kind of framework which leads you to this direction. It cannot be only an issue of personal will or personal motivation. And this is something where we failed till now, I think, in many levels of church life.
Well, thank you both for your speeches, for your papers. When I was a student in Germany a couple of decades ago, I think a German pastor told me that there is a saying in Germany that every Catholic person associates with the church a mother, and every Protestant person associates with the church a problem. So I had the impression when listening to you both that Hans-Peter tried to be as orthodox as possible, and and Yorgos tried to be as Protestant as possible. Actually, my question is addressed to you both, but especially to Hans-Peter, because what I was a little bit missing in your paper is that dimension emphasized by Yorgos. The church is a mother. It is a mother. Of course, we have different possibilities to explain this according to Luther, according to the church fathers, or according to Calvin. But what about this systemic dimension of the church? The church is not only a mother; it's also an institution. And unfortunately, in the most of the cases, in the vast majority of the cases, an ill
functioning institution. An ill-functioning system, in the world, the secular systems and the secular institutions they function much better than our churches when it comes to self-criticism, for example, when it comes to their ability to change, to reconsider themselves, to recreate, to reinvent themselves. And it seems to me that the tendency of the individual in our postmodern times to identify less with the church, their ability to distance themselves from the church, to their problem to identify with the church. It has to do with, of course, with secularization and all the stuff, but it has to do also with the hermeneutics of suspicion. People who are unable to identify with the churches because, they see that those churches are dysfunctional when it comes to communication. They are dysfunctional when it comes to integrating people, dysfunctional when it comes to integrating women, dysfunctional when it comes to integrating homosexuals, dysfunctional when it comes to integrating people with disabilities. For example, I have never seen a priest in the Orthodox Church with a visible disability. Why not? So what about this aspect of systemic dysfunctionality in our churches? Thank you.
Thank you for this dimension. I'm, as a systematic theologian, more concerned with ideas. So our world is decided in our head. That's my general. And I was indeed, as I said at the beginning, making proposal for a constructive dialogue with Orthodox theology. So therefore, I choose the image of the mother. But indeed, if one looks, say, now on the concrete realization of the life of a church, then we have some extra problems. I doubt your optimism concerning non-church administrations. I was dean in a faculty, and I know all the. I told the chancellor or the rector of my university, there are more demons in your administration than angels. In Münster, they understand this. They are still religious. So I doubt if this is the case. But indeed, there's much to improve. What concerning, say, the institutional side of the churches. But I would not generally, and this is not only concerning now my own church, say generally it's not working. The problem is indeed the conflict management. And Georgios mentioned today already in a question, say, misuse of children and the bad management of these problems in the churches. For example, in that case, I asked my church leaders how they are dealing with this if it comes up, and I hope they are really doing what they told me. Directly involving the police and so on, and the state institutions and so on. So there are many, but I would not generally say it's ill-functioned on this level. But one could indeed improve always elements. But I think nevertheless the general understanding of what, say, pastors or also voluntaries people are doing in the church, this is very important. What are they looking? How are they looking on this? It's interesting that this differences I experienced in, say, recent times in a reform project of the Westphalian Church, where I remember on intercultural development. And so a woman from Iranian background, she was saying, yeah, why are we talking here now about church and we don't talk about Jesus? And she was a bit nerving then on this issue. And then another higher ranked official of the Westphalian Church said, your church is not my church. So that came really interesting because he does not talk about Jesus. He talks about functions and things like this. He's a official, as from the children's book. So there you find this conflict where the things in the mind are not clear. And there's not enough. Then I would say, coming to your point, I found good this suggestions to what was realized by For the Life of the World, to include more theological, say, academic theology into the discourse of the church, and also in writing these papers. In my opinion, they also beyond the individual churches. So in ecumenics, unity is realized by theology. So it's the discourse which unites, even if it's in conflict. But we're trying to define common ground and all the differences, and in this finding together. And the practice of Eucharist, that's not important. That maybe come out at the end, perhaps, but important is the theological discourse. But it has to be a sound theological discourse, not only in stereotypes. So therefore, I found this idea good beyond what I have a question to you in this respect, that is it not perhaps a bit of an unclarity in Orthodox churches that to have the difference, we are the church according to the Nicene Creed, but there are other churches, but the relation is not so really defined what they are. So where is this reach out to, say, humanity, humankind, which Jesus was promoting?
Answer to both.
To both. Yeah, considering my Protestantism, dear Assad Elias, I like protesting in the most Orthodox and Catholic way, all embracing. But yes, I think one great challenge has to do with the way we define our relationship with the church. If I am here and the church is at the other side, then of course I observe it as a system which is outside of me, have nothing to do with it. Perhaps I visit the one or the other event of this church, but that's it. I'm not a member of this church. There's no organic relation, have no recipes. How can we develop it? But we have to do it. Why shouldn't I be suspicious towards ecumenism if I'm not involved? If nobody asks me about it, if I just see photos with ecumenists embracing Protestants, Catholics, and whatever, traveling today here, tomorrow there, producing texts that they cannot understand, people who, in many, many cases, became what they are in a way where that I wasn't asked. They have been chosen by, I don't know which synod, or many times not even a synod, but a bishop or whatever, without any consultation beforehand. So I think if we want to be functional, we have to develop a more organic understanding of what church is and invite people to be more active. We cannot say, oh, let's take the example of the liturgy. We cannot say, oh, the people of God, of course they participate, they say the Amen at the end of the liturgy. If we regard it as the participation, we don't take the liturgy seriously enough on a very practical level. What you say is a great ecclesiological challenge, and also one of the greatest reasons why ecumenism has such a bad name in the Orthodox world, because the question comes already from our name. If we are the Orthodox, what are the others? Heretics. We think in a very binary way, and even the most, so to say, open ecclesiologists, they haven't provided the dignity the heterodox partner needs to have in order to legitimate the discussion with him or with her. And many times we have a kind of double language. Internally, we say we are the church. Externally, when we embrace the others, we do it with pleasure, many of us. And we don't even realize that we have to clarify some things in this issue. I find it a great challenge and I have no answer. I think that we have to discuss further on this issue. But if we don't find answers, then the anti-ecumenists, the fundamentalists in our congregations will always have successes, because their answer is very clear one, an awful one, according to my opinion, but a very clear. They are heretics. We don't need to deal with them.
Many questions still open. Thank you very much. I didn't see it.
No problem.
No, trust, we have time, I think.
Okay. Yes. Okay. Again, I'm going to raise this issue just as a response to this very interesting discussion, the two very different papers, especially the prophetic clamoring in the desert that we heard from this protesting voice, Orthodox voice. I mean, I'm going to speak as a sociologist, but also as a, let's say, alienated lay member of my own Catholic Church. I don't want to call it Roman Catholic Church, because I think that Catholic Church, I would argue that all the churches are Catholic. And the point, we have not discussed it, but the fundamental distinction between in Latin, the Ecclesia Visibilis and the Ecclesia Invisibilis. The eschatological church that we keep repeating is mother and the reality of the structures, institutions, etc. And how do we come to terms with this reality? The fact that we begin with unity as the model, but in fact, from the beginning, there were 4 gospels, not one. And there were all kinds of hundreds of communities that have very different interpretations of Christianity one. And only the emperor forced the bishops to come together and let's have a credo. It was the emperor that imposed the unity. It was not their unity from the beginning. The emperor imposed the unity. Let's recognize this fact. And then let's accept plurality as simply the normal, not norm, but the normal, empirical, historical. And then we can then free ourselves from, I'm the representative of the true Una Salta Católica Apostolica Roman Church, right? Or the Orthodox Church. And when I mentioned the issue before of churches, sects, and individual mysticism, unless we accept this plurality as the fact, and then how do we go from plurality to unity, not how our unity somehow has been destroyed and now how we reconstruct it. It was never, unless it was imposed authoritarian. And also I would be careful about this notion of the pre-modern authoritarian models. Many of these pre-modern churches were much less authoritarian, much more conciliar than our modern churches. So let's be honest in our own understanding of 2,000 years of Christian history. And so it's only, again, another way of saying, let's try to take into account this dialectic of our systematic ideas of what the church is, the reality of human institutions which are embedded in the world, and then the tension between the norm and the normality of ecclesiastical institutions. And then
thank you for this distinction to bringing up visible, invisible, or hidden, rather, visible and hidden church. The point is with the hidden church is that this is the church seen from the eye of God, in the perspective of God. This is the God's action in the world. So there, my question is always, with this diversity which you mentioned, or this development from the beginning, already reflected in New Testament, is what is the intention of God? What is he intending with this kind of development? So we consider it always as a result of our sin and our guilt. So humans fail. But we do not think consequently that it's a work of God. It's the body of Christ, and we are not creating the body of Christ. It's the people of God, and we are not creating the people of God. So this is the question of the invisibility or the hiddenness of God. And so therefore I came to other images. So I prefer now this modern talk of Bewegung, movement, like ecological movement and so on. So the Jesus movement, for example, one could say. It's also not a good expression, but nevertheless, to catch this up into a term.
Thank you very much also for reminding pluralism. I think we should talk about pluralism also in the ongoing conference. And now let me thank both of you and you for reading and also for the discussion. And now we have a break, lunch break until 3 o'clock. And I think Pandelis will say something where we have lunch or
We'll go downstairs.
Downstairs. So we go downstairs for lunch. Yeah, with lift and
Dear colleagues, let us take our seats and get ready to start our afternoon session, please. The sooner we get started, the sooner we will finish. So this is, I think, a good motivation for all of us. I know, of course, that this hour of the day is not ideal for attending a conference and a session, but nevertheless, we have to do our best. Okay. So welcome again. I have the privilege of chairing this session, this afternoon session, and our first speaker is Dr. Ionut Biluta, a research associate of, I don't know if I'm going to pronounce it in the correct way, Sinkai Institute, Târgu Mureș, Romania. Of course, his CV is included in the booklet, in the program booklet, and the title of his paper is In Bed with the Russians, Charity, Russophobia or Russophilia, and Nationalism in the case of the Romanian Orthodox Church during the war in Ukraine. Dr. Biluta, thank you very much for attending the conference, and you have the floor.
Thank you so much. So nice to be here again. From the beginning, I will have to tell you that I have to apologize for not being able to write a very short presentation. So you'll have to keep up with me. The presentation will be shaped in three main parts. The first will offer you a brief account of what the Romanian Orthodox Church stands for today in the context of the Ukrainian war. The second part will discuss a bit why the Romanian Orthodox Church is unwilling to acknowledge the Ukrainian autocephaly. And last but not least, why the Russian issue and the Russian issue of aggression into Ukraine is so important, and how it challenges the way in which Orthodox theology in Romania now and the Orthodox behavior in society now in Romania is actually unfolding. So bear with me, I will have to read my paper. The presentation aims to provide some tentative answers to several poignant questions regarding the reaction of the Romanian community towards the Ukrainian refugees, and how the charity, you can call it philanthropy if you like, from bottom up in the Orthodox Church, in the Romanian Orthodox Church, signaled the presence of an alive community in the Romanian case at the grassroots level of society. It also paints a picture of the predominance of the theology of Orthodox community that, in the opinion of the contemporary Orthodox hierarchs, should always take precedence over the individual. Furthermore, because the Romanian Orthodoxy disregards the theological relevance of the individuality/individual as an analytical category, the focus of my paper would be the manifestation of Orthodox communities and hierarchs towards the war in Ukraine. The Russian aggression against the independent state of Ukraine served as a litmus test for the Orthodox communitarian spirit. Some research questions. What was the top-down reaction of the Romanian Patriarchate to the war in Ukraine? I can tell you from the beginning, none. How did Orthodox priests still favor Putin and Russia over Ukraine in the name of preserving a hyper-idealized idea of the traditional Orthodox community from the fear of Western individualism? So to go forth to the first part of my presentation, I titled it The Romanian Patriarchate and Its Attitudes Towards Russia and the war in Ukraine. And it goes like this. Confronted with a wave of criticism from the passivity during the pandemic, when several bishops openly criticized the state or the vaccination process, or in private, the restraint showed by Patriarch Daniel to the unpopular confinement rules imposed by the state, the Patriarchate found in the exercise of wartime philanthropy the much-needed respite. Practiced from the bottom to the top of the institution, charitable actions fended off the criticisms from within or outside the church. The humanitarian initiatives of priests and associations of believers on behalf of the Ukrainian refugees swept through the church at all levels by setting in motion its proverbial system of collecting donations from the state institutions, private entrepreneurs, and the everyday parishioners. The Romanian Orthodox Church allowed itself a moment of respite after being criticized vehemently for building mostly out of the public funds the infamous Cathedral for the Salvation of the Nation and mismanagement of public funds. While most of the private donors and the priests who joined hands with volunteers were genuine in their desire to alleviate the sufferings of the Ukrainian refugees, through its media channels, the hierarchy instrumentalized and channeled the collective wave of solidarity with the Ukrainian refugees as a reassuring blank check and a sign of the alive Orthodox communitarian philanthropy. Except but a few hierarchs who personally took the lead in assisting the refugees with basic commodities, visited them at the border to provide them with spiritual assistance and comfort, or sheltered them in their monasteries, the leadership of the Orthodox Church, headed by infamous Patriarch Daniel Ciobotea, preferred the comfort of their residential palaces rather than facing the cold at the border, and urged again the Orthodox communities to collect money, foodstuff, or clothing for Ukrainian refugees. As in other circumstances, where the hierarchs felt undecided which course of action to pursue, the bishops headed by Patriarch Daniel practiced initially ambiguity towards the reality of war and the presence of the Ukrainian refugees on the Romanian soil, the policy of empty words in condemning the Russian aggression in Ukraine, and the complicity of the Russian Patriarchate with the Kremlin regime, and voiced a feeble and hesitant compassion towards the refugees. Through their appeals in sermons and pastoral letters, the hierarchy attempt to control and stir collective philanthropy in their interest, to demonstrate before state authorities and the secular critics that national orthodoxy proved its relevance at the communitarian and social level. The 2002 Easter pastoral letter of the Romanian Patriarch spoke about the need to pray for peace and encourage the extension of charity towards Ukrainian refugees by the Orthodox communities to an unforeseeable future. Furthermore, individual instances of charity, such as personal donations or initiatives coming from the laity, were discouraged. Only through the community of the parish, the Orthodox philanthropy could have been exerted. Veiled condemnations of the war were made by many of the bishops, but except for Patriarch Daniel, who condemned the Russian aggression against Ukraine, and another bishop who also voiced criticism regarding the nefarious role of the Russian Orthodox Church that departed from its role in consolidating Christ's love among its believers, no other bishop dared to criticize the support of the Russian Orthodox hierarchy to the war in Ukraine or the atrocities committed by the Russian occupying forces against the civilian population. Furthermore, in the name of a misguided and twisted sense of Orthodox solidarity with other Orthodox churches, the Bucharest Patriarchate failed to condemn in a public statement the complicity of the Russian Church with the Russian state in perpetrating war in Ukraine. Nevertheless, they continued in their pastoral letters and in their decisions to not mention and to not give an official acknowledgement for the autocephaly of the Ukrainian Orthodox Church, nor a condemnation of the Russian military aggression and the complicity of Moscow Patriarchate in perpetrating war against their Ukrainian Orthodox brethren. The bishops who were at the forefront of these initiatives allegedly proved their communion with the Orthodox Sister Church of Ukraine to humanitarian aid to those in need. The dishonorable silence has multiple explanations. On the one hand, the Romanian Orthodox Church still lacks a war theology or a set of clear-cut rules how its clergy and Orthodox communities must behave during a regional conflict in a neighboring state such as Ukraine. Except for common prayers and special litanies introduced in the liturgical offices and public messages urging believers to alleviate the sufferings of the Ukrainian refugees, the Orthodox bishops seem to be completely overwhelmed by the scale of the conflict and its ecclesiological implication for the Orthodox Church in its entirety. Another aspect responsible for the resounding silence of the Romanian bishops should be identified in the perpetuation of the interwar theology of the community within the Orthodox fold and the Romanian Orthodoxy, one that privileges authority and communitarian spirit instead of a display of healthy individualism and individual option, different from that of the bishops. While the response at the grassroots level of the Orthodox communities focused mainly in providing Ukrainian refugees with shelter and necessities, the hierarchy grappled with the issue of acknowledging the Orthodox Church of Ukraine's autocephaly from Moscow Patriarchate or issuing a public statement condemning the Russian Orthodox Church for its participation and backing of Putin's regime. The restraint displayed by the hierarchy towards the Russian Church stems from the long history of ecclesiastical diplomacy based on ambiguity and abstaining from taking sides, even in the ecumenical movement professed by the Romanian Church since the day of the communist regime. In their dialogues with other Orthodox churches and secular institutions, such as the Romanian state or the European Union, the diplomats of the Romanian Orthodoxy boasted with the financial help provided by the parishes and the monasteries, rather than a condemnation of the Russian Patriarch and his synod for their role in endorsing the war. And with that said, I'm going forward with the second part of my presentation. And I entitled this, The Orthodox Clergy and Their Behavior During the War, Philanthropy and Social Mobilization Towards the Ukrainian Refugees Arriving to Romania. Basically, this is discussing how the Russian influence is stirring in Romanian unrest. Another explanation for the fact that the hierarchy headed by Patriarch Daniel took over the control of the public message about the war and the humanitarian aid towards Ukrainian refugees has to do with the state of mind of the Orthodox priests regarding Russia and the Russian Orthodoxy in particular. The fall of communism in Romania in 1989 and the dissolution of the Soviet Union in 1992 led to a gradual warming up of the Orthodox clergy's relations with Russian Orthodoxy. Despite the canonical war over the jurisdiction of Bessarabia, where up to the present day there are two parallel Orthodox hierarchies, one dependent on Bucharest, another dependent on Moscow, many Orthodox believers, priests, monks, and even bishops undertook pilgrimages to the holy places and monasteries in Russia. Furthermore, theological dialogue sparked a wave of translations of Russian theologians, contemporary or ancient spiritual fathers, and Russian intellectuals in the official and independent publishing houses, an initiative that ensured the dissemination of a fictional and idealized account of Russian Orthodoxy that had nothing to do with reality. Through the lens of the Russian theologians of the Paris or American diasporas and the Western theologians enamored with Russian Orthodoxy, along the ultra-traditionalist and conservative Greek spiritual fathers, so-called elders, Russian theology and the Russian Orthodox Church appeared for the Romanian theologians and clergymen as a model to live up to, both regarding the institutional relationship with the state and theological endeavors. Another bone of contention shared with the Russian Orthodox Church has to do with the European trajectory Romania embraced in late 2000s. The 2007 admission of Romania to the European Union, although hailed initially by the hierarchs of the Orthodox Church as a national step forward towards the West, failed to garner support among the regular priests, the monks, and the ultra-nationalists. Nor did it strengthen the pro-Western sentiments of the Romanian clergymen. On the contrary, it brewed resentment towards the Western values and fomented dissent among Orthodox fundamentalist members of the clergy towards their bishops. One Romanian spiritual father even said that joining the European Union meant the demise of the Romanian nation and the Orthodox Church. Even further, some of the regular clergy and monks perceived the European Union, the United States, or NATO as the harbingers of morally corrupting individualism, diluting the sense of community that described the Romanian nation and the Orthodox Church. Confused by the rapid change and modernization of Romanian society, associated with the increasing secularization of the public sphere and the gradual exclusion of religion from state business, dissatisfied with the hierarchy, accused of ecumenism, the regular clergy looked for new guiding lights that confirmed their anti-Western dystopian views and presented the West as a place of atheistic individualism. Whether through the cultivation of the most radical anti-Western figures of the Atonite tradition, or the recurrence of apparently functioning Russian symphonia between church and state, the priests felt confirmed in their displeasure towards the European Union, the secularization of the state, and the wave of increasing dissatisfaction with the meddling of the church in the public finances. A further issue that confirms some Romanian Orthodox priests in their anti-Western feelings and the identification between individualism with a constant threat to the Romanian traditional community had to do with the aggressive ecumenism propagated by the Romanian Orthodox hierarchy and perceived as no less than a treason of the patristic legacy of the Orthodox Church in its entirety. Revamping apocryphal texts from the Church Fathers and contemporary Orthodox theologians, among others, Dumitru Stăniloae, Justin Popovici, Russian theologians of the Parisian exile, and so on and so forth, these priests condemned Christian dialogue and looked for confirmation of their anti-ecumenical wherever they could find them. On the same page, the 2016 Council of Crete rekindled the ecumenical debate with some priests reading into the withdrawal of the Russian Church from the Council as a sign of Orthodox normalcy and opposition to the heretical dogma of ecumenical individualism. Furthermore, through channels within the Church, the Moscow Patriarchate fueled the discontent present in the Romanian Orthodox Church and sponsored the translation of brochures, manifestos, and leaflets against the promulgation of the decision of the Pan-Orthodox Council in Crete. Unknowingly, the Russian Orthodoxy enlarged the gap that separates the traditionalist anti-ecumenists and the modernizers in the Romanian Orthodox Church, siding with the former. Another important issue that precludes the formation of a theological reflection on the issue of individualism and what an individualism actually is has to do with the importance of nationalism for the Orthodox clergymen. While the hierarchy maintained a moderate claim to the fact that religion had a pivotal role within the state in legitimizing the state's authority as deriving from God, some priests and monks revived, sometimes unconsciously, the interwar fascist ideas that exhorted the interchangeable relationship between nationalism/national specificity and an idealized Orthodox community. Parts of the Orthodox clergy rejected any claims towards individualism or a theological reappraisal of the individual in politics or the church as a sign of Western secularization or an occult plot meant to destabilize Romanian Orthodoxy. Moving to the wrong side of history, despite their visceral anti-Slavic feelings, some of the most important and relevant spiritual fathers of Romanian Orthodoxy and their followers used the Russian example as a card to counter the need to accept the European ideal of individuality, the importance of multiculturalism, or the basic human rights. Paradoxically, the illiberal Russian Orthodoxy and its privileged status with the Russian state, its fortune and direct access to the political power, developed into the model of state-church relations earned for Orthodox nationalists in Romania. The seduction of unreason led to the glorification of strong men, such as Vladimir Putin or Viktor Orban in Hungary, as true leaders that opposed the wave of anti-Christian destruction brought by Western decayed and depraved culture in Eastern Europe. Ultranationalism associated with liberalism constituted for a part of the Romanian Orthodoxy a spiritual bulwark against individualism with its main dogmas, atheism and immorality. Subjects of cognitive dissonance, the exponents of this trail of thought helped and commiserated with Ukrainian refugees in the name of Orthodoxy's communitarian spirit, at the same time as hailing Putin as the savior of the Orthodox civilization. Furthermore, once the conflict commenced, Orthodox nationalists uncovered the abuses suffered by the Romanian national community in Bukovina and southern Bessarabia, and the denationalization policies implemented by the local and central Ukrainian authorities against the Romanian minority and the Romanian Orthodox priests. A reputed professor of Orthodox dogmatics confided that, and I quote, "We Romanians are stupid. We help the Ukrainians now in times of war, while they do everything they can to turn our brothers away from their Romanian identity." I end the quote. Rediscovered Orthodox nationalism, reflected in religious communitarianism, led astray several priests and clergymen who thought that Ukrainian refugees should be left to their fate, and Romania should keep itself neutral from the conflict. And now moving forward to my conclusions, which are three and very brief. The first conclusion: the solidarity of Orthodox Romanians with their Ukrainian brothers remains up to this day from the bottom up. The bishops only instrumentalize the efforts of their priests and Orthodox communities to gain respite from the public and press criticism and consolidate their theology of the idealized Orthodox community with them at its head. The second conclusion: there is a critical mass of Orthodox priests, monks, ordinary believers, NGOs, monasteries, even bishops who consider the help provided by the Orthodox communities as a mistake. Re-emphasizing their self-sufficiency and their dependence of the Orthodox community, these clergymen labeled the Romanian Orthodox philanthropy as a sign of secular individualism borrowed from the decadent and atheistic West. And my last conclusion: except for a handful of cases, the Romanian Orthodox hierarchy practices ambiguity towards the status of the Ukrainian Orthodox Church and the masses of refugees crossing Romanian border in the name of preserving the pristine national nature of the Romanian Orthodox communities. At the same time, while the bishops opened monasteries and social institutions to shelter and feed the displaced, they have also kept silence about the barbaric war in Ukraine waged by the Russian troops and failed to condemn in strong words the complicity of the Russian patriarchate to such horrendous crimes, and in the name of preserving an abstract, idealized Orthodox community and communion with the Russian Church. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Biliuta, for this very vivid and very focused and to the point presentation. Now the floor belongs to Professor Dr. Dimitrios Moschos. Professor Moschos is Professor of Church History and Head of the Department of Theology at the National and Kapodistrian University of Athens. And he is going to speak to us about the following topic: the place of the religious other in the Byzantine Zelotic thinking and the modern Greek fundamentalist groups, a self-made tradition. Dear Dimitris, you have the floor.
Thank you, dear Mr. Chairman, Mr. Karakolis. Thank you also the Academy for having this opportunity to speak about this topic. And after the all these things presented to us by Dr. Biliouta, we will move to another exotic place, which is modern Greece. It's actually the things we are going to. Can we in presentation mode? Can we change that? Okay. Yes, where exotic things happen. Of course, not very far away from what from the picture that Dr. Biliouta presented us for Romania, but there are some particularities here. Okay, and the presentation, please. No. Well, okay. Well, that's not the best thing. In today's Greece, well, it doesn't seem that works. I don't know.
Let us give the technicians a minute, and
Okay.
I think they will fix it.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, wonderful.
Okay. So in today's Greece, there is a tremendous boom of groups, individuals, and opinions which propagate their return to the roots of Christian Orthodox tradition, and more precisely, propagated delineation and marking off from values of modernity. They criticize the ecclesiastical institutions of the Orthodox Church in Greece for yielding to ecumenism and corrupt secular values. And they criticize also the state for being transformed into secular state, especially after the entrance into the European Union. And I remember also here, as Dr. Biliouta said about protesting about the entrance of Greece in the European Union. At that time, the 70s, was the 10th state entering the European Economic Community. And he shouted from the pulpit that we are going to be the 10th horn of the beast, which is, you see, in the Apocalypse. So, I mean, stuff like that. Formerly, until the 1990s, voices of vehement criticism came mainly from groups of the old calendar, and in some cases, as I said, from some bishops and priests, but they were mainly at the periphery. However, in recent decades, they represent a bigger audience, which is easy to track in a dense network of texts, websites, conferences, publishing houses, monasteries, and sometimes even political parties. These voices are heard and reproduced way beyond the borders of Greece, and they seek allies in similar groups in other countries. These groups are self-styled as zealotic. Zealotic is not proper zealotic with EA, zealotic. And although this term became synonymous with fundamentalist, leaving aside the use of this word in New Testament, it mainly establishes a connection with the ecclesiastical party of the 9th century Byzantium, and specifically with the Constantinopolitan monks of the Studios monastery, which party did not succumb to imperial interventions in the shaping of faith and doctrine, like iconoclasm, or could not put up with moral transgressions by the emperors. That was the old Zelotic party. Although there are some scholarly publications on zealots, many historians of that period tend to characterize these zealots of the Byzantine history as a sort of hardliners in issues of implementation of ethics and canon law in the church. And based on this picture, such groups of today's zealots love to regard themselves as the legacy of the old zealots. Here we want to examine whether this supposed affinity of the modern and the old zealots is valid, or whether there are essential differences. And this examination will lead us to a particular reflection on who actually the old zealots were they simply conservative or hardliners or something more. And this is not for of a narrow, say, Byzantinist scholar interest. Moreover, it will reveal more about the public role of Orthodox Christianity today in Greece, which employs the dialectic between the community and the individual, which is the issue of our conference. So, an effort to map this whole world in today's Greece would be strenuous, and of course it will be there is no time for that, will be off the time limits. There are long established hierarchical structures, bishops, priests, and monasteries originating from old calendarists. There are also monastic groups around spiritual leaders with networks or lay people following them. There are parish priests formed in official or unofficial unions or societies. There are individual opinion makers and theologians, usually writing in blogs and magazines. And there are specific influential persons, intellectuals, academic theologians, priests, abbots, and sometimes bishops of the Church of Greece, who stand very near to this group for all reasons. We will limit this presentation to representative cases. It's not possible to do anything more. To representative cases, case studies that are better documented and can show us our thesis more clearly. One of these. Well, we'll limit us to these three cases. It's a person, it's a newspaper, and it is a union, a sort of association. So one of them is Theodoros Zissis. The person of Theodoros Zissis. Theodoros Zissis became a professor of patristics at the Department of Pastoral and Social Theology of the Aristotelian University of Thessaloniki until his retirement 2006. Since 1990, he has been ordained priest of the Ecumenical Patriarchate, and then later priest of local metropolis of Thessaloniki. Although he participated in the theological dialogues, he was removed after complaining about the Orthodox concessions to the document of Balamant in 1993. Since then, he became one of the leaders of the critical voices against the Ecumenical Patriarchate and the Church of Greece, accusing them of treason of orthodoxy. He founded the Society of Orthodox Studies in 1998 and the review Theodromia with some of his disciples. Moreover, since 2017, he interrupted the commemoration in the liturgy of his Bishop Anthimos of Thessaloniki, becoming thus one of the most prominent figures of the so-called αποτυχισμένοι. Αποτυχισμένος bedeutet means this, according to their interpretation, those people who wall off the heretical church. Unfortunately, the use of passive voice suggests rather the opposite, meaning that those who are walled off by the church, although they deny that. And Theodoros is one of these figures with lots of books and articles. The second case is the newspaper Ορθόδοξος Τύπος, Orthodox Press. This is slightly different. It's a newspaper that was founded by the late priest Charalambos Vasilopoulos and the late priest Marcos Manolis, released in 1961 under the legal umbrella of the so-called Pan-Hellenic Orthodox Association. And it aspires to a return to the Orthodox roots against modernism in Greece and ecumenism, serving as a forum for many monastic personalities and conservative professors and teachers of theology until today. Well, the Orthodox press is slightly different because in the beginning it was, can we say, reflected the whole range of fundamentalist or more conservative areas of the Orthodox Greek theological tendencies and members of church life. In the process, it came to represent this tendency, which is much more strict after 2000, broadly speaking. And last, there is the Estia Paterikon Meleton, House of Patristic Studies. It's a non-profit civil company created more recently, 2010, which aspires to promote a more traditionalist study of Orthodox teaching in areas such as knowledge of classical Greek or dogmatics, etc., enriched with anti-heretical seminaries and actions, initiatives against social phenomena and political decisions regarded as anti-Orthodox, like, for example, transplanting of organs or propagation of yoga, alternative therapies and stuff like that. So they organize such sort of lessons, and at the same time, they organize also rallies and panels and so on. And of course, there are others, many others, flirting with or even belonging to radical circles of the old calendar. Many of them, monasteries and individuals, seceded themselves from established church, according to this example of the Apotechismeni, and because the church, and especially the ecumenical patriarchate, is contaminated with ecumenism, and recently also with the Eucharistic communion with the Autocephalous Church of Ukraine. So this is an evolving attitude. So yeah, the issues which are raised are some of them, not always, but these groups mainly target the established hierarchy, trying to exercise some influence also on metropolitans who often lack on a significant scale of popular support and have limited access to public opinion. So they supply them with a certain audience, and at the same time they press some, they exercise a pressure. They also criticize the Greek state, and they protest against the state because, in their opinion, it cuts off the links of public service or of legislation to the Orthodox ethics and canon law, which are supposed to be taken into consideration since the foundation of the modern Greek state. Whereas in the first constitution, the primary condition to attribute the citizenship to the inhabitants of the new state is to believe in Christ. So there is a fundamental identification of being Orthodox Christian with Greek citizen. This was the initial idea, and such issues are since 1980s. The possibility of voluntary service activities as a substitute for military service for conscientious objectors who were for a long time demonized, mostly comprised of Jehovah's Witnesses, and that was that made the situation more iconic. Had witness Jehovah's Witnesses from the one side and the Orthodox Christians from the other, who are conscientiously pay their military service and, you know, being good civilians, good soldiers, good Christians, and the other side is, you know, and another issue was civil marriage instead of marriage in the rite of the Orthodox Church as a sole form of marriage, which was in the 80s, an important thing that was reformed by the socialist government of PASOK in 1981. And in the subsequent years, we see also, we have also in the meantime, after 2000, the big issue of abolition of religious affiliation on the ID cards, which was a big issue also from the mainstream church, with the help of Archbishop Christodoulos at that time. And later we have also other issues like legalizing a civil public oath as an alternative to a religious one, or the possibility of having name registration and funeral independent from the respective religious rite in the Orthodox Church, that is baptizing and having an Orthodox memorial service. The installation of a technical facility for cremation instead only for burial in the ground in municipal cemeteries, abolition of blasphemy against religion as a special criminal offense other than blasphemy in general, civil law partnership recognizing also homosexual couples, of course, and founding of an Islamic mosque for Muslims living in Athens. These are central issues that again and again are brought up by these centers of zealotic voices here. Okay, we will work with first with Theodoros Zissis, who pleaded for a Byzantine symbiosis model between church and state in his book Church and State, Separation or Concordance, which is this, we use usually this Greek word for synallelia, which is actually does not exist in that form, but they all think that is the supreme model of collaboration between church and state in the Byzantine time. And upon this ground, he attacked the de-Christianization of Greek society and the Greek state after 1975. He maintained that the Orthodox Church should continue to possess a privileged position in the Greek legal system as a recognition of the sacrifices during the revolution of 1821. There is a master thesis about this work of, well, it's not very good to see, but it's from Photios Diamandis in Thessaloniki, already issued in 2017, that analyzes, 2007, that analyzes the racist and nationalist rhetoric of Theodoros Zissis up to then, with a specific chapter on his idea about the Christian state founded by God, already since Constantine the Great. And this form of state, godly founded state, may revive in order to confront the creation of non-religious secular state, which will deprive all national advantages, features, and rights of the Greeks. So the idea is that every step to create a secular state will deprive from the Greeks and the Orthodox Greeks their special position in the state. Accordingly, the review Theodoromia wrote also against the bill of civil law partnership for homosexual couples already in October to December of 2015. We can see also, yes, some texts on the same in the same line from the Ορθόδοξη Εκκλησία. This is a text, this is a publication of the now late Father Sarandis Sarandos, who founded this society, this house of patristic studies, where he maintains that in a text which was actually started against homosexuality, but the conclusions is actually a summary of all together. So we can see everything here. The hubris of the arrogant humanist Europeans, good because it's, the summary against the humanist European who is raised with the primacy of false knowledge and infallibility is fulfilled. The hubris begins with the persistent effort of creating a new man without God's will through cloning and other techniques. So it's against, and he wants a free name registry without baptism and chrism. And he wants a civil marriage without a religious one. He wants a global religious unification and recognition of brain death as a complete death, so that it will be easier to transform the human body into a supermarket of human organs, and finally to be delivered to cremation. The cremation of the dead will be the ultimate triumph of the new age, along with the spiritual death of the promoted homosexuality. So it's, I think it's a concise way to say everything in once. Okay, it was good. Yes, it was revision. Yes, okay, in patristics. Yes. So in an anonymous article of the House Against the Cremation in 14 November of 2022, the Greek state is severely criticized because it allowed the founding of crematories for those who wanted and still advertises this option. This is also a sin to advertise or supporting area. Even in cases less complicated for the traditional Christians, who, example given, were already hostile to the prospect of giving a religious oath, which is very logical for a, say, conservative Christian not to give a religious oath, precisely because of the command of the Lord not to take any oath. Or in cases that measures addressed groups of the religious other, like cremation, people that actually are not Christians, or mixed marriage, so they had to make to do a civil marriage. These groups exercised enormous pressure to move elected authorities, congressmen, or municipal officers very often, and the hierarchy to deny a solution. There were many fights in many cities, city councils from the church not to allow a cremation installation at the municipal cemetery, because cemeteries belong to the cities in Greece. It was an apparent effort to maintain at any cost the utopia of a Byzantine state that could and would keep the society in a frame of Orthodox Christian practices that consolidated the church community from outside, say, through assuring that all people would baptize to have a name registered or be buried in the ground, even if they did not want to, so that would profess their allegiance to the Orthodox Church. At the same time, pressed for harsher measures against the public visibility of other religions, mainly Islam, where they constantly raised objections for construction of a mosque big enough to serve the growing Muslim population in Athens. Was also a big fight about that, and we see the same thing also in the Orthodoxos typos, Orthodox press. These are some random examples from the internet, but we can, if we have a more systematic work on the course of Orthodox press the last 40 years, we can see this evolution. That needs, of course, a separate work, which we cannot do this here, but it's interesting to see, for example, that especially against the left government of Syriza, there was a critique about abolishing the civil or the practice of many congressmen to take an oath in a political, not in a religious way, or the proposed amendments to the constitution, transforming the state to non-religious with the abolition of the oath, and so on. There are some selected examples of the modern Greek Zelotic groups which show clearly that within their we have also this one. Okay. Yes. Okay. Here. Criticism against the Church of Greece, which creates a Muslim cemetery in Schisto. So everything that is granted to or allowed to members of other communities, religious or sexual communities or categories, is already a grave sin. So there are some examples that show that this that they regard as hair of the long tradition of the Byzantine synallelia, and this hair will impose central ethical and canonical maxims of Orthodox Christianity in the society. This capacity of the Orthodox Church is thought of as a reward for the role played by the Church, as I said, in the Greek Revolution of 1821. The fact that religious or other minorities, as a representation of the other in that newly founded state at that time, could thus be discriminated against and maltreated, was not adequately addressed in an atmosphere of frenzied building of a new ethnic identity. This Byzantine concordance in the modern Greek synallelia between church and state remained as an unsurmountable ideal, even if everybody saw the discrepancies between the Byzantine romantic image of our own and the modern state built by Western European political powers and traditions. The religion's component in the modern state ideology eventually became superfluous after 1974. The Greek state felt self-confident enough to create a constitution gradually initiated more secular ideas affecting common legislation in many fields. So this was not acceptable to these voices who wanted to reverse this course. Of course, if one asks them, they will support religious tolerance, but this is a lip service. So we don't want to, for anyone else to be persecuted because of his religion. But in the when it comes to the to the effect, how does this work if you deprive all minorities of their possibility to have access to facilities or to their shrines, churches, and so on? How will so they do not see the legal position of the other. They do not even see, while the Greek state should be an Orthodox Greek state. Now, this was the first part, and the other part, I'll try to be brief, is the link with the zealots of Byzantium. Many of these groups declared as modulus the zealotic crisis a circle in Byzantium, and specifically Theodore Stoudidis. The aforementioned review Theodoromia admittedly received the name from his works, who is recognized as patron saint of the Society of Orthodox Studies. The separate editions of Orthodox Typos, a booklet with the biography of St. Theodore, is to be found. And in other articles against ecumenism, there is also the example of Theodore Stoudidis and Maximus the Confessor that are highly cited. Further circles between the Apotychismeni constantly use the authority of Theodore Stoudidis in books and unions and so on. But however, back in Byzantine times, the zealots and Maximus the Confessor were not only representative of an intransigent stance against moral or dogmatic transgressions, they were not only against imperial initiatives that suppressed the Orthodox party, their own Orthodox party. Moreover, they were against imperial initiatives that also suppressed the religious other. And I will show briefly two texts. One of them is the reaction of Maximus the Confessor on the forced baptism of Jews, which happened in the year 632. This is a real historical incident because we have also a source from the another side. We have the text Doctrina Jacobi Nuper Baptizati, which is actually the same story from the side of a converted Jew. And this is the end of a letter. He writes to his other ascetic fellows and monks, and he says that he mentions this order, the blessed one, enslaved to God, the entirely praiseworthy epoch of those here in North Africa, coming from the Queen of Cities, Constantinople, has made Christians of all the Jews and Samaritans throughout all Africa, both natives and foreigners, according to the command of our most pious emperors. Heraclius and his son Heraclius Novus Constantinus, with their wives and children and servants, adding up to many myriads of souls, they were led forth to all holy baptism on the day of the Pentecost of the present fifth indiction, that is in 632. So his reaction: I hear that this has occurred throughout the Roman Empire. I have been seized with fear and dread about this, and I shudder at it, for I fear first lest this great and truly divine mystery was insulted when it was given to those who have not beforehand demonstrated an attitude agreeable to the faith. Second, I also consider the danger to the soul of those same ones, the Jews, baptized Jews, that somehow, as they persist in holding on to the bitter root of their ancestral faithlessness, deep down, and as they cut themselves off from the light of grace, they have engendered exponential condemnation, increased by the darkness of faithlessness. In other words, they will become worse if you press them to be baptized. And third, I suspect the apostasy awaited, according to the Holy Apostle in Thessaloniki, 2 Thessalonians, lest it somehow gets its start from their mixing it among the faithful peoples. That through this mixing, unsuspected among the more artless, they might be able to create the evil seed of scandals against our holy faith, and that this might be found to be the clear and unambiguous sign of the contentious consummation of all cosmic destruction, according to which some, preparing themselves through prayers and pleas and many tears and ways sought toward righteousness, await the great temptations and struggles on behalf of truth. So there are so many people who, with ascetical way and prayer, encounter this prospect of the end of the world, and the mixing of different, by force, different communities of believers can accelerate this end of the world. So it's not, of course, it's a text addressed to Christians, from Christians to Christians. So all these negative things about Jews are self-evident. But the idea that if you try to force someone who is not member of your Christian community to be baptized is very dangerous for the individuals, but also for the community, because that will bring sooner something very terrible for the whole world. This was the idea of Maximus the Confessor, and it would deserve to discuss about that more, but it's not the case, so we have no time. And the other case is from Theodorus Tuditis in 9th century, when the Emperor Michael II wanted to actually to put to death a dualist heresy in the eastern of the empire, Byzantine Empire, and he wanted a recommendation which was given from a metropolitan of Ephesus named Theophilus, and he heard about that and he sent him a letter, which letter is very interesting, that says very utterly that it brought us sorrow when you said that we neither consulted that the Manichaeans should be killed, not that they should not be killed, but if we consented that we should have done the greatest and noblest deed. That was the answer of the bishop to the emperor. So if you slay them, well, it's not bad. It's actually not a bad thing. So how can you say that the Lord forbade that in the gospel to those who ask whether they should gather up the tares that have been sown in the field of wheat by the enemy? The household responds that they should not, lest in gathering the tares, they should also root up the wheat with them. Both wheat and tares should be left to grow together until the harvest. And there is the testimony of John Chrysostom on this biblical passage, where he also says that it is right to put heretics to death. It's not right to put heretics to death, since an implacable war would be brought into the world. So with tares, it means the heretics, and it is forbidden to do that. We therefore should not pray against heretics, but for them, as the Lord indicated at the time of his passion, when he said to his own Father, Father, forgive them their sin, for they know not what they do. Okay. And well, although the disciples did not want that, because they want to inflict, violence against the other Samaritans and so on, but he actually cites other testimonies who tries to interpret them in that direction. And well, to conclude that one should not allow them to use it against those, the sword, to use the sword against those for whom the Lord has forbidden. For although it is permitted for those who rule over bodies to punish those caught in bodily wrongdoing, it is not permitted for them to punish those who transgress in spiritual matters. This belongs to those who rule over souls, which means of correction are excommunication, other penalties. So although there are penalties, it is still the idea of correcting someone and not exterminating him. This is a very, I think this is very central to this arguments. Yes. So after reading these texts of the two monastic heroes of Orthodoxy, we'll see here a fundamental position. Far from being champions of human rights in a modern sense, they still deny the state imposing by force the Christian beliefs to fellow subjects who belong to other religious affinity or religious minority. Precisely in the case of Theodore and the Studite monks, this reflects the broader way of thinking. Okay. Yes, broader way of thinking. The church has to work in the society and among the heretics or the religious other with her tools, teaching with her moral standards and her example permitted by love and freedom. Further, they claim a distinct institutional role of the church vis-a-vis the imperial policy. But fundamentalist groups quote the authorities to connect them with a heavy-handed imperial policy against the rest of the society, which does not define itself as Christians. So this is their interpretation of zealotic for building a community which they cannonly identify with the historical legacy of a Christian empire, in which the religiously or ethnically, sexually, etc., other has no position whatsoever. Is symbolically, legally, and perhaps in the end physically disappeared. And physically, for example, the case with the refugees can be seen as such. And however, this has nothing to do with the original zealots, as we said, of the Christian, historical Christian empire, who did seriously took into consideration the internal condition of the individuals and the reality of being different. They forbade the state to punish, exterminate, or force them to become Christians. So one should reconceive the original zealot, which is the one conclusion, as defenders of the autonomy of the transformational effect of the church community to the individuals. On the other hand, the modern zealots, on the contrary, propagate a unilateral, self-made ideological construct which keeps the Christian community waterproof from the world, yet ultimately hinders the church from addressing the modern society and serving the world, which is her mission. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Moschos, for this very interesting and intriguing presentation. And last but not least, in this afternoon session is now Dr. Theophilus Abatsidis, who is a research associate, among many other things, of course. He's a research associate of the Volos Academy for Theological Studies. Dr. Theophilus Abatsidis, I understand, will read his paper in Greek, but all of you have an English translation of his paper, so you can follow through while he reads his presentation in Greek. And of course, during the discussion, he will be eager to answer to all your questions. The topic of his presentation is personhood and the self-conscious subject, heteronomy and heterodefinition of human being in modern Greek theology. Dr. Abatsidis, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I would like to thank the Volos Academy of Theological Studies and the organizers of the conference for inviting me to participate in this conference and to express my opinion on the theological significance of the person in correspondence with the individual, with the atom, and their relation to the social and political reality of modernity.
Unfortunately, I have some difficulties expressing myself in English. For this reason, you have in your heads the translation of my communication. So you will allow me to continue in Greek. I apologize for that. Η αναζήτηση της θέσης και του ρόλου του χριστιανού στον διαρκώς μεταβαλλόμενο κόσμο της νεωτερικότητας ανέδειξε και συνεχώς αναδεικνύει μια σειρά προβλημάτων στα οποία κάθε φορά η Εκκλησία και η θεολογία της καλείται να πάρει θέση. Κυρίως όμως αναδεικνύει την ανάγκη για έναν απροκατάληπτο και ουσιαστικό διάλογο του χριστιανισμού με την εποχή μας, ο οποίος, ενώ δεν μπορούμε να ισχυριστούμε ότι απουσιάζει παντελώς, απόδειξη η πραγματοποίηση του συνεδρίου μας και όχι μόνο, χρειάζεται ωστόσο να εντατικοποιηθεί, να απαλλαγεί όχι από προϋποθέσεις αλλά από αγκυλώσεις και να ευδοκιμήσει σε ολοένα και μεγαλύτερο μέρος της θεολογικής σκέψης. Παράδειγμα αλλά και καρπός εξωστρέφειας της Ορθόδοξης Θεολογίας στη συνάντησή της με τις προτεραιότητες και τις αγωνίες του σύγχρονου κόσμου αποτελεί και η καλούμενη θεολογία του προσώπου. Η εν λόγω προσπάθεια, παρότι δεν εξαντλεί όλα τα ζητήματα που θέτει η νεωτερικότητα, όπως είναι άλλωστε αναμενόμενο, συναντήθηκε και διαλέχθηκε πέρα από τη δυτική θεολογία με τη σύγχρονη φιλοσοφία και διανόηση και εν μέρη με τη σύγχρονη τέχνη και τον πολιτισμό. Η ποικιλία των αναγνώσεων και της κριτικής που δέχθηκε γονιμοποίησαν κάποιες φορές τον θεολογικό προβληματισμό και βοήθησαν στην εμβάθυνση της συζήτησης για το ρόλο της χριστιανικής θεολογίας στο σύγχρονο κόσμο. Ταυτόχρονα, ορισμένα σημεία της αποτέλεσαν πεδία αντιπαραθέσεων, όχι μόνο θεολογικών, αλλά και με τη θύρανθη σκέψη. Ιδιαίτερα η διολίσθηση ορισμένων εκ των προτεργατών της στην εθνοθεολογία, και την ανάπτυξη ταυτοτικής συνείδησης των Ορθοδόξων κοινωνιών σε αντίθεση προς το δυτικό πολιτισμικό παράδειγμα, μέσω μιας ιδιότροπης ερμηνείας της παράδοσης, απασχολεί έντονα όσους ασχολούνται με τα ζητήματα αυτά. Επιπλέον, ο ορισμός του προσώπου ως γεγονός σχέσης και η εμβάπτισή του στην καρδιά της θεολογικής αλλά και της ανθρώπινης οντολογίας, χωρίς απαιτούμενες διακρίσεις, σηματοδότησε μια σειρά εντάσεων της νεωτερικής συνείδησης που αφορούν στη δυνατότητα του νεωτερικού υποκειμένου για αυτονομία, αυτοδιάθεση και αυτοπραγμάτωση. Είναι λοιπόν το πρόσωπο ετερόνομο και ετεροπροσδιοριζόμενο? Υπερέχει οντολογικά η προσωπική κοινωνία της ανθρώπινης ελευθερίας? Υπάρχει στις πλειοψηφικά ορθόδοξες κοινωνίες θέση για την ετερότητα, την αντίθετη άποψη, τα ανθρώπινα δικαιώματα, ακόμη και τη μη θρησκευτική συνείδηση? Με την παρούσα ανακοίνωση, όντας αδύνατο να διεξέλθουμε όλα τα παραπάνω, θα επικεντρωθούμε στο εάν η σχέση με τον Θεό ή τον άνθρωπο συνιστά πρωταρχικό οντολογικό κατηγόρημα για τον τελευταίο, δηλαδή για τον άνθρωπο. Εάν τελικά το πρόσωπο αποτελεί μια ετεροκαθοριζόμενη πραγματικότητα και πρέπει υποχρεωτικά να κατανοείται αντιθετικά προς το άτομο ή το αυτοσυνείδητο υποκείμενο. Πράγματι, το άτομο της νεωτερικότητας αναδύεται μέσα από μια θεμελιώδη και καθολική ρήξη. Ρήξη με την Εκκλησία, προοδευτικά ρήξη με το χριστιανικό κοσμοείδωλο, τις μεγάλες αφηγήσεις, τα συλλογικά οράματα, το ενιαίο νόημα της ιστορίας. Σε αντίθεση προς τον προνεωτερικό άνθρωπο, ο οποίος ήταν αυτονόητα κομμάτι ευρύτερων θρησκευτικών, φιλετικών, πολιτισμικών, επαγγελματικών και άλλων συσσωματώσεων, που καθόριζαν σε μεγάλο μέρος την προσωπική του ταυτότητα, το νεωτερικό υποκείμενο απελευθερώνεται σταδιακά από το βάρος δεσμών και θεσμών, διεκδικώντας το δικαίωμα να διαμορφώσει μόνο του την ταυτότητά του και να αποδώσει το δικό του νόημα στην κοινωνία και την ιστορία. Η προϊούσα νεωτερική εξατομίκευση με όλη την πολυπλοκότητά της δεν μπορεί να αποτιμηθεί μονοσήμαντα. Παρουσιάζει θετικές και αρνητικές πλευρές. Η θεμελίωση, για παράδειγμα, της πίστης στην εσυνείδητη επιλογή όχι μόνο την καταξιώνει, αλλά κυριολεκτικά την επαληθεύει απέναντι σε μια πίστη υπαγορευμένη από την ανάγκη κοινωνικής συσσωμάτωσης ή τον πιθαναγκασμό όποιας εξουσιαστικής επιβολής. Ταυτόχρονα όμως η απόλυτη κυριαρχία του ατομικού δεν άργησε να εμφανίσει τα σημάδια μιας νοσηρής ατομοκρατίας. Έτσι δεν είναι λίγες οι φορές που το νεωτερικό άτομο απέμεινε γυμνό από κάθε κοινωνικότητα να υπερασπίζεται τον εαυτό του μέσα από την υπερβουλησιαρχία της αυτοπραγμάτωσης. Το αδιέξοδο αυτό του νεωτερικού ατόμου έγινε ορατό ιδιαιτέρως στον 20ο αιώνα από μερίδα της ίδιας της δυτικοευρωπαϊκής διανόησης, όπως αποτυπώνεται κυρίως, μα όχι αποκλειστικά, στα κινήματα της υπαρξιστικής φιλοσοφίας και του περσοναλισμού. Η γνωριμία μερίδας της νεοελληνικής θεολογίας και διανόησης με τον υπαρξισμό, αλλά και με την αναγέννηση της Ορθόδοξης θεολογίας στη Δυτική Ευρώπη από τους θεολόγους της Ρωσικής Διασποράς, οδήγησε στην εμφάνιση παροιμήν της θεολογίας του προσώπου. Μια θεολογική πρόταση η οποία παρουσίασε γόνιμα στοιχεία υπέρβασης της δυτικής ατομοκρατίας, πριν εμφανίσει τάσεις απόκλησης σε μια έκσταση του ανθρωπίνου προσώπου από την ουσία του, που παραθεωρεί την ιστορική δυναμική ή σε μια σκληρημένη κατανόηση της παράδοσης, περισσότερο ίσως της ελληνικής και λιγότερο της εκκλησιαστικής, που οδηγεί στην εθνοθεολογία και την αγκύλωση του εκκλησιαστικού βίου στο παρελθόν. Τη διολίσθηση αυτή έρχεται να θεραπεύσει το πρόταγμα της εξατομίκευσης και της ανάδειξης των νεωτερικών αξιών. Η προσπάθεια αυτή, παρά τα σημαντικά θετικά της σημεία, υιοθετώντας πολλές φορές ανεφόρον το νεωτερικό υποκείμενο και εφαρμόζοντας μια γενικευμένη απορριπτική κριτική της ορθόδοξης παράδοσης, εμφανίζεται για πολλούς ως αποδέκτης της εκοσμίκευσης. Βέβαια, από μια άλλη οπτική, η έννοια της εξατομίκευσης, αρριώμενη από την ψυχολογία, συνιστά de facto ανθρωπολογική συνθήκη στην συντριπτική πλειοψηφία των ατόμων όταν δεν ανιχνεύονται παθολογικές καταστάσεις. Ισοδυναμεί με την απολύτως φυσιολογική ικανότητα του ανθρώπου να εσωτερικεύει ήδη από την πρώιμη παιδική ηλικία τον εξωτερικό κόσμο, τις δομές των πραγμάτων και του περιβάλλοντος, προκειμένου αναπτύσσοντας το εγώ του να κατασταθεί αυτοσυνείδητο υποκείμενο. Στη διαδικασία αυτή παίζει καταλυτικό ρόλο η γλώσσα, ενδιάθετος και προφορικός λόγος, η οποία φιλτράρει την κοσμοεικόνα του κάθε ανθρώπου μέσα από διαδικασίες εκλογήκευσής της. Γι' αυτό και η εξατομίκευση είναι μια διαβίου διαδικασία και όχι ένα απόκτημα δεδομένων εμπειριών. Αρχίζει ως εσωτερήκευση δομών, συνεχίζεται ως ιδιοποίηση σημασίας και ολοκληρώνεται καμιά φορά ως ρήξη με την κανονικότητα. Κατά συνέπεια, η εξατομίκευση δεν συνιστά ιδεολογικό πρόταγμα, ούτε υποστατοποίηση κάποιας αφηρημένης ενοιολογίας. Παρόλα αυτά, σε κοινωνικό επίπεδο, ήδη από την αυγή των νέων χρόνων, παρατηρείται η ανάδυση ενός υποκειμένου σε ρήξη με την υπάρχουσα τότε κανονικότητα, όπως το περιγράψαμε παραπάνω. Ως αποτέλεσμα της ανάδυσης του νεωτερικού υποκειμένου εμφανίζεται μεταξύ των άλλων η ύφεση της κοινωνικής συμπάγειας και η σταδιακή κατάλυση του κοινωνικού ετεροκαθορισμού. Η κυριαρχία του Θεού και η παντοδυναμία της Εκκλησίας τίθενται εν αμφιβόλο και η ταυτότητα του υποκειμένου εξαρτάται ολοένα και λιγότερο από τη θρησκευτική του συνείδηση ή την ενσωμάτωσή του στους προνεωτερικούς θεσμούς. Ως αποτέλεσμα των παραπάνω επέρχεται η διχοτόμηση θρησκείας και κοινωνίας και η εμφάνιση της άθρησκης κοινωνίας του άθρησκου κράτους. Προφανώς μια τέτοια διάσταση της εξατομίκευσης κυριαρχεί ως πρόβλημα στη θεολογία του προσώπου. Ταυτόχρονα, στο μέτρο που οι ορθόδοξες κοινωνίες καθυστέρησαν τη συνάντησή τους με την νεωτερικότητα ή την αντιμετώπισαν επιφυλακτικά, θεωρήθηκαν προνεωτερικές και θεμελιακά συμβίβαστες με τη δημοκρατία και τα ανθρώπινα δικαιώματα. Ωστόσο, η απουσία του προτάγματος της εξατομίκευσης δεν αποτελεί de facto αναγκαία και ικανή συνθήκη για την υιοθέτηση μιας ποδηγέτησης του προνεωτερικού ανθρώπου συνολικά, ιδιαίτερα στον χώρο της διανόησης και του υπαρξιακού προβληματισμού. Επιτέλους, δεν είναι δυνατόν να πιστέψουμε ότι οι αρχαίοι Έλληνες, ο Σωκράτης, ο Αριστοτέλης, οι Κινικοί και οι Στοικοί, ο Οριγένης, ο Γρηγόριος Ναζιανζινός, ο Βασίλειος, ο Μάξιμος, ο Μέγας Αντώνιος, ο Βαρσανούφιος, ο Ισάκος Σύρος, ο Ιωάννης Ραϊθού, ο Σημειών Νέος Θεολόγος και τόσοι άλλοι, δεν αυτοπροσδιορίζονταν ως εξατομικευμένα όντα απέναντι σε κάθε εξωτερικό προσδιορισμό. Από την άλλη μεριά, η θεολογία του προσώπου ως η ένσταση της ημετέρας παραδόσεως στη δυτική ατομοκρατία, ορίζοντας το πρόσωπο αποκλειστικά ως γεγονός σχέσης, φαίνεται να καταργεί κάθε οντολογία του ατομικού και να υιοθετεί ένα είδος ετεροκαθορισμού του υποκειμένου και της συνείδησής του. Πρόδειλα, το ζήτημα της θεολογίας του προσώπου είναι παντελώς αδύνατο να αντιμετωπιστεί στα όρια της παρούσας ανακοίνωσης. Θα επιχειρήσουμε ωστόσο κάποιες παρατηρήσεις με έσχατη στόχευση τη δυνατότητα θεώρησης του ενσυνείδητου υποκειμένου ακόμη και μέσα στο πρόσωπο, την επανεξιολόγηση της οντολογίας του ατόμου σε μια μη αναγκαστική ρήξη με την οντολογία του προσώπου. Η πραγματικότητα του προσώπου παρουσιάζεται ως η μόνη οντολογική κατηγορία η οποία προσηδιάζει τόσο στην πραγματικότητα του Θεού όσο και του ανθρώπου. Η κατ' εικόνα Θεού δημιουργία του ανθρώπου συνιστά το εφαλτήριο της θεώρησης του προσώπου στην ανθρωπολογία. Στο μέτρο όμως που το κατ' εικόνα δηλώνει ετερουσιότητα, τεκμέρεται ότι δεν είναι η φύση ή η ουσία του ανθρώπου αυτή που μπορεί να προσδώσει χαρακτηριστικά προσωπικής μοναδικότητας, μια που τα φυσικά χαρακτηριστικά επιθεωρούνται στο σύνολο των ομοειδών όντων και μπορούν να κατηγορηθούν για όλα τα ανθρώπινα όντα. Δεν υπάρχει τίποτα μοναδικό στο να έχεις ανθρώπινη φύση. Η φράση είναι από τον Μητροπολίτη Περγάμου. Ταυτόχρονα η ίδια ανθρώπινη φύση, η ανθρώπινη φύση, όντας μεριστή και διαιρετή, συνιστά ένα είδος εξατομίκευσης που οδηγεί σε αποσύνθεση και θάνατο. Με άλλα λόγια, η εξατομίκευση στο πλαίσιο αυτό, προσλαμβάνοντας όλα εκείνα τα μεταπτωτικά χαρακτηριστικά, ορίζεται στους αντίποδες του προσωπικού τρόπου της υπάρξεως. Απομένει λοιπόν στον τρόπο της υπάρξεως του ανθρώπου, ως ανταπόκρισή του στην κλίση του Θεού για σχέση, σχεσιακή οντολογία, να εκφράσει τα μοναδικά και ανεπανάληπτα χαρακτηριστικά του, δηλαδή το πρόσωπο. Έτσι το πρόσωπο ορίζεται ως γεγονός σχέσης πρωτίστως με τον προσωπικό Θεό εν Χριστώ και δευτερευόντως με τα άλλα ανθρώπινα πρόσωπα. Κατά συνέπεια το πρόσωπο ούτε υπάρχει ούτε νοείται μεμονωμένα. Ο Θεός δεν είναι μόνος, είναι κοινωνία. Η ίδια η αγάπη στο πλαίσιο της σχεσιακής οντολογίας δεν είναι συναίσθημα αλλά τρόπος υπάρξεως. Το περιεχόμενο της σχέσης, ο κατεξοχήν τρόπος αποκάλυψης του προσώπου. Είναι, και εδώ υπάρχει εξαιρετικό ενδιαφέρον, η ελεύθερη έξοδος από τον εαυτό, η ελεύθερη υποταγή στη θέληση του άλλου. Και αυτή η φράση είναι από τον Μητροπολίτη Περγάμου. Μόνο μια τέτοια αγαπητική σχέση δίνει την ταυτότητά μας, την ετερότητά μας, κάνοντάς μας πρόσωπα. Ο ίδιος ο Μητροπολίτης Περγάμου, απαντώντας στις αιτιάσεις του Τουρσέσκου εναντίον του, βεβαιώνει πως ο πυρήνας της όλης συζήτησης εντοπίζεται στο εάν μπορούμε να αντλήσουμε την προβληματική μας για το ανθρώπινο πρόσωπο από τον Θεό ή από την έννοια του ανθρώπου και την ιστορία του πολιτισμού. Αν όμως το ανθρώπινο πρόσωπο κατανοείται αποκλειστικά μέσα από την θεανθρώπινη σχέση, το ερώτημα που προκύπτει είναι εάν ένα τέτοιο πρόσωπο είναι ετερόνομο ή ετεροπροσδιοριζόμενο. Περαιτέρω πρέπει να ερευνηθεί αν κάθε έννοια του ατόμου είναι αναιρετική του προσώπου, ταυτιζόμενη με τον πεπτοκότα και εμπαθή ατομισμό, και αν κάθε έννοια του εγώ αντιστρατεύεται το εμείς, οδηγώντας απαρέκλητα στον θανατηφόρο εγωισμό. Πράγματι, ίσως ορίμασαν οι συνθήκες να αναζητήσουμε στην θεολογική έννοια του ανθρωπίνου προσώπου το βάθος μιας ατομικής, καθότι άτμητης, απαραμείωτης, ασύγχυτης και ανεξάλειπτης πραγματικότητας, η οποία θα μπορούσε να στηριχθεί στο κατ' εικόνα και να εκφραστεί ως η υποστατική αρχή, υπόσταση σε κάθε άνθρωπο. Η πραγματικότητα αυτή συνιστά το εφαλτήριο τόσο για τις σχέσεις του ανθρώπου με τον Θεό, όσο και για τις σχέσεις των ανθρώπων μεταξύ τους, πιστών ή μη πιστών. Την έκφραση υποστατική αρχή την υιοθετούμε δανεισμένη από την ορολογία του Αγίου Σοφρονίου Ζαχάροφ, ο οποίος την αναφέρει τόσο στην τριαδική θεότητα όσο και στον άνθρωπο, ενώ όπως ο ίδιος δηλώνει, προτιμά τον όρο πρόσωπο, τον όρο υπόσταση, από τον όρο πρόσωπο, χωρίς αυτό να σημαίνει ότι δεν κάνει ευρεία χρήση και του δεύτερου όρου. Στην παρούσα ανάλυση, ενώ υιοθετούμε τις περί υποστατικής αρχής θέσεις του Αγίου Σοφρονίου, τις διαπραγματευόμαστε ελαφρώς διαφορετικά, τονίζοντας την έποψη του άτμητου και ανεξάλειπτου οντολογικού πυρήνα του ανθρώπου, του ανθρώπινου εγώ. Η ίδια η ιδρυτική κλίση του ανθρώπου από το μείον στο είναι συνιστά μια πράξη του Θεού με την οποία καθιδρύεται αυτός ο εσώτατος οντολογικός πυρήνας των άνθρωπων. Είτε τον χαρακτηρίσουμε ως λόγο του είναι, χρησιμοποιώντας μαξιμική ορολογία, είτε ως κατ' είτε ως αυτεξούσιον, είτε ως βαθία καρδία, είτε ως εγώ ή εαυτό, χρησιμοποιώντας σύγχρονη ορολογία, περιγράφουμε μια οντολογική πραγματικότητα ελευθερίας και αυτοκαθορισμού, η οποία υπέρκειται της ψυχολογίας στο μέτρο που εμφανίζεται τόσο κατά τη γραφή όσο και κατά την πατερική θεολογική ερμηνεία, πρώτερη και ανεξάρτητη κάθε εξωτερικού καθορισμού και συναισθηματικών παραγόντων. Διαφορετικά, θα ήταν αδύνατο να εξηγηθεί θεολογικά τόσο η σχέση Θεού και ανθρώπου προπτωτικά, όσο και η ίδια η πτώση, αλλά και η μεταπτωτική συνθήκη με όρους ελευθερίας και ευθύνης. Επιπλέον, η υποστατική αυτή ανθρωπολογική αρχή, ως ο άξονας της αυτοσυνειδησίας και ο αποδέκτης της συνειδητότητας, είναι υπεύθυνη για την ανταπόκριση ημί εκάστου ανθρώπου στο σχέδιο της σωτηρίας, ήδη προπτωτικά μέχρι και τα έσχατα. Άλλωστε, χωρίς έναν ελεύθερο άξονα αυτοσυνειδησίας και ευθύνης, δύσκολα θα αποδοθεί νόημα στην πραγματικότητα της αρετής, είτε ως κατά Θεόν προκοπή νοηθεί είτε ευρύτερα, της αμαρτίας, της ηθικής, της δικαιοσύνης και άλλων. Αυτή η υποστατική αρχή, ορίζοντας το οντολογικό βάθος του ανθρώπου, τον πυρήνα της ελευθερίας του, είναι μοναδική και ανεπανάληπτη, άτμητη, ανεξάλειπτη, ασύγχυτη και ακοινώνητη, καθότι τα ιδιώματα εκάστης συνιστούν ακοινώνητα υποστατικά ιδιώματα. Η παραπάνω παρατήρηση στηρίζεται στην πιστοποίηση πως η καπαδοκική διάκριση φύσεως και υποστάσεως επεκτείνεται και στο ανθρωπολογικό πεδίο, ήδη από τους ίδιους τους Καπαδόκες, οι οποίοι την αξιοποιούν για να επισημάνουν τις διαφορές, τόσο ως προς την ουσία όσο και προς τις υποστάσεις, μεταξύ Θεού και ανθρώπου και με τον τρόπο αυτό να στηρίξουν τη Θεία Ομοουσιότητα. Το λεπτό σημείο στον προβληματισμό βρίσκεται στο εάν η υποστατική αυτή αρχή υπόστασης ταυτίζεται με την καπαδοκική έννοια του προσώπου, όπως την ερμηνεύει η θεολογία του προσώπου. Η υπόσταση ως γεγονός σχέσης, αδιανόητη εκτός προσωπικής κοινωνίας κλπ. Η άποψή μας είναι πως προκειμένου περί του ανθρώπου δεν ταυτίζεται. Την ιστορία σύγκλησης των όρων υπόστασης και πρόσωπων θα την χαρακτηρίσει ο Μητροπολίτης Περγάμου ως σκοτεινή, επιστημονικά θολή και αδιευκρίνιστη θα προσθέταμε, και θα εστιάσει το ενδιαφέρον του όχι στην διάκριση ουσίας και υποστάσεως, αλλά στη σύγκληση υποστάσεως και προσώπου ως το θεολογικό επίτευγμα των Καπαδοκών. Σε κάθε περίπτωση, ενώ θεωρούμε πως η σύγκληση αυτή είναι απολύτως συντελεσμένη στη θεολογία, στην ανθρωπολογία υπάρχουν σημαντικά ανοιχτά ζητήματα. Η ανθρώπινη υπόσταση δεν είναι de facto πρόσωπο με την θεολογική καπαδοκική έννοια. Υπάρχει λοιπόν ένα βαθύ οντολογικό στοιχείο στον άνθρωπο, δορισμένο από τον Θεό, το οποίο συνιστά την υπόσταση, τον βαθύ εαυτό, τον πυρήνα της ελευθερίας του, τον άξονα της αυτοσυνειδησίας του, το εγώ του, και το οποίο όχι μόνο προηγείται της σχέσεως, αλλά συνιστά αιτία και παράγοντα της σχέσης με τη μορφή της ελεύθερης και αυτοσυνείδητης θέλησης για σχέση. Η μετάπλαση του στοιχείου αυτού σε τρόπο υπάρξεως, με απαραίτητο και αναντικατάστατο όρο την αγαπητική κοινωνία κατά το πρότυπο του τριαδικού Θεού, ισοδυναμεί με τη μετάπλασή του σε πρόσωπο, από υποστατική αρχή, υποκείμενο, εγώ, σε πρόσωπο. Μια τέτοια οντολογική μεταβολή είναι καρπός επώδυνου ασκητικού αγώνα, προσευχής, μυστηριακής ζωής και εν τέλει της θεοποιού χάρις, ενώ ενέχει πάντοτε πριν την εσχατολογική της ολοκλήρωση την πιθανότητα της άρνησης, της παλινοδίας, της παράχρησης και του ψευτίσματος. Κατά συνέπεια, το αυτοσυνείδητο υποκείμενο μπορεί και υπάρχει θεούμενου πολλές φορές μέσα στο πρόσωπο. Ακόμη και στην περίπτωση της θεωρίας, παύλα θεοπτίας, η αυτοσυνειδησία του προσώπου δεν εξαλείφεται. Τουλάχιστον στο μέτρο που όταν περιστέλλεται η χάρη, ο θεόπτης βιώνει και εκφράζει την θεοειδή πραγματικότητα κατά το δυνατόν με όρους συνειδητής βιωμένης εμπειρίας. Την ίδια πραγματικότητα εκφράζει και η εμπειρία της ευχαριστιακής συσσωμάτωσης ή της ευχαριστιακής πρόγευσης των εσχάτων, όπου η αυτοσυνείδητα βιωμένη εμπειρία της εν Χριστώ κοινωνίας και της εσχατολογικής πρόγευσης καλείται να μεταμορφώσει τον ιστορικό χρόνο και την ανθρώπινη κοινωνία με όρους ενσυνείδητης εν Χριστώ βιωτής. Επιπλέον, είναι πολύ δύσκολο να κατανοήσουμε την εσχατολογική πραγματικότητα με απώλεια της προσωπικής αυτοσυνειδησίας, χωρίς να φτάσουμε σε μια υπερπροσωπική σωτηριολογία κατά το πρότυπο των αποανατολικών θρησκειών. Το εσχατολογικό ανθρώπινο πρόσωπο έχει υποστατική αρχή, εγώ, με ακοινώνητα τα υποστατικά της ιδιώματα, μεταμορφωμένη όμως τελεσίδικα σε χάρητη προσωπική σχέση και κοινωνία με τον προσωπικό τριαδικό Θεό και σε περιχωρητική αγαπητική σχέση με τα άλλα ανθρώπινα πρόσωπα. Όπως τα πρόσωπα, υποστάσεις του τριαδικού Θεού, κοινωνούν περιχωρητικά την μία θεία ουσία, την ενέργεια και την θέληση, χωρίς να κοινωνούν ούτε τις υποστάσεις, ούτε τα ιδιώματα των θείων υποστάσεων. Το συμπέρασμα που προκύπτει από την παραπάνω ανάλυση αφενός βεβαιώνει ότι το πρόσωπο δεν είναι εκ των πραγμάτων ετερόνομο και ετεροκαθαριζόμενο, αφετέρου καταξιώνει την οντολογία του ατομικού ως προϋποθετική ανθρωπολογική συνθήκη ανάπτυξης του προσώπου, αποδίδοντας με τον τρόπο αυτό στο άτομο όχι μόνο ανθρωπολογική, αλλά και θεολογική σημασία. Η τελευταία παρατήρηση έχει σημαντικές προεκτάσεις και στα πεδία του κοινωνικού και πολιτικού. Αρχικά καταξιώνει οντολογικά τον άνθρωπο στη βάση της υποστατικής αρχής. Ανεξάρτητα από την εμπλοκή του ημί σε σχέση και προσωπική κοινωνία, είτε με τον Θεό, είτε με τον άλλον άνθρωπο. Ο καθηγητής Αριστοτέλης Παπανικολάου, σε άρθρο του που απαντά στις αιτιάσεις του Λούσιαν Τρουσέσκου σχετικά με την πιθανότητα να είναι ο αείμνηστος Μητροπολίτης Περγάμου Ιωάννης Ζιζιούλας ένας μεταμφιεσμένος υπαρξιστής, χρησιμοποιεί το παράδειγμα του εγκαταλελειμμένου μωρού. Ένα υποτιθέμενο τέτοιο μωρό είναι πρόσωπο ή όχι? Η απάντηση που δίνει είναι και ναι και όχι. Το όχι βέβαια αναφέρεται στην απουσία σχέσεων που να καθορίζουν την ταυτότητα και την προσωπική μοναδικότητα ενός τέτοιου παιδιού. Πού όμως εδράζεται θεολογικά η ανθρώπινη αξία στην περίπτωση που ένας άνθρωπος δεν είναι πρόσωπο, όταν δεν στηρίζει την ταυτότητα και τη μοναδικότητά του στο γεγονός της σχέσης και στο ανυπέρβλητο πρόσωπο πλαίσιο της προσωπικής κοινωνίας? Κατά τη δική μας θεώρηση, μόνο η θεολογία του κατ' εικόνα ως η υποστατική αρχή της ανθρώπινης οντολογίας, όχι μόνο τον καταξιώνει ανθρωπολογικά ένα τέτοιο πρόσωπο, αλλά τον ανοίγει υπό προϋποθέσεις στο φως του προσώπου του Χριστού ως μια κατά Χριστόν ολοκλήρωση που ισοδυναμεί με τη σωτηρία και τη θέωση. Όμως, ένα ενσυνείδητο υποκείμενο κατ' εικόνα Θεού είναι αδιανόητο χωρίς την ελευθερία ενός βαθύτατου υπαρξιακού αυτοκαθορισμού, ικανού να το οδηγήσει ακόμα και στην πτώση. Αυτή η βιβλική και πατερική αλήθεια αποτελεί τη γέφυρα συνάντησης με την νεωτερική ευαισθησία για το δικαίωμα αυτοδιάθεσης και αυτοπραγμάτωσης του ανθρώπου, ανεξάρτητα από τη συμφωνία ή διαφωνία με κάθε επιμέρους επιλογή του νεωτερικού ανθρώπου ή την οφειλόμενη κριτική σε νεωτερικές πρακτικές αντίθετες προς το βιβλικό και το εκκλησιαστικό πνεύμα. Στη βάση αυτή, είναι αδιανόητη η αντίθεση μέρους της Ορθόδοξης θεολογίας και της ποιμένουσας Εκκλησίας προς τις αρχές της δημοκρατίας, των ανθρωπίνων δικαιωμάτων, της ετερότητας και αυτοδιάθεσης του ανθρώπου, έστω κι αν όλα αυτά αποτελούν μέρος της πεπτοκίας συνθήκης, στην οποία άλλωστε υπάρχει σύνολη η κοινωνία και η ιστορία μας μέχρι και τα έσχατα. Κατά συνέπεια, η Ορθοδοξία και η θεολογία της, ανεξάρτητα από τις όποιες ιστορικές κακοήθειες, τις συνυφασμένες με ιδεολογικές αγγυλώσεις και πολιτικές σκοπιμότητες, όχι μόνο δεν απορρίπτει όλα τα παραπάνω, αλλά τα καταξιώνει θεολογικά και οντολογικά. Αν η νεωτερική βάση καταξίωσης της ελευθερίας του ατόμου, των δημοκρατικών αρχών, των ανθρώπινων δικαιωμάτων και άλλων, είναι ο ανθρωπισμός, το δίκαιο, η ηθική, οι κοινωνικές και πολιτικές αξίες, τη θεολογική βάση αποτελεί η κατ' εικόνα Χριστού ανθρώπινη οντολογία και η θεμελιακή ελευθερία του ανθρώπου ως το περιεχόμενο του κατ' εικόνα. Τέλος, να σημειωθεί πως οι ανωτέρω παρατηρήσεις δεν αποσκοπούν να μειώσουν στο παραμικρό τη σημασία και την προσφορά της θεολογίας του προσώπου, η οποία στο σύνολό της ούτε απορροφήθηκε από το νεοορθόδοξο κίνημα, στο σύνολό της, ούτε απαξίωσε την ανάγκη της συνάντησης και του διαλόγου, έστω και με μέρος της σύγχρονης πραγματικότητας και διανόησης. Αντίθετα, στην θεολογία του προσώπου οφείλουμε την υπέρβαση της νοησιαρχίας και της παραδεδομένης μεταφυσικής θεολογίας, την ανάγκη για υπαρξιακή ερμηνεία του δόγματος, την ανάδειξη της πραγματικότητας του Θεού ως αγαπητικής τριάδας προσώπων που καλεί τον άνθρωπο σε σχέση ως ή της λαλήσε προς τον εαυτού φίλων, την αναζήτηση της μοναδικότητας και του ανεπανάληπτου του ανθρώπου, την ανάδειξη της σημασίας των εκκλησιαστικών μυστηρίων και δι της ευχαριστίας, την υπαρξιακή σημασία της σωτηρίας, την θεολογική καταξίαση της ύλης και του σώματος και τόσα άλλα. Η κριτική προσέγγιση επιμέρους ζητημάτων της θεολογίας αυτής εμφορείται από την αγωνία αναζήτησης τόσο της ακριβέστερης εκφραστικής, όσο και της γενικότερης μαρτυρίας της Ορθόδοξης θεολογίας, της χριστιανικής θεολογίας εν γέννη, στον πολύμορφο και απαιτητικό κόσμο της νεωτερικότητας. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Abadzidis, for this very condensed, theologically condensed presentation. And now it is time for discussion. We have actually 1 hour, theoretically. We'll see how it goes in practice. And without further ado, let us begin. Who would like to start? Questions to all 3 presenters, please. Please, Professor Grossans.
I have a simple question to the first speaker. This is now far back already. You described very good for me, say this kind of defense of the Russian Orthodoxy in Romania. Do you have also an explanation why this happens? I have not, perhaps I overheard it, perhaps I'm not so sure.
There are many explanations why Russia still plays an important role in Romania, from the fact that we have a borderline with Ukraine, but also with the fact that Russian theology, as I said in my presentation, played an important role in rediscovery of what Orthodoxy really is after 1990s. Most of the Russian theologians of the Parisian exile, like Bulgakov, and all, they were translated into Romanian. And they were the most translated theologians, not the Greeks, not the Georgians, but the Russians. And I would say in this kind of mental collective memory of the priests, Orthodoxy was equaled with Russian Orthodoxy. And another factor, we should not forget that Orthodoxy, I think, across Europe, it's basically fractured among 2 main groups. Of course, I'm overgeneralizing, but for the sake of the argument, one is the Westernizers, those who are open towards other denominations, those who are interested in preserving this kind of dialogue with other churches, and the traditionalists who claim that the Orthodox Church is the only church that follows Christ up to a point, and they should cultivate in this kind of framework of traditional theology, patristic theology, relations only among the Orthodox churches. So I would say that Russia also played in Romania a very active role, both in this kind of soft power, political relations with the Romanian state, but also through ecclesiastical channels. They tried to somehow reinforce this idea that ecumenism is bad, that Romanian Orthodoxy should return to its patristic foundations, and also that the hierarchy should be, I don't know, listened to the letter. That the hierarchy also, as in the Russian case, the bishop is some kind of demigod. It should not be contradicted. The priests have no word at all in this kind of formation of the church. And there is one last thing. I think I did not make it clear in my paper. That is, I would say, something that a historian of French context, his name is Richard Volin, used to call as the seduction of unreason. He has a beautiful book about how actually the origins of the left intellectual tradition in the West are actually based on fascist origins and Nazi origins. And it's very interesting. It's published in 1997 or something at Princeton University Press. There is the same, I would say, the same temptation, the same seduction of unreason that goes from the right-wing political and ideological ideas that floated around Orthodoxy in the interwar period that are coming back today. And according to these ideas, Russia is somehow of a harbinger, some kind of a, I would say, an example of what Orthodoxy should be, traditional Orthodoxy should be. So that's why we are now facing this kind of, I would say, this kind of ecclesiastical and diplomatical war. Romania is the field of this kind of development, because the Russians are attempting to somehow soften the back of the front by, infiltrating through the ecclesiastical channels. I'm not sure if I responded your question. These are all, reasoning in the making. Thank you.
And that despite all these problems with the Moldova and these old ethnic contesting about the church there and so on.
Exactly. Actually, in 2016, but I might be wrong. I'm getting old and a bit senile. The two patriarchs actually meet. The Russian patriarch and the Romanian patriarch met, and they reached, I would say, something like a compromise. And that's why what you're talking about, we have now two Orthodox parallel hierarchies in Bessarabia, in Romania and Eastern Moldavia, that it's now an independent state. And there are two hierarchies that have one metropolitan and two bishops each. And one responds to one hierarchy responds to the Bucharest, one to the Russians. But it's almost uncanonical, because you should not have two hierarchies, two Orthodox hierarchies in the same territory. So that was the only compromise they reached.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Casanova, and then Yorgos.
Yes, two questions, basically point of information also. The one has partly already been answered on the relation to Moldova and Bessarabia, but it has to be something else, that this dual relationship. But the second question perhaps is related, namely, what is the relationship of the Romanian Church and the attitude towards the ecumenical patriarch? Both, let's say, since the Holy Synod in Crete, obviously they participated, and yet somehow afterwards it was not clear whether they still wanted to maintain relations with Russia and distance itself from Crete. How was the council received in the Romanian Church? And has there been any reception of the document for the life of the world in Romania, or has been ignored completely?
That's a lot of questions, Professor Casanova. Thank you a lot. I will try to pick one by one. First, the problem with Bessarabia, it dates from 1918, when Bessarabia became a province of Romania from the Tsarist Empire. The problem wasn't solved even in the interwar period, because although Romanian Patriarchate took the new calendar, this side of Romania, this province remained on the old calendar, and it preserved most of its relationships that dated from the Tsarist times with Russia. This is very interesting. And just to give you a hint of what happened during this period, Russian theologians, although Romania had a border with Bolshevik Russia, Russian theologians did not cross the border into Romania, not Bessarabia. In Bessarabia, they were already there, but actually traveled through Germany into Romanian theology. Actually, Romanian theologians, although having a border with neighboring Russia, they read Russian theology when they go to Germany or to Austria. This is one point, and I would say this is a very troubled relation that became even trouble even more after the 1990s. Why? Because Russia never wanted to lose this former gubernia, this former province, and they kept pushing for a parallel hierarchy to preserve the former Soviet Orthodox hierarchy. And Romanians did some pushing of their own. So they basically reinstated, reproduced the former Metropolitan See of Chisinau, which was the Romanian see or metropolitan see. So basically this gave way to this kind of ecclesiastical and diplomatical wars between the two patriarchates. It hasn't been solved even today. Although the two patriarchs met in 2016, it hasn't been, this breach hasn't been solved even today. To respond to your question to the Council of Crete, in Romania, Crete caused, I would say, a sensational scandal. Why? Because only a sensational scandal. Why sensational? Because it got into the mainstream press. It wasn't just on this kind of level of underground Orthodox communities or shouting around the corners, but it got into the mainstream press, into the secular press. Why? Because most of the monks, the nunneries, threatened the patriarch and their bishops. They will not mention their names in the Holy Liturgy into the diptychs. Basically, they will practice insubordination towards their bishops if they will implement the decisions of Crete. Although the bishops did everything that they could, like sending theologians to preach, sending priests to this kind of rebellious monasteries to explain what Crete was, it actually, they could not qualm the crisis. The crisis is still even today with a lot of monasteries, a lot of monks, and even some bishops. I can give you the names, but I'm not sure how relevant these names are, still questioning Crete and seeing the meeting in Crete as a form of betrayal of this kind of traditional, patristic, blah, 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 orthodoxy, which, to be honest, we are among themselves, it doesn't exist. It's a construct. It has never existed, as you already said when you commented on the other paper. And the Russian Mir document, the criticism that was voiced even from here, from Volos, in Romania, what is interesting is that if you look at the first 200 people who signed the document, the declaration against the Russian Mir, you will see that most of the Romanian people who sign it come from abroad, Romania. They don't come from inside the Orthodox Church. They started to sign it when they understood that this was some kind of ecumenical, but in the sense of universal Orthodox reaction to the tragedy of the war in Ukraine. They did not want to sign it. Why? Because Patriarch Daniel, who is now the head of the Romanian Orthodox Church, is a very agile diplomat. He knows how to play both the state, and the EU, and also the Russian Patriarchate. He doesn't want to take sides. This is his biggest problem, I would say. He doesn't want to condemn the war. He doesn't want to acknowledge Ukrainian autocephaly, but he doesn't also want to say, okay, I am with Russian Patriarchate. We do not recognize Ukrainian autocephaly. He's playing for time, and the Romanian Orthodox Church is playing for time to see who will win, who will, take the trophy home. So that's what's happening. That's why the Romanian case is so problematic, because we don't have any kind of public statement, any decision of the Holy Synod, any kind of, I would say, reasoning from the Patriarch, who, by the way, from 2007, he had only one broadcast interview. He didn't do any kind of interviews with the press or any kind of media outlet. So this is the climate and environment and milieu and whatever you want in which we are living. So basically we are on the brinks of ambiguity, on the brinks of shady grounds. We don't know exactly where, where the chip is going to fall. Thank you so much.
Yeah, something about this, please.
Okay, the director of the academy.
Yeah, just very, very brief. Thank you for all these insightful clarifications. But just, I wonder how to explain the fact that the Romanian Patriarchate recognized immediately the autocephaly of the Orthodox Church of North Macedonia.
Well, that's
I mean, following your insights and following the explanation you gave us.
Because I think this is only a supposition. I have no infos. From what I said before, actually, I do have inside information. I think only because Serbia, the Serbian Patriarchate was eager to acknowledge and to heal the breach, the schisma between Macedonia and the Serbian Patriarchate. He won't do anything until one major church, and this is the case again. This is you asked me about how is his relation with Constantinople. Constantinople is used by the Romanian Patriarchate to justify some of the Romanian means, like building the biggest church in the Orthodox world, which is the Cathedral for the Salvation of the Nation. I'm not sure if you heard about this saint, but in Romania, this is the patron saint of the National Cathedral. He's building a church that costed so far 300 million euros out of the Romanian state's pockets. So just to respond to your question, he won't do anything until other major patriarchate will do something, and mostly not Constantinople, not Jerusalem, not Antioch, and not Alexandria, but rather one of the national churches. I don't know why he preserves this kind of algorithm. Why the national churches? But this is how he operates. He needs at least one national church to move in one direction for him to take a decision. He will never take a decision by himself. Thank you.
Okay, now there is an order. There are many, there are quite a lot of you that want to talk. I will try to maintain the order according to which you raise your hands. So, Georgios Vlandis, let me think, Professor Lutze, Dr. Lozova, yes, Professor Vekovic,
Yeah,
right?
Okay. Okay, we can talk about this after.
Okay, as you wish. And Professor Katan, excuse me, yes, okay. So.
Yes, thank you, Ionut, for your presentation and for all these very important things you have said to us. I just want to testify something about a very bad event in Karlsruhe. We Orthodox like emphasizing our liturgical experience and so on. And in Karlsruhe, we had every opportunity to do it because all the confessional families also celebrate liturgies, services on Sunday. It was very interesting that there was at the official program of the assembly, there was no mention of an Orthodox co-celebration, Siliturgon, which indeed take place. We delegates were informed at the very last moment. And when I say at the very last moment, I mean Saturday evening at 10:30. by a Romanian working at the WCC, who has given also the false address. And the new mail came 45 minutes later with the correct address. The head of the Romanian delegation had promised to concelebrate. The service was led by Metropolitan Elder Emmanuel of Chalkedon. On Sunday morning, we were waiting for him because buses were picking us up to go to the service. People were waiting and waiting. Somebody went to him and he found him in pajamas. And he said, sorry, I overslept and I will not attend. And he did not attend. The Romanian acting General Secretary of the World Council of Churches had to write emails. He was an Orthodox. He did not attend. Russians did not attend. Serbians had their own great parish, and they said, no, this time we will go to our great parish, the parish we have here in Karlsruhe. Antioch and Jerusalem did not come. The delegation of Cyprus went to an excursion. So you realize how seriously we take some things. And of course, you also realize that the main problem of all of these people who behaved in another way in the previous assembly in Pusan. In Pusan, it was so that only the Russians did not attend because they had a chapel in the consulate of Busan and they were going to celebrate there. The problem of all of them was the presence of Ukrainians, of the Autocephalous Church of Ukraine, and that people from this church were also given the Eucharist. They did not, I don't remember if they concelebrated as priests, perhaps. At any case, they were given the Eucharist. And I think that these churches just did not want to be shown in such a context. I think, and I say all these things, many will say, oh, some of them are a little bit private or they don't need to be published, but I think that they are things that have taken place in a very important context by very important actors. When the Secretary General says I have to write emails on Sunday morning, an Orthodox priest, I think we have a kind of problem.
Sorry to interrupt. You mean Sauka or the new one?
Yes, Sauka. Yes. My problem is not the person, you know, but I think it doesn't have to do with persons and personal behaviors, but with attitudes of churches. And we cannot speak about pan-Orthodox unity when in very decisive moments where we can show this unity, also in the presence of the others, show such a behavior.
I have one question for you, sorry. The head of the Romanian delegation was a bishop?
Was Metropolitan Nifon of Targovish.
So let me tell you something, and this could remain not private. Metropolitan Nifon Mihaiță of Târgoviște is a former collaborator of the ill-famed Securitate, the former, communist secret police. He turned against the king, former King Michael I. So he's quite a figure.
But he's the head of the Romanians in the WCC.
Always be the head
Yes.
of the Romanians.
It only confirms that only pan-Russian Orthodox unity can produce unity, only for these nations.
And they don't want at all in public, they don't care about this kind of what you said about inter-Orthodox. They don't care at all. They don't care at all about ecumenism, that they are very good at playing this game of ecumenism. Why? Because let's face it, in the Orthodox world, except Greece, when the Russian Orthodox Church initiated its participation in what I would say the ecumenical movement, they didn't do it because they wanted to. It was suggested by the NKVD, as well as in Romania, it was suggested by the Securitate. So everyone who worked in the communist times in this kind of ecumenical movement were actually people with two allegiances at the same time. And I want to say, I really want to say this, and this I know in the Romanian case for sure. I want to say this, that this was not true after 1990, but I'm not that sure. So, because the archives are not open. So for me, it's not a surprise what you discussed. It's regrettable. It shouldn't happen. But this is how these people work. These people are not very educated. They are very cunning. And they are trying to somehow preserve this kind of appearance. We are ecumenical, but we are not ready to give up the shop. We are friendly when we need money from the West, books, theological scholarships, but in the same time, we are not agreeing to negotiate. And we are not agreeing even to negotiate, among ourselves. Sorry.
It's okay. Thank you, Professor Lutze. And then Dr. Lozova, and then Professor Katan. And then we'll see where this takes us.
Okay, thank you very much. I have a question to Professor Moschos. I hope Moschos is right. Okay. So what you told about the self-made tradition reminds me a bit of, I have part of my family living in the States, in the Bible Belt. And so they are very, they know very good how to make this, the tradition of early Christianity with nearly the same values as you told. I wonder, and I want to ask you if these values now, the Patriarch of Moscow claims these values to be orthodox, to be the right way. So how is the position of these fundamentalistic groups now to the war in Ukraine and to what Moscow says actually?
Yes, well, we see there are two competing elements. One is that we try to build this new form of communitarianism using this all traditionalist material. So we are, and again against the modernist values and so on. So most of them are also the time before were fond of the Patriarchate of Moscow, and they were followers in many on many levels, and they are many of them, of these groups, are agents actually of the Russian influence in Greece. But there is also a competing element which has to do with the national identity. So the fact that Greek-speaking mission, for example, is working in Africa or other places who are now claimed by the Patriarch of the head of Moscow, which creates a double hierarchy and so on. They are that creates certain difficulty in order to accept everything. So the move of the Patriarchate of Moscow in Africa was so bold, so outrageous, that created some questions about the measure that this backup of Russian influence can go. But still, I think these are, as many other journalists, other specialists here, for example, about a week ago, there was a table here about on a book written about the Third Rome and so on, and the writer of this book was able to show that many of these groups and agents in Greece are actually carriers of Moscow influence in the Greek society, but not all of them. but the most of them should already, yes, we can say that.
Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Lozova, please.
Thank you all. A comment to what was just said. I was in Kavala in 2022, and I wanted to see the Patriarch and Metropolitan Epiphany there, and I thought I could. But when I tried to enter the cathedral where they were, I couldn't, because they wouldn't let anyone, because there was a group of fundamentalists, Greek fundamentalists, who were against Epiphany, and they were really loud, and they were trying to be more loud than the prayer from the church, and I was absolutely shocked that it existed. Then I'm from Ukraine, I'm from that church, and I wanted to see the Patriarch and Metropolitan Epiphany, whom I knew, and I just couldn't because of that. And then also a comment and a question to you. I left Ukraine because of the war through Chernovitz, and then I stayed a few days with my friends in Bucharest, who left the church actually many years ago, but because they couldn't stand the church. It was very good in Romania, very good reception, unrelated to the church. And then I went to Germany. And my question is in relation to what you said, whether there is any influence on the situation because of the position of Onufri in Ukraine, who was the metropolitan, the head of the Ukrainian Orthodox Church in association with Moscow Patriarchate, who was a bishop in Bukovina, who speaks Romanian. And in Chernovtsi, I was actually living at first with a family who are his spiritual children. And it was already a mess a bit already then. And I was thinking, I don't really know anything about it, but whether there are links between Daniel and him, and whether, because it is very similar, his position to what you were describing, whether they are in communication, and yeah, thanks.
Well, thank you for the question. Actually, Onufri, when he left Chernovitz, he left instead of a vicar bishop, who is an ethnic Romanian. And what he's doing, basically every evening, this bishop, I forgot his monastic name, his family name is Jar, and he is from a monastery of Longin, exactly. Longin Jar, from monastery of Bădiceni, I'm not sure. This is the name in Romanian. I'm not sure how it is in Ukrainian. Bădiceni, yeah, Bădiceni, sorry. He appears every night in Romanian television, every night, and he tells that, in this kind of broadcasted transmissions, that you Romanians should not forget that Ukrainians are Greek Catholics, and we Romanians here in Ukraine are persecuted, and you should side with Russia. You should not help the Ukrainians, throw them away, because they are your enemies, not the Russians. And he says that this not just on Romanian TV. He was also invited to deliver sermons into Romania before the war. So he already has this kind of, I would say, a following, but I don't know how, I'm not sure how strong, what are the numbers. And now he has been embraced, very interesting, this kind of rhetoric against Ukrainians, because now in Romania, there are almost 400,000 Ukrainians who refugees, basically. It has been embraced by the Romanian right-wing parties, especially that we have now a neo-fascist party in Romania with 10% of the vote, members of the parliament, who are now embracing this kind of rhetoric, saying that Jar is a kind of martyr, because now you know that Ukrainian authorities try to strip him of the monastery. They try to arrest him as an agent of influence, of Russian influence. And they are try to depict him as a martyr of the Romanian nation, which is not true, to be honest. So it's a very convoluted story. About Daniel, I'm not sure in which relations he is with Onufri. I know for sure, and I already sent Professor Kalaitidis the latest festschrift that it was prepared for Patriarch Daniel for his 17th birthday. The second, I looked again because I wasn't sure, the second person who signed an article into his festschrift is the former Metropolitan of Volokolamsk, the actual Metropolitan of Hungary, Hilarion Alfeev, who up to a point was the right-hand man of Patriarch Kirill and his former foreign minister. So basically there are this kind of connections, very interesting connections that appear. I know for sure that Russian money poured into the Romanian Orthodox Church to fund the cathedral, to fund several monastic establishments, but that's it. There is a privileged relation so far with the Russian Patriarchate. Not so much with Ukraine. They don't know how to study, how to even, you know, how to see the Church of Ukraine. I don't think that up to this point, up to the point of the launching of the war, they didn't even knew that there was an Ukrainian Orthodox Church. This is their view. So they consider that they should negotiate only with the Russians. The Ukrainians do not exist in this kind of, I would say, algorithm of power, of ecclesiastical power in Eastern Europe.
Okay, thank you.
I would like to add also something about the Greeks. It's remarkable how these things are parallel with the Greek situation, the modern Greek situation. And you're right. The most vociferous blogs and means of publicity from these groups have daily, one can say daily, an article about the pseudo Church of Ukraine and all these things. And we see that there is a certain infiltration of these circles. There are renowned figures in that area, like, for example, a priest who initiated also a political party, active for several years before, the party Kinonia, I mean, Father Vasilios Voloudakis, who organized a podcast discussion with a left congressman, how to say, representative, and Alexander Dugin in a certain yes, that was yeah, at least shocking to hear these people discussing with each other. Or there are other people who are actually at the fringe of the mainstream church, like the how do we say, the Hierotikos, I think, of well, what's the position of the former abbot of this monastery in Amphissa, Nectarios Moulatiotis, yes, is very well known as a yes, the chancellor of yes, of the metropolitan there, the chancellor, exactly, who's very well known from his activity working, wandering in church parishes and bringing crosses and material, sacred material, and all these things for people. And he has also his own iPods where he explains why the war of Putin against the modernity is actually very important for Orthodoxy, and he is protected by angels and stuff like that. So there are people that we can. It's endless.
But you must mention Moulatiotis' work with rock priests.
Yes, there were. It
was something,
okay.
Not anymore.
Yes, not anymore. Well, he's a very known. He's a very known. How do we say? He's a very popular figure among certain circles in Greece. But still, it's important that all these people are somehow coordinated, either by conviction or by other means. I don't know exactly, but they are coordinated to back up the stance of the Russian propaganda mechanism. And that it's very interesting how they do that.
I found it interesting, the fact that at least in Greece the chancellor of the Metropolitan is asking Dugin to come in. In Romania, there is the Metropolitan, or the Archbishop who asked Dugin to visit.
Okay.
No, he's a monk. He's a monk. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I don't know. To be honest, I don't know.
Or adopting like hundreds of children.
Yes, he has an orphanage.
Yes.
He has an orphanage with hundreds of children. I'm not sure about that.
I found information badly translated, but he was married at the age of 20, and after some years he became a widower, and then he was consul.
Yeah, it's possible. I'm not sure.
Okay, let us continue. Yes, Professor Katan, please.
Thank you. I have got two questions. The first question is addressed to my colleague Moschos, and the second one is addressed to my colleague Avadzivis. Well, for me, it was intriguing to know that Father Zisis entitles his book. He uses in the title of his book the concept of synalilia. What is actually synalilia? Does it amount to the Byzantine, to the imagined Byzantine Symphonia? Is it something more than Symphonia, something less than Symphonia? And if yes, it's a synonym, why doesn't he use the concept of Symphonia? Why he opted for synalilia? This is my first question.
Well, actually, there is a long tradition since the 19th century in the historiography and many. Well, I cannot say exactly when, but this form of synalilia was actually the established way to describe the relations between church and state in the Byzantine Empire. Many believe that this is a false interpretation of concordantia and symphonia in Greek, and they cannot understand what is the difference between them. But it's in any case, it's a very vague, model of connecting two totally different things, and it has not any legal concrete heuristic value to say how does this exactly works. So it's a very general idea that can serve for sort of romantic ideals without drawing concrete consequences. Because we all know that this was a very general idea in Byzantium, and this concordantia was the pretext of the preface of a law in the 6th century of Justinian, and then there are some about 1,000 years more of Byzantine history where the relations were totally different, with ups and downs, of course. But they took this thing, and this is used some Justinian laws in order to support his idea of having the state regulating things with the church, which is totally unhistorical. So I think synalilia is the most trivial word for symphonia. Actually, not more than that, I think.
Okay.
Okay. Second question.
Yeah. Let me try to put it in my own words, and I'm going to put it in English. Over decades,
then maybe it would be practical if you could also translate your question.
Yeah, it's very difficult to translate it into Greek. Over decades, we have been, as well as Orthodox theologians, who have been doing personalism or personal theology. And your plea is that we need now something like a corrective. We need to correct this a little bit. You are not deconstructing personal theology, but you are pleading for a corrective, something like you are saying we need an ontological
substratum, something like atomon, in the individual. And this has nothing to do with individualism. This has nothing to do with a hypertrophy of human ego. This is something, necessary. And this corrective is katikona, isn't it? Okay. So now my question. That means that you are pleading for a biblical corrective to our systematic theology personalism. And I think perhaps it's also a sign of providence that Professor Karakolis is heading this session, because today in the morning we were reflecting on the role of biblical exegesis and of biblical theology when it comes to the issue of community and individual. So how can you explain that there is no dialogue, or perhaps a little dialogue, I don't know, between biblical theologians and systematic theologians on this very issue, and biblical theologians telling theologians fond of personalism, hello, we need to go back to the Bible before drawing on the fathers and establishing a wonderful theology, but a theology that needs to be seen in the light of a biblical concept.
May I add something to this, please? Just one word, just one sentence.
Of course.
Yeah, I will continue a little bit, maybe in a more radical way. This is my approach, which is well known to many of you. If we go for a biblical corrective, then even the use of ontology is very problematic, isn't it? That's my remark. Thank you.
Ας ξεκινήσω από την τελευταία παρατήρηση του κυρίου Καλατζίδη, του φίλου Παντελή, για να προχωρήσω και στην ερώτηση στην ερώτηση του καθηγητή Κατάν.
Let me start with the last question of Professor Kalaizidis, or the last remark of Professor Kalaizidis, so that I will then go over to the question of Professor Katan.
Στο σχόλιο μου προς τον αγαπητό φίλο Παντελή Καλαϊτζίδη θα χρησιμοποιήσω περίπου αυτούσια την παρατήρηση του Μητροπολίτη Περγάμου Ιωάννη Ζιούλα.
I will use the remark of Metropolitan John Zizoulas in my answer to my friend Kalaitzidis,
ο οποίος έλεγε ότι στην διατύπωση του δόγματος της πίστεως, όπως υπάρχει στο σύμβολο της πίστεως από την χριστιανική θεολογία, χρησιμοποιούνται οι όροι ουσία και υπόστασης, οι οποίοι και οι δύο δεν υπάρχουν στη Βίβλο. Η ουσία μάλλον υπάρχει, αλλά με πολύ άλλη έννοια. Περί ουσία νομίζω, εσείς τα ξέρετε καλύτερα.
John Zizoulas used to say that in the Credo we don't have two very important words. We have two very important words that are not existent in the Bible, namely ουσία and υπόστασης.
Και οι δύο όροι,
or even if they do occur, they occur in a very different meaning.
There is no hypostasis.
No.
No.
In the Bible.
In the Bible, there is no.
In the Bible.
Yes. Quite a different meaning. Yes.
In the same way, there is an identification of ουσία and hypostasis, because it says if someone says the son is if someone believes that son is of a different ουσία or hypostasis, he is condemned by the Orthodox, by the Catholic Church. I mean, in Nicaea, not Nicaea, Constantinople, in Nicaea. So it's identical, I think.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. Thank you for this clarification.
Με αυτό θέλω να πω ότι η ανάγκη να επιστρέψουμε με μια νέα σύγχρονη ματιά στην βίβλο και στις βιβλικές σπουδές με βρίσκει πάρα πολύ σύμφωνο.
So I fully agree that we should go back to the Bible and to biblical studies.
Αλλά αυτό δεν σημαίνει ότι πρέπει να αναζητήσουμε κάθε όρο, κάθε ιδέα, κάθε θεολογική προσπάθεια ή έννοια αυτούσια μέσα στη βίβλο ως λέξη, ως γράμμα της βίβλου.
But this doesn't mean that we have to search for every term or every word in the Bible according to the letter. This is not feasible.
Και μια τελευταία παρατήρηση, αν υπάρχει χρόνος. Θεωρώ ότι η πατερική θεολογία είναι μια θεολογία η οποία ναι μεν έχει ένα διαχρονικό νόημα, αλλά σχηματίστηκε μέσα στην εποχή της, πιο σωστά μέσα σε διάφορες εποχές.
So I consider patristic theology to have a diachronic meaning, but on the other hand, of course, we should consider that it was shaped within certain particular historical periods and times.
Κατά συνέπεια, η πατερική θεολογία είχε πάντοτε μια επικαιρότητα με την εποχή της και δεν ξεχνούσε την βίβλο, αν και δεν είχε βέβαια την αντίληψη των σύγχρονων βιβλικών, δεν ξεχνούσε ποτέ την βίβλο. Εξάλλου τα υπομνήματα στη βίβλο είναι, όπως ξέρετε όλοι σας πάρα πολύ καλά, καταλαμβάνουν μια τεράστια έκταση.
Accordingly, the church fathers always considered the Bible, of course, according, of course, to their own way and their own time and their own presuppositions. And of course, the patristic commentaries on the Bible take a very large place among their works in general.
Κατά συνέπεια, συμφωνώ στο να επανερχόμεθα κάθε φορά στη βίβλο με νέα ματιά.
So, of course, I agree with returning back, with going back to the Bible, always, of course, with a renewed way of approaching it. On the question of Professor Katan.
Why do you think that the dialogue was not taking place between biblical theologians and systematic theologians on this very issue?
Μεταξύ συστηματικών και βιβλικών δεν έλαβε χώρα. Δεν μπόρεσε να πραγματοποιηθεί τελικά πάνω σε αυτά τα ζητήματα τα οποία είναι τόσο κέρια.
Προσωπική μου άποψη έχει να κάνει με το εξής. Αφενός μεν απολυτοποιήθηκε σε διάφορες ορθόδοξες χώρες όπως και η Ελλάδα η πατερική σκέψη και έγινε ένα σχήμα.
So there are many reasons. On the one hand, the patristic thought was absolutized in many Orthodox areas, not only in Greece, and it became somehow an ideology, an ideological given.
Αφετέρου προβλήθηκαν ίσως κάποιες extreme διαστάσεις της βιβλικής θεολογίας, οι οποίες πολλές φορές έθεταν να αμφιβόλω βασικές πίστεις της χριστιανικής εκκλησίας και μάλιστα της Ορθόδοξης, παραδείγματος χάρη τη θεότητα του Χριστού, και με αυτόν τον τρόπο κατέστησαν επιφυλακτικούς κάποιους Ορθοδόξους ή γενικότερα θεολόγους κτλ. Και συμπαρέσυραν έτσι όλη τη βιβλική σκέψη και τη βιβλική δουλειά στον παραγωνισμό της.
On the other hand, there were some extreme opinions on the side of biblical theologians and of biblical theology that were projected outwards and that exerted some influence, some extreme opinions, such as, for instance, the questioning of Jesus' divinity. And of course, this drove biblical scholarship as a whole to a very difficult position.
Νομίζω ότι μια σύνθεση και των δύο εξηγεί επαρκώς.
So a synthesis of both these sides might explain this lack of communication between systematic theologians and biblical theologians. Professor Vekovic, would you like to raise your question? We have a little time.
Late, but maybe I can.
We have 5 minutes. So there is some.
Is this on? Yeah, cool. So yeah, whenever we start talking about politics, it becomes interesting. Yeah, definitely not. But I was actually inspired by your own question on how the whole autocephaly process in Skopje was taken care out, and I actually do have some sort of a proposition that we should think about Orthodox Christian churches as a part of an Orthodox Christian chessboard, and on that chessboard we will have Istanbul or Constantinople on one side, and on the other side you will obviously have Moscow. And I think that I can make a solid argument that the final yes on the question of the autocephaly in northern Macedonia was actually made in Moscow and not in Belgrade, Serbia. And so it means that all other Orthodox Christian churches, including the Serbian Orthodox Church, are now in caught in between two centers of power, and they are trying to find their own way out. And that is why I think they are both keeping it quiet, because I don't think that theology is more important than politics in all of these matters, and especially the state influence in the politics of the Orthodox Christian churches, at least when we are talking about the Serbian case.
Thank you. Thank you. Would you like to comment on this, Dr. Biliuta? Yes, of course.
Actually, you're saying what I was saying, that my patriarch, I haven't elected him, but he is my patriarch, actually followed the big players. He never made a decision by himself. Whether it is Serbia or whether it is Moscow, it's problematic just as well. So, and I think you touched a very important point. Not so much the one with who advised who to somehow heal the problem in Northern Macedonia, but rather the issue of the agency of the state in this whole debates about philosophy, theology, individualism, communitarianism. Because what we are doing, it seems to me a bit idealistic if we do not touch on this important issue, especially in contemporaneity, that is the agency of the state. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much. I think we can now close this session with the blessing of our dear director. Okay. And thank you to all presenters. Thank you all for attending at such a difficult time, of course, after meal. And